Good evening. This is the West Hollywood City Clerk. The person who just came into the meeting identifying as iPhone, can you let me know which item you are speaking on this evening? If everyone could please keep their cameras off until it's time for them to speak, that would be great. If everyone could please keep their cameras and microphones off until it is their turn to speak, or that would be good. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. If you could please keep your microphone muted until it is your turn to speak. Thank you.
Pero no, no hay ninguno ahí. Mira, no hay nadie. La cámara está.
Hola.
Everyone, please remain muted until it is your turn to speak. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The City Council meeting will begin momentarily. If you could please remain on mute until it is your turn to speak, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias por su paciencia. En unos minutos estaremos iniciando nuestra reunión. If I may, this is the interpreter speaking. Can the host go ahead and activate the interpreter in translations under settings? Thank you so much.
They have been added. Victor, please turn your camera off. Thank you. Everyone, please keep your cameras turned off and your microphones muted until it is your turn to speak. Thank you. Or present.
It's like the beginning of the Brady Bunch.
Yes. I think we're just waiting for a Councilmember D'Amico.
I'm sorry, I've been here the whole time.
Oh, there you are.
Here
Hello.
I am.
Very good. And I believe our city clerk is there. I see her. Our city manager is there, and our beloved city attorney. Don't see Lauren Langer yet. Okay, our city attorney says she's here. There she is. Very good. We can now call our meeting to order in compliance with California Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19. This city council meeting is being conducted via teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that the city council meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the city clerk and council should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the city council about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you are experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you may call into this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833. Meeting ID is 953-0323-9856. And then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. WehoTV staff has published a guide at weho.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. If you are having difficulties connecting to the meeting, you can also call 323-848-3151. Our meeting has been called to order. And now we will have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mayor, do we need to do a roll call vote or a roll call?
I think we do the pledge before the roll call. So
Okay.
if we can do that, that'd be great. I pledge allegiance to the
The
flag
flag of
of
the
the
United
United
States
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now I will turn it to our city clerk for a roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico,
Here.
Councilmember Erickson,
Here, sorry, I don't know if I.
thank you. Councilmember Shine,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister,
Here.
Mayor Horvath.
Oyar,
Here,
We have a quorum.
hello.
thank you very much.
Thank you. If everyone could remain muted, except for our city council members, that would be helpful. Thank you.
All right, and now I'll turn it to our city attorney for a report of the closed session agenda.
Thank you. Good evening. The City Council convened a closed session this evening at 5:30. There were no members of the public to speak on the posted agenda items. The council discussed two items. One was a piece of existing litigation, and the other was public employment for the city manager position, and took no reportable actions. The closed session meeting adjourned at 5:50 this evening. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. And now I will turn to my colleagues. Well, first I'll turn to our city clerk. With regard to approval of our agenda, are there any requests from staff for changes to tonight's agenda?
No, Mayor, there are no changes from staff.
Okay. And now I'll turn to my colleagues to see if there are any changes. Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion on the agenda. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. I would like to pull item 2J. And then, which is, I'm so sorry. I figure everyone knows what I'm thinking. It's the small business grant report, the COVID-19 small business grant report. And then in terms of moving things to consent, hold on, where are my notes? I was looking at item 4B, which is the executive order of the city manager.
Are there any issues with moving that to consent? Okay.
And then I was thinking, because I know it's going to be a long meeting, and this is direction, but I was wondering if, I don't know it's mine, but if 5B could be moved to consent?
I'd like to talk about 5B when we talk about 5A, if that's okay.
Sure. Well, I guess that solves my other question. I was going to ask if 5A could move to consent, but it sounds like no. So
Okay. Any other proposed changes to tonight's agenda? Councilmember D'Amico.
I'd like to talk about 2M when we talk about 2J, but I don't think we need to have the staff for 2M, but I wanted to have a discussion about funding for the arts and the funding that's left over from item 2J.
Okay, so we'll pull both items to J, which, just to repeat, is the COVID-19 Small Business Grant Report, and item 2M, approval of 2022 Arts Grant Program. We will pull both of those items, and we will add item 4B to our consent agenda, which is an executive order of the City Manager, Director of Emergency Services of the City of West Hollywood, rescinding specified emergency measures, allowing certain neighborhood meetings to be conducted via virtual platforms adopted during the COVID-19 crisis, and an urgency ordinance expanding the city's outzone permit program. If there are no other changes, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
second.
Okay. City Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister,
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
We have an agenda for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will turn to adjournment motions. Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one, and it just actually occurred, and it would be Vice President Walter Mondale, who died at 93, who was Jimmy Carter's vice president, just passed away.
Thank you. Councilmember Shine?
Thank you, Mayor. My adjournment is for a West Hollywood resident named Dr. Brian Thomas Fletcher, who passed on Monday, April 6th. He was a resident of the East Side, an ER physician and first responder. He was 46 years old. He is survived by his parents, William and Yong Fletcher, his siblings, Richard, Bill, James, and their families, his close friend, Vincent Michael Camarata, and his dog, Louie.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Meister?
Thank you. I have one. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Ann Beats. She wrote for Saturday Night Live from its beginning in 1975 until 1980, a raucous, innovative period that established the show as a central feature in American pop culture. She had written for National Lampoon and other outlets when the SNL producer Lorne Michaels signed her up for a new late night sketch show. Ann Beats and Rosie Schuster created a funny, touching series of sketches with Bill Murray and Gilda Radner at CNL called The Nerds, about two awkward teens who find the world a little less lonely with each other. After SNL, she created Square Pegs, a beloved but short-lived early 80s sitcom about two high school girls trying to fit in. Because Ann never quite fit into the guys' comedy room, she created her own path and left the door open for others. Ann Beats was a West Hollywood resident and died at the age of 74. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Any others? I will add to Councilmember Shine's adjournment in memory of Dr. Fletcher, who worked as an ER physician at Huntington Memorial Hospital in Pasadena, Providence St. Joseph Medical Center in Burbank, Providence Cedars-Sinai, and Exeter Urgent Care in LA, and over the past year helped save lives of COVID patients throughout the Los Angeles area. I also would like to adjourn in memory of Faina Levin, the mother of Eugene Levin, who both Eugene and Helen Levin have been staples in our Russian community, helping to keep our Russian-speaking community informed through their news media group. Ms. Levin passed from complications related to COVID-19. And since our last city council meeting, there has been another mass shooting in this country. On April 15th, 2021, a shooting took place at a FedEx warehouse in Indianapolis, Indiana, leaving 8 victims dead. They are Matthew R. Alexander, age 32, Samaria Blackwell, age 19, Amarjeet Johal, age 66, Jaswinder Kaur, age 50, Jaswinder Singh, age 70, Amarjeet Sekon, age 49, Carly Smith, age 19, and John Weissert, age 74. There were no military deaths since our last City Council meeting. And now we will turn to presentations. I'll first turn it over to Councilmember Erickson for our first presentation tonight.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. We know April is National Poetry Month, which we did last month, but we also know that April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and we have always honored Denim Day here locally as a city, where all of our amazing City Hall staff and those lucky council members able to hop on over real quick wearing our jeans would take a photo. This year we can't. I do believe we have the Executive Director of Peace Over Violence, Patty Giggins, on the phone. Great to see my friend Patty here, but we have a proclamation for her in honor of Denim Day. And then I have a special surprise for Patty. We also know that Peace Over Violence is honoring, celebrating their 50th anniversary. And so in honor of their 50th anniversary, in recognition of visionary leadership and dedication efforts building violence-free communities, we're going to be offering Peace Over Violence this plaque that we had made for you all. So congratulations, Patty. And then let me just read through this proclamation for Denim Day, and then the floor is yours. So whereas the United States has declared April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and Peace Over Violence is declared April 28th, 2021, a Denim Day in Los Angeles County, and whereas both events are intended to draw attention to the fact that sexual violence remains a serious issue in our society and harmful attitudes about all forms of sexual violence allow these issues to persist and allow victims, survivors to be re-victimized. And whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Denim Day were also instituted to call attention to misconceptions and misinformation about sexual violence and the problem that many in society remain disturbingly uninformed with respect to issues of sexual harassment, assault, abuse, and rape. And whereas every 2 minutes, someone in America, someone is sexually assaulted, approximately 1 in 5 women are raped during their lifetime, and youth under 18 accounts for about 44% of all reported. At least 25% of women experience sexual harassment in the workplace, and 75% of harassment victims experience retaliation when they report it. And whereas with proper education on the matter and comprehensive prevention projects, sexual violence and its unfair, traumatizing effects are preventable and established in 1971 by pioneering feminists. Peace Over Violence is a sexual and domestic violence, intimate partner stalking, child abuse, and youth violence prevention center headquartered here in Los Angeles. And whereas for over 50 years, Peace Over Violence has worked to educate people in our community about the true impact of sexual harassment, abuse, assault, and rape in Southern California. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby proclaims April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, designates April 28th, 2021 as Denim Day, and urges everyone to wear jeans on that day to help communicate the message that there is no excuse and never an invitation to harass, abuse, assault, and rape. And as a survivor of sexual harassment, I want to thank Patty for bringing these issues to forefront. And Patty, the floor is all yours.
Oh, thank you so much for inviting me here tonight, and I'm so appreciative of the beautiful city of West Hollywood, because you've been partnering with us on these important issues for many, many years. And you have done when we were able to do things in person, you guys have done so many creative things during this month and for Denim Day. And for that, we are so appreciative to really call you one of our most sincere strategic partners in this struggle. Well, as you know, I mean, we're coming out of a pandemic now, but COVID-19, and at the same time, we have actually had an epidemic of sexual assault and domestic violence in our communities for many years. And the pandemic did not stop any of that. I keep talking about how we're going to probably be a bit surprised, but maybe not so surprised when we find out when we come out of the pandemic, how much has really been going on behind closed doors. But given that, I think one of the most important things is that we focus on prevention and prevention education. And that's what the Denim Day campaign is about. It's the longest running sexual violence prevention education campaign in the country. We've been at it for 22 years now. Many of you know it started when I noticed in the media that there was a rape case in Italy, that a judge overturned a conviction of a rapist, saying that the reason it was not rape is that if he took her jeans off, she was wearing jeans, if he took her jeans off, the only way he could get her tight jeans off is if she helped. Therefore, it was consent. So that was 22 years ago. And I remember seeing that. It went viral then. And we realized we need to really understand that that's not just Italy, that's everywhere. There are so many misconceptions about rape, about sexual assault, sexual harassment, and often the victim is blamed and reblamed and re-traumatized. So we've been doing this campaign, for decades now. We keep doing it because it's not over. Every once in a while, I pinch myself when I hear something, some misconception or some draconian new law that's being, preferred. And I think, are they really still thinking this way? Aren't we done yet? Well, we're not done yet. We still have so much education to do, so much culture change to do. And we have to focus, obviously, on young people. We have to focus on families. We have to focus on communities. And now we have to really focus on the intersectionality. We do know that people of color are more apt, particularly Black women, have a higher percentage of sexual assault than other communities. That children still are unable to reach out and get the help that they need. So our services at Peace Over Violence continue. Thank you. You're the first actually public acknowledgement from an entity of our 50th anniversary. So thank you so much for that. So we're here. Today I'm wearing, I don't know if you can see, I'm wearing my denim because we're gearing up for Denim Day. I have a vintage t-shirt. I want to suggest that people go to denimdayinfo.org, which is our website, and there's a toolkit how people can get involved. There's educational materials. There are many buttons. We've got t-shirts, we've got hats. So the idea is that people participate and intentionally and with a purpose wear their denim. I know we wear denim all the time now, but with purpose and intentionally wear denim on behalf of supporting survivors and on behalf of prevention education. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Patty. We love your work. We love you and appreciate your commitment to these issues for so many years. And earlier today, I saw former Mayor Villaraigosa, and he said to send his wishes of congratulations to you as well. Next, we have a presentation for the first anniversary of We Know WeHo. I believe our fabulous, fearless women who have led this effort are here with us tonight. And for those who aren't aware, We Know WeHo is a weekly podcast based in West Hollywood that provides insights about the West Hollywood business community, including food and fitness tips and much, much more. When businesses were forced to shut down due to COVID-19 in March 2020, show creator Tracy Passo chose to channel her passion for connection and share the creative ways that businesses were recreating in a weekly podcast featuring rotating co-hosts Lauren Goldstein and Maxine Tatlin-Hari. As the show continued to grow with 51 episodes and counting, it revealed to listeners that at its core, West Hollywood is a small town. According to the hosts, WeHo is arguably the heartbeat of Los Angeles and the trendy center that studios and businesses look to when launching a US outpost, new brand activation, or planning an award ceremony. The show highlights businesses and neighbors who share their struggles and triumphs in a raw and real format that feels like eavesdropping in on a conversation you might hear maybe at a WeHo brunch. We would like to congratulate We Know WeHo on its first anniversary and extend our support for Tracy, Lauren, and Maxine's efforts to highlight the unique, creative, local business community in West Hollywood. We have this proclamation here for you all. I'm not sure, it's always a little tricky with the virtual background, but here it is, if it's showing up. And we just want to thank you so much as somebody who has participated in one of your podcasts and been a fan listening to many more. I just want to thank you for your passion, your creativity, and the way that you have uplifted our city during a really dark time. I always enjoy listening to the conversations you have and the positive outlook that you have for our business community and our future, especially during this dark time. So thank you all, and I'll turn it over to you, Tracy, first.
Well, good evening, and thank you, Mayor Horvath and Mayor Pro Tem Lauren Meister, Councilmember D'Amico, Councilmember Shine, and Councilmember Erickson for this recognition. Lauren, Maxine, and I truly and deeply are honored. This podcast was started a year ago in response to the pandemic as a way to stay involved and help our businesses through this crisis. I want to really thank our guests, the business owners, for being so vulnerable about what they were experiencing in such a time of unprecedented upheaval and survival. Thank you for sharing your stories with us. As our hearts broke, we were also inspired by your strength and passion and commitment. We all saw and experienced the true meaning of community over the past year. I could not have done this without the rest of the We Know WeHo team. My former colleague and OG co-host, Lauren Goldstein, unfortunately could not join us tonight, the other Lauren. Lauren Goldstein, we all love your rock and roll glam, and especially your love of the Sunset Strip. Maxine Taplanhari, AKA Vanity Girl Hollywood, is a very familiar name and face around West Hollywood. She was a guest early on and easily slid into the co-host seat. She is a great friend, and her love of West Hollywood is overwhelmingly evident in each episode. I also want to thank WeHoville, both Henry and now Larry, for supporting us and distributing our content to your readers. It is true what they really say, that it takes a village, and our village is 1.9 square miles. This is the creative city. This is the heart of Los Angeles, and this is our home. This is West Hollywood. If you haven't listened to us, all of our episodes of We Know WeHo are available on Spotify, Apple, Google, and Overcast podcasts. I'll throw that in. But thank you so much. It really, truly is an honor. We've had so much fun. I look forward. We're now in season 2. Thank you. And I'm going to pass it over to my co-host, Vanity Girl Hollywood, to say a couple words as well.
Hi, everybody. I just really want to say thank you. The business community has been so gracious to us. We love sharing the places that we love to go and you all telling us their stories. And City Council, Lindsay, I want to thank you for this award. And here's to season 2.
Thank you all so much. Fierce, fabulous women leading this trailblazing action for our business community and just for our creative city. We really appreciate you. Thank you. And finally, tonight, I wanted to welcome Christopher Moore to our City Council meeting. Christopher Moore is a representative from the CPUC, often provides many updates to the West Hollywood City Council that don't always get public attention, but the work of the PUC is critically important to so many issues that touch our lives here locally. And I thought I'd give him a minute to share a little bit about the work going on at the PUC that he'd like to share with the public. Welcome, Mr. Moore.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Horvath. Oh, I've got a short presentation, slide deck. Would it be okay if I shared that?
If you have the ability to, if our staff was prepared for that.
I should be able to. All right, are you able to see it now? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, thank you very much for having me today. My name is Christopher Moore. I am with the California Public Utilities Commission, which is a California state agency which covers utilities, very vital services to Californians. I'm part of an outreach team across the state and work with city and county governments and community-based organizations from LA County up to San Luis Obispo. And the goal of this very short presentation is that the council and your residents are aware how I can be a resource. First, a little background on the CPUC. an agency which can often seem somewhat obscure. We were created in 1911 by constitutional amendment to rein in the power of the Southern Pacific Railroad, namely the rates it charged. A common practice at the time was for the railroad to take a look at farmers' books in order to determine what rates they will pay to get their goods to market. Our authority was soon expanded to include investor-owned monopolies in the energy, water, and telecommunications sectors. And this authority has evolved with the industries as well as public priorities. For example, rail freight now has substantial competition, so we no longer regulate rates. And our role is largely confined to safety. In the energy sector, rates are still a significant factor, but we now have substantial new responsibilities regarding state climate goals, as well as regulating wildfire risk and the public health risk of public safety power shutoffs by electric utilities. In recent history, we've gained oversight over the transportation network companies such as Uber, Lyft, and given up our oversight authority over household good movers and hot air balloon charter companies. High-profile decisions in the last year have included requiring 72-hour battery backup and resiliency plans from wireless providers, expanding universal telephone service program, which is known as Lifeline, to cover higher mobile data allowances and subsidies for voice over internet. We're putting the grid on a path to exceed 60% of generation with renewables by 2035, as well as measures to support interconnection and commercialization of microgrids to make communities more resilient during wildfires and other natural disasters. This year, we plan to continue to work on grid reliability. We're building the specifications for a utility pole database, advanced transportation electrification, and we are looking into future further customer protections for solar customers, as well as improving the physical and cyber security of the grid, and determine whether utilities should subsidize all electric buildings with ratepayer dollars. These decisions will be voted on by a 5-member panel of commissioners who are appointed with staggered terms by the governor and subject to Senate approval. Decisions are subject to a number of formal requirements which must be completed in the framework of what's called a proceeding, which can look like a series of legislative hearings or more like a court case depending on what the proceeding concerns. So, for example, when we're trying to make sure that Uber and Lyft are providing wheelchair accessible vehicles, or trying to minimize the impacts of power shutoffs, we try to encourage robust debate. When we have utility malfeasance and we potentially assessing substantial fines, however, the proceeding looks much more like a court case. As you well know, Mayor Horvath, we often have parties before these proceedings which we take various testimony, and we depend on this to develop the record to eventually make decisions. Now, I understand that there's a lot of resources that, it's also often difficult for small cities, and I can sometimes help around various issues. I know that for, a big issue of concern with the Clean Power Alliance has been the power charge and difference adjustment, and that you've been involved and engaged the services of your regulatory staff as well as Cal CCA to advocate on these issues. These may seem, some councils are more engaged on these, some are not on, so it's great that you have these resources. Other issues you may not, and there can sometimes be of help. I know on transportation electrification, for example, and that's where I first got to know some of your city staff. We had Sammy Taylor was speaking at one of our conferences, and I was able to follow up with her and Robin. We were able to have some discussions. I know that with Santa Monica, for example, it's another city which is really pushing the envelope on sustainability. They were identifying issues before other cities, for example, with the rates for electric poles, and we were able to relay that I was able to set up a connection with our staff and relay that information. So if your staff are running into issues, it's important that they know that I can be a resource to connect with our staff so that we can have that staff to staff dialogue, outside of these more formal processes. Net energy metering 3.0, I trust you'll actually have good briefings, once again, from the Clean Power Alliance on these underlying issues, but there can be a lot of confusion. I know that there's a fair amount of misinformation out there because there's a lot of money which goes towards the current program. So we can, the CPUC does not have an opinion on this issue, but we are assessing these. We're taking comments from the utilities, from the solar providers, as well as environmental groups such as the Sierra Club, and we'll be reaching a decision later this year. Transportation network companies, we actually have hired some new people, and I know this is an issue of a lot of interest to the city of LA. Mostly we're hearing a lot from the city of San Francisco, which is inundated by all the startup transportation network companies to Uber, Lyft, and many other newer, smaller ones, and they're clamoring for better data and better regulation. We're actually trying to find ways that we can get this data and make it more accessible to cities. This is something that hopefully I can keep, we can help keep you informed, and hopefully find some ways that we can provide some useful resources for you. I'll stop now out of the interest of time. I know this is quite a bit in a short period of time, but I understand the council is very busy, and I'm happy to come back and talk on other issues or meet with your staff or offline as well.
We really appreciate that. And I just want to clarify that when you say there are parties before the PUC, you don't mean like fiestas. You mean that we show up.
I like to say it's always a party at the CPUC. Yeah.
So I just want to clarify for anyone who might have that misconception, although it is always very important to appear there. There's a lot of great work that goes on there, and it isn't always accessible or easily viewable or understandable to the public. And so I appreciate you making time tonight. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for Mr. Moore? Okay, well, we thank you for your work and being a liaison to our community. And if anyone has questions for you from the public, how might they be able to reach you, or would you prefer they reach us and we reach you?
I prefer if they worked through the city, through the city.
Okay.
If you have complaints, which is the most common way that people deal with it, that you can talk to our customer affairs branch is the best place to go, and they can handle complaints. But I'm more, if there are policy issues, I prefer working through the city, because I'm one person covering almost 4 million people, so it's very hard to deal individually with every ratepayer.
Well, with that note, thank you for making time for us tonight. We know you're a busy man. And we thank you for keeping us informed and connected to the world.
Thank you.
Great evening. And now I will turn it to our city clerk to administer public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker this evening is Adam Darvish. Adam, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on the consent calendar items.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Horvath and council members. I'm Adam Darvish, speaking as a resident tonight, and I have 2 items that I would like to support on consent calendar. The first item is item 2AA, co-sponsored by Council Member Shine. It's a sponsorship of panel discussion of the film Disarm Hate. And also the the 4 recommendations in this item 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the film is about 9 LGBT individuals that came together after the Pulse nightclub massacre to join a hairdresser and an activist from New Jersey with no political background. Such a beautiful film, and I want to thank Council Member Shine for co-sponsoring this. I myself shared with council members last time that I was a target of hate crime for my national origin when I was 19, just came to New York. So again, this is a personal thing to me. And I know it's more to LGBT and Black community especially, and now our Asian brothers and sisters. So thank you again for bringing this forward, and I'm in support of this item. And then the next item is 2BB that Council Member Erickson had brought forward to consent calendar, and I supported this one. There's a resolution denouncing the Georgia's new voting law, Senate Bill 202, that that would limit underserved population, obviously, from access to voting. And I would like to support this item on the consent calendar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker is Robert Alleman. Robert, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on the consent calendar.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Allman. I'm calling in as a resident of West Hollywood. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll attempt to make my comments brief out of respect for the proceedings. This is regarding item 2X, the proposed safe gun storage ordinance, which is fundamentally flawed. The proposed ordinance has already been deemed unconstitutional by a Supreme Court ruling in 2008, District of Columbia versus Heller. To quote the ruling specifically, similarly, the requirements that any lawful firearm in the home be disassembled or bound by a trigger lock makes it impossible for citizens to use arms for the core lawful purpose of self-defense and is hence unconstitutional. The ordinance as proposed directly defies that ruling. Further advancement of this ordinance will open the city of West Hollywood to lawsuits and fines, exhausting resources that could be put to better use in any number of more constructive ways. I respectfully ask, at the very least, that this item be scheduled for further discussion at a later date prior to a vote. Furthermore, I submitted an email to the city attorney last Thursday expressing my concerns about this ordinance and forwarded that correspondence to the city council. As of 5:30 this afternoon, my email was not made available in the agenda packet on the city's website. 2 other emails, however, both in favor of the ordinance, were posted. Since the city attorney acknowledged my email, I know that it was received. I ask that this fact also be considered by the city council and both sides of the issue are presented ahead of discussion. Once again, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Robert. Our next speaker is Mel Greenwalt. Mel, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on the consent calendar. Mel? Okay, he must not be in the meeting any longer. Our next speaker will be Mito Aviles. Mito, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on the consent calendar. Go ahead, Mito.
Hi there. Hi there. Good evening. Thank you so much. And I am speaking in support of item 2AA. I feel like that is a really important and really pivotal sort of moment in time for LGBTQIA history in general, this major genocide that happened to us at Pulse. And I feel like having that panel discussion to then have a collective consciousness of people to be there to feel what everyone's feeling and be kind of in as one with each other is super important. So I wanted to go ahead and share my support for that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mito. Our next speaker is Kathy Blavis. Kathy, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on the consent calendar. Kathy, please press *6. Okay, I'm going to move to our next speaker, Matthew Craffey. Matthew, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on the consent calendar.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Thank you. My name is Matthew Craffey. I live in the Miracle Mile area of Los Angeles. And
Hello.
I just wanted to speak regarding item 2X. I'm opposed to this item for several reasons. First and foremost, with violent crime up almost 300% this year in Los Angeles and murders up almost 200% this year, this seems like the absolute worst time to try out some new restrictive gun measure on law-abiding citizens. I can speak as someone who's been violently attacked twice in my own apartment, that what you're proposing would only hurt victims of violent crime and not help, and only help the assailants. I can tell you that no robber or perpetrator of violent assault or rape is going to wait for their victim to go through the complicated procedure that is outlined in 2X. beyond what it would mean for the citizens of West Hollywood, which is ultimately the most important reason why. But the other reasons I would encourage this measure to be either removed or tabled is that this would almost certainly be ruled unconstitutional and make the city liable to high profile and expensive lawsuits. I'm asking that the council reject this measure or at least separate this item from the larger bill so that it can be thoroughly and fully considered and discussed by the citizens of the city at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I'm going to try to get Kathy Blavis to come back on. Kathy, please press *6. Go ahead, Kathy. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi. Is this better? Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Hi.
we can hear you.
This is okay. Thank you. This is Kathy Blavis, the City of West Hollywood, and I'm calling to thank Council members Erickson and Mayor Pro Tem Meister for bringing this item forward. And as an East Side resident, I greatly look forward to the updates and community inclusion. Another note, I'd also just like to say that even though it's as a result of the horrific pandemic, I find that all our new outside dining is really invigorating and lively addition to the city. And I'm hoping that once we're back to normal, that the City Council will consider a way to continue with these innovative ways to have more outdoor dining. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next speaker is Gabe Eisner. Gabe, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on the consent calendar.
Hi, this is Gabe. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi there. My name is Gabe Eisner. I live in Los Angeles in the Miracle Mile area near West Hollywood. And my comment is on Measure 2X as well. I had concerns reading this, and I did not grow up with guns. I'm frankly scared of guns. And I definitely need to see the need to have safety measures. So I would welcome an ordinance that makes things safer, but I don't think this proposal does that at all. And I think it goes to an extent that is alarming. And the extent that I think this proposal goes to, I read the analysis that is supposed to justify this measure, and it reminded me of the Texas laws that existed when I was not too long ago, that allowed police to barge into someone's private residence and arrest them and try them for having gay sex in their home in Texas. That was the law at the time. So it feels quite personal to me to allow such an invasive measure to go relatively unnoticed and kind of casually added to a docket. So what I would request is that we take this measure off the docket today and just ideally schedule a debate around it, because I think it's not a measure to be done lightly. But at the very least, I would love to see it taken off the docket for today and revisited some other time that it can stand alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. Our next speaker is Stephanie Harker. Stephanie, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Melissa. Good evening, Council, Mayor, and Council members. This is Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. I just wanted to thank Mayor Pro Tem Meister and Council Member John Erickson for bringing the topic forward on 2Z for the East Side. It seems like about a decade ago that we had the East Side Working Group, and we were all excited about it, and things were going to get done, and then life happens, doesn't it? But we're really enthusiastic. Many neighbors are involved on the East Side, and we just keep walking around saying, what are we going to do? When are we going to get more lights? When are we going to clean this place up? All the new buildings look good, but now many of the businesses have gone under, and we hope that, I'm hoping that Genevieve Morrill will work her magic with the chamber, and so we can get some terrific entertainment and businesses up and going again on the East Side to enliven this part of the city. Thank you very much for all that all of you do. And just so you know, we're missing that, what was it we were asking for? Oh, American Sign Language, because on our TVs right now, the closed caption is there, but it's about, I'd say about 11-point pica print on the bottom. It's really not readable. But thank you again for all you do, and enjoy the rest of the meeting. Bye.
Thanks, Stephanie. After I let in the next caller, I will make the captioning larger. Our next speaker is Jordan David. Jordan, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Hi, my name is Jordan David. I'm calling from occupied Congo land, and I vote in West Hollywood election. First, I want to express my strong support for item 2Y. It's long past time that we end our dependency on fossil fuel before we reach an irreversible climate tipping point. I also want to thank City Council members for the incredible progress we've made in the last 6 months in regards to human rights and services. The next step is planning for the end of policing. As we reduce crime through evidence-based approaches and community services, we must face the true history and nature of policing itself. We know that the Ku Klux Klan has a strong presence in police. It's been documented by the FBI. We know that police don't stop violent crimes. The Supreme Court ruled that that's not even their job. Most rape kits go untested. 97 out of 100 rapists will walk free. Most murders go unsolved. The Reagan administration openly admits that drug laws were made up as an excuse to lock up hippies and Black people. None of these things will make the public more safe. And every day that we continue to contract with domestic terrorists and murderers is blood on our hands. Please direct staff to study alternative contracts to police that have already been used around the country and come back with recommendations for the best service for WeHo, and then change the contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Our final speaker for public comment this evening will be David Cooley. David, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on public comment.
Hello, my name is David Cooley, owner for 30 years of the Abbey, also owner of the Chapel, and partner of Bottega Louie, which was previous adult bookstore and boarded up retail stores, and now a beautiful addition to our city. I want to thank the mayor, city council, city staff, the sheriff's department, and my staff, and all the Abbey customers who came out to support the first trial weekend of Out on Robertson. It was a huge success and had Robertson Boulevard back with some life and beauty. For years now, development projects have been put on hold, bringing boarded up buildings, demolished buildings, and construction walls. At my own expense, I supported the council's 5-0 vote to bring Out on Robertson, the once dark, abandoned street. It's now lit with beautiful 18 olive trees and people enjoying the safe out zone as a pedestrian-only street. Today, LA Eater posted an article named, "Could West Hollywood New Pedestrian-Only Street Be a Model for All of LA?" Once again, West Hollywood, you set the example. Opening Out on Robertson allowed me to reemploy 31 more of my staff, bringing our staff to 215 employed staff. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am also a homeowner for over 20 years on Ashcroft Avenue, which has a community called West Hollywood West. Some of the concerns on Robertson is that it was a major thoroughfare for our city. I want to remind them that Robertson dead ends 300 feet north of the Abbey. San Vicente and Nudohini are the major thoroughfares. For the one neighbor who was representing the West Hollywood West Association and was extremely rude to our parking enforcement, city staff, the Abbey staff, and me personally, I want to say this person does not reflect the kind neighborhood where I have a home. And I appreciate the other neighbors coming in to support the city project of Out on Robertson. I promise you, I will make you proud and Out on Robertson a major, beautiful, and successful addition to our city of West Hollywood. This was just phase one, what I want to do. Just wait to see what I could do. Much thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Mayor, that was our final speaker for public comment.
Thank you very much. And who would like to begin council member comments? Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First and foremost, I want to offer a happy birthday to city employee Robert Romero. I go way back with him from when I was an intern, so it's great to wish him a happy birthday. Also, I want to thank everyone that came out on Robertson, the residents, the homeowners, all the guests, the businesses, David Cooley. It was great to hear that he was able to hire 31 more people. That's an incredible statistic to bring more people back to work during this pandemic. This is a pilot program, as we all know, but I went down there on Sunday and talked to the people in line. They loved it. They saw about it. They saw my very tired behind of the 7 a.m. news on Friday. So that was nice, but it just goes to show how West Hollywood can do it right, and we are dedicated to getting it right. And I know Paul will offer some details more about it in his remarks if you could, but just really want to thank everyone for really trying this out and really seeing how well it can go, and I'm really excited for it. I also want to, let's see, where am I at with my notes? I want to encourage everyone to attend one of the 3 scoping meetings for the Metro Crenshaw North extension that are coming up. If you need the information or how to do it, you can email crenshawnorth@metro.net or call 213-418-3093. It's also on my social media. This is for help on all things from route alternatives to many other aspects, so we can continue to push to getting a train here in West Hollywood. I'm going to attend all 3 because I apparently have nothing better to do with my life than just attend all 3. But why not? I also want to thank the Hollywood Food Coalition. Last week, I attended their delivery service event on Wednesday. Many people who've been here before know they were the former Greater West Hollywood Food Coalition. I was able to go out there and give away warm meals to individuals experiencing homelessness. It was a very surreal experience. I hope everyone has the chance to go out there and help the community instead of complaining, getting out there and actually helping and doing things with our amazing partners. So I want to give them a big shout out. I also want to welcome Ross Levy, who is Colome's new assistant rabbi. Additionally, I want to offer my congrats to the We Know Weho individuals. It's such a great podcast. I subscribe, so it's fun. I want to thank my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Lauren Meister, for doing the East Side Town Hall with me. It's a much needed event. I think people know I do live on the East Side, and I love walking around our neighborhood and talking to people. Thank you, Stephanie and Kathy, for all that you do. Additionally, I want to thank Karen Ayers and City Hall staff for the planting of Ivy Bottini's magnolia tree in the Matthew Shepard Memorial Triangle right there. It was beautiful to see it, and I know staff went out of their way, and the tree is simply marvelous, just like Ivy was. Additionally, there is the Ivy Bottini Remembrance event this weekend. It's on Zoom if you need information about that. I'll be putting it out there, but it's pretty easy to get if you look on Facebook. And then last but not least, I want to offer my congratulations to Becky Erickson. I don't think we're related. We're from Wisconsin, but if you have the last name Erickson and you're from Ripon, Wisconsin, who knows at the end of the days. But I went to high school with her and grew up with her. And she just became Ripon, Wisconsin's first, newest, also female lieutenant in the Ripon Fire Department. So offering her that thanks for that service that she's done. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Who would like to go next? Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. Regarding attendance, I attended the West Side City's Council of Governments meeting where we discussed regional issues related to transportation and housing. On consent items, I wanted to note my no vote on consent item 2E, as I believe it constitutes a change in the terms of tenancy without agreement of all parties. On 2K, the LA County Department of Public Health communicable disease prevention and intervention plan. I know this is a receive and file, but I was wondering if staff could bring this back to us for some discussion at a meeting where we don't have such an action-packed agenda. No rush on it, but I just think there are some things about it that would be good to discuss. On 2X, the safe gun storage ordinance, I just wondered if the city attorney can speak to that. That's 2X. And then on 2Z, the East Side Community Update Meeting, I want to thank Councilmember Erickson for asking me to co-sponsor. I look forward to attending this town hall and hearing about what more we can do to help our East Side residents and businesses thrive. On announcements, I would love for you to join us for our first ever Urban Forestry and Biodiversity Symposium, which will focus on living in concert with nature. It's this Saturday, April 24th at 9 a.m. It's 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. This program will provide a local-oriented perspective on urban forest stewardship methods, best practices for restoration and regeneration, and ways to monitor how land use policies and nurtured ecosystems can remain in dynamic balance going forward. Registration is required in advance. If you could please visit the city's website or contact Andy Lovano from our offices, ALOVANO@weho.org for more information. And then I just wanted to mention too, there's the Weho Community Arts Grants application deadline is 3 p.m. on May 1st. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to talk about the George Floyd trial a bit. Today, the prosecution and defense rested their case in their closing arguments, and the jury has started deliberations. I want to really acknowledge the very strong trauma that the Black community is experiencing watching this trial, and members of the BIPOC community. It's been very difficult to watch. I hope that justice is carried out for the murder of George Floyd, and we will see what the jury decides. This is our system that we operate under, and I want to reiterate my commitment to the BIPOC community and the Black community, and I know that my colleagues share this commitment because of the social justice task force that we've formed to really shift the way we do things in our city and be a model to really dismantle systemic racism and the injustices that the Black community still faces. As far as attendance, I attended the League of Cities event titled Post-Pandemic Local Economic Recovery and What Should Your City Do Today? I found it very informative and was pleased to hear from an economist that the Fed has estimated that our economy will be back to recovery in the third or fourth quarter of this year. I was very happy to hear about that. And the economist, he said that he's more conservative and he would think that by the first quarter of next year at the latest, we'll be back. We're already seeing a rise in our hotel occupancy, as well as people coming back to Weho and patronizing our businesses. I also went out on Robertson and patronized some of our businesses this weekend, and I was really pleased to see so many people out. The businesses were full. And with that said, I still want to encourage everyone to continue getting vaccinated, and please continue wearing your masks, even if you are vaccinated, so you can protect others. That's what it's all about. I have seen people becoming more lax wearing their masks, but we are still in a pandemic. And until we've got this herd immunity, we need to continue taking precautions. We're not yet out of the clear. As far as, I want to thank Councilmember John Erickson for co-sponsoring the sponsorship of Disarm Hate. I'm very excited for this, and thank our colleagues for support. And then I have some consent calendar item notes that I just want to share. With regard to 2F, I noticed that there's a double line in the ordinance, which it says, this is the ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending portion. Basically, it's our public safety purview update. There's a double line that says the Public Safety Commission shall have the power and be required to, and then it repeats that line again. So I don't know if that's a typo, but I just wanted to point it out so we can correct that. And then with regard to 2N, the fee waiver of temporary peddlers permit for Robertson Boulevard weekend closure pilot program, I really want us to make sure that we're being inclusive to BIPOC businesses in our outreach for inclusion, so we can truly make this out on Robertson inclusive to a variety of businesses. And those are all my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I attended the ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability Conference again. This one was in Sweden. It was obviously virtual this year, but next year it's going to be live, and I potentially will try to get there if I can. It's many of you know, it's a consortium of 2,500 local governments around the globe that gather once a year to discuss the measures that they're taking at the local level to improve and enhance sustainability. There was lots of discussion about the new American leadership, and I certainly had a big smile on my face this time when talking about American leadership. And all of the sessions are available online if anyone is interested. They're super fascinating, listening to people just like us from sub-Saharan Africa or Australia or China talk about in some way the very same things we're trying to do: limit gas stations, get people to drive electric cars, to walk more, ride their bikes, et cetera, et cetera. But also lots of new and exciting ways to enhance sustainability around the globe. I wanted to ask about the Social Justice Task Force sort of agendas and when we thought those meetings might be happening, and if there would be a time for the council to have a, or what is the proper time for the council to have to provide sort of some thoughts about things the task force might take up and look into on behalf of the city. I know for myself, I'm interested in redlining and sort of racism at the front door of our businesses that for many years happened at our discos and our restaurants. And so I know for many years of cityhood, gospel brunches on Sunday at the House of Blues were fine, but rappers on Saturday night were out of the question. And so I think we just want to have some real deep discussions about the kinds of things that were said by members of this council, members of our commissions, members of our police force, et cetera. And so I think we need to do a dive into our history and perhaps without jumping to the end too quickly, apologize on behalf of the city for our own lack of insight into how we were running things. That said, I also wanted to ask about item 2X. I do support item 2X. I just wonder if there's interest in having the discussion. Maybe it's not this evening, but it seems like safe gun storage should happen when there's not an adult in the home. When you leave, or if there's a child in the home. But if you're an adult and you're home, I'm not sure why you have to have your guns locked up. And I don't support the ownership of firearms, but they are legal things, like cigarettes and automobiles. They kill people. But I also know that requiring people to have their weapons locked when they're home by themselves or with their partner, to me, I'm just not sure I understand that. So I don't know if we want to have this discussion or if the four of you have already decided, and I will just vote yes and we'll move on. But I do think that there's some sensible gun storage language that's missing from this that might make more sense in terms of whether or not this turns into a lawsuit. But I'm also interested to hear what our city attorney has to say about this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I also wanted to I'll start with consent agenda items. On that item in particular, my understanding is that this draft of the ordinance that's being proposed has actually been upheld in court. It has modifications that take into account some of the comments that were made tonight. So perhaps our city attorney can address that in her comments tonight. I also want to speak about 2N. I know that we've heard some comments tonight about out on Robertson, and tonight there's an opportunity for businesses in the city to have incentives to participate in that experience. I was out and had the opportunity to speak with some residents who were also out at the same time on Sunday. And there were questions about speaker placement and adherence to our noise ordinance, pedestrian access, more programming so that it actually, so it's an experience of the whole boulevard that engages more businesses and more members in the community. I think one of the things that I was most interested in, based on the comments that we had heard from neighborhoods adjacent going into this soft launch over the weekend, was issues around traffic flow and parking. I think they're, because the southernmost boundary was moved up to accommodate Anawalt, there's now sort of this turnaround that happens for folks who are not going to Anawalt. And so perhaps some signage might help indicate that. I know it says road closed, but there were still people driving up to see how far they could get. And so I know perhaps we can indicate where parking is available. There's a parking lot there to help with those issues. But I know that we're still in sort of the soft launch phase before additional programming happens in May. So please make sure that your comments are heard and registered, so that way, as we're fine tuning what this pilot project experience is, that we are doing so in a way that is reflective of the kind of experience you want to have on Robertson. With regard to item, meetings that I had participated in, one of which was the Project Angel Food Town Hall. A question came up about how long our senior food program that we've created with Project Angel Food would be extended, and perhaps that's something that staff is able to answer tonight. I also attended California Contract Cities Association Public Safety Working Group and our executive board meeting. Our last full board meeting is this Wednesday while I serve as president, and then the transition will happen in May. And I want to thank my colleagues for their participation over this year in being involved in contract cities, those who have participated and attended meetings, because I think it's been really great for our city to be leading this year. And thanks especially to Paul, to John Leonard, to Janet, Danny, so many folks who have participated in those meetings with us to make sure that we are the regional leader we set out to be. I also attended the Yom HaShoah event that our staff put together, and I want to thank them and all of the community members who participated, as well as the members of our Russian Advisory Board who really helped to lead that effort. I know that we're all continuing to participate in the county coronavirus update calls. And I also participated in the Liability Trust Fund meeting, as well as the National League of Cities board meeting, and the final of our West Hollywood Business Roundtable discussions. And I believe there was a suggestion to host a different series of discussions to gain more input before any further action is taken by the city or recommended by the staff. April 22nd is Earth Day, and this month we've taken some specific actions as a council to highlight that. And I want to also thank Mayor Pro Tem Meister for the event that's coming up on Saturday. I know that's been a passion project of hers, and I'm really excited to see how it is received by the community. But there's a lot of work that's been done this month and all year round to elevate our goals and our standing with regard to sustainability in our city. And so excited that yet one more item is on our agenda tonight. And thanks to Councilmember D'Amico for co-authoring an effort to limit gas stations in our city. One more way we're protecting our environment. There was a question that was raised about the city logo on Sheriff's Department vehicles. We've confirmed with the Sheriff's Department that it was not an intentional move, and so they are going to make sure that the city issued vehicles, or vehicles in the city that are issued to the Sheriff's Department continue to have the city logo. This past Friday was the anniversary of the passing of Councilmember Sal Guariello, and so I just want to remember him here tonight as part of our meeting and in our community space that we hold tonight. I believe the Metro scoping meetings were shared by Councilmember Erickson, so I don't need to tell you about those. And finally, a bit of good news for property owners impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. We want to make sure you're aware of the Mortgage Relief Program from LA County. The program offers foreclosure prevention counseling, as well as mortgage payment relief grants to qualified owners. To apply for the Mortgage Relief Program, call 888-895-2647 or visit nhslacounty.org/mortgage relief program. And I thought this was important to bring up because we've heard about different opportunities for rent relief, but this is actually an opportunity for those who have mortgages who have been facing many of the same challenges to also see relief. You can find a link to this program also on our city's website under COVID-19 resident resources or the @Weho Cares Facebook page. And now I will turn it to our city manager. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I'm waiting for a response to one of the questions. I do have a brief report, but before I dive into that, the Social Justice Task Force will convene their first meeting in May. At this time, they'll be working off of the general guidelines that were established by the City Council. We're trying to provide them and empower them to kind of craft the first agenda and goals. Once we have that, we can share that with the council. If anything's being missed or we want to add to the work program, the council will have an opportunity to weigh in at a later date. It was said, I think, by all five of you, but it's worth talking about again. Out on Robertson was a major success this week as we did the soft launch of this program. Really want to thank the council for being creative to push a unique idea, especially during the time of the current pandemic. Want to thank staff for making it a safe space. Traffic and pedestrian congestion on the boulevard was moved very well, especially in the evening. We had no conflicts between cars and pedestrians, and I think there were some exceptions mentioned, but there were no major issues. Uber and Lyft was able to pick up and drop off easily at the designated spots on Santa Monica Boulevard. Parking enforcement did not observe any visitors parking in our neighborhoods. Directional parking signs were effective for our 5-story parking lot. We had over 500 cars parked there. And then one of the private lots on the pier had over 160 cars. Obviously, we can still do a better job with the signage. So we will work on that as we get ready to do the big push in May. Code compliance received 2 noise complaints. They were quickly remedied. Because of the press interest in the closure, business development received over 50 inquiries from businesses wanting to participate. The first wave of businesses, most of them were outside of the city, kind of the priority as we advance the program will be to make this available to our businesses. So we're not competing with them, but we are looking at some of the businesses that are outside of the city that aren't products or services provided within the community and will complement the work we're doing there. This weekend, as we grow it a little bit more, we're going to have the Gelato Festival will be on the Boulevard. The Abbey, once again, will be on the Boulevard. Project Angel Food will be on the Boulevard. And we're going to have the HIV testing van, and AIDS for AIDS will also have a presence on the Boulevard. As mentioned earlier, vaccines. Right now, anyone over 16 qualifies in the county to get a shot. You can register at vaccinatelacounty.com, or also check your local pharmacies, whether it's Rite Aid, Walgreens. I'm forgetting the other big ones, but the services and the appointments there work extremely very well. In regards to the question on Angel Food and continuing the program, we do have conversations with them this week. So once we have the timeline set, we will provide feedback to the council. But clearly, we're not out of the pandemic now, so those services will definitely continue for an extended period of time. Before we hand the call to or the speaker to Lauren Langer, I would like to invite Captain Ramirez to come on the call. As mentioned earlier, I think the whole world is watching the Chauvin trial. We're all anticipating that there is going to be a response likely this week. And while we hope for justice, we also have to be prepared that there may be activities in and around West Hollywood. And Captain Ramirez will give a quick overview in terms of some of the things we're going to have in place to protect both the community and the peaceful protesters if it comes to that. So Captain Ramirez, if you can, take it away.
Yes. Hi, good evening, everybody. As you know, the jury has started deliberations in the Minneapolis police officer involved in the death of George Floyd. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, along with their law enforcement partners in Los Angeles County, are preparing in the event there is civil unrest. A couple of weeks ago, the West Side law enforcement agencies met to discuss this very topic. Beverly Hills Police Department hosted the event, and West Hollywood Sheriff Station personnel and I attended, along with LAPD Wilshire and LAPD West LA divisions, as well as Culver City and Santa Monica Police Departments. We talked about our response to last year's civil unrest and discussed our response plans in the event we see more civil unrest. The West Hollywood Sheriff Station is prepared. The Sheriff's Department may go on a tactical schedule, which will enhance the number of personnel during the day and evening hours. The department will be mobilizing sheriff's response teams and mobile field forces. Additionally, West Hollywood Station will have additional assets staged at the station. And what I want to do is let the community rest assured that we will always support and defend everyone's constitutional right to peacefully assemble and protest. And we showed that last summer. What we will not support is anyone who wishes to come to West Hollywood to vandalize, steal, assault members of our community or law enforcement, or destroy businesses and residents or any other property. People coming here to engage in that type of activity will be met with a large and overwhelming law enforcement response. We will, as always, protect life and property in our beautiful community of West Hollywood. And before I go here, I want to ask the people to remain calm after the verdict, and those who protest, I want them to do it peacefully so that their voices can be heard. That's all I have.
Great, thank you, Captain Ramirez. Lauren Langer, 2X.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, I can speak on 2X. First, I wanted to thank the speakers who reached out and raised some of their legal concerns about the proposed ordinance. It's always helpful to hear some of the legal issues and legal hurdles with different topics as early in the process as possible so that we can research and craft ordinances appropriately. So to that end, I want to be clear to the public that the direction tonight is just for my office to look into the ordinance and to draft an ordinance that will come back at a future meeting. And so at a future meeting, there will be actual language and actual an actual ordinance to discuss, as opposed to the high level concepts that were raised in the staff report. So there will be a future meeting to discuss actual terms of an ordinance. And based on our early research, it appears that there are versions of this type of ordinance that have been adopted by the city of San Francisco and many other cities in California that include certain exceptions and that have been upheld by the federal courts. And so, our intent is to review those ordinances and model ours as closely to the ones that have been upheld by the courts already. So we'll be able to report back if the council approves this item on consent. We will draft the ordinance and we'll be able to report back at a future date in more detail about the various legal issues. But there have been ordinances adopted by the city of San Francisco that have been upheld by federal court, and we'll try and mirror those approaches.
City Attorney Langer, can we make sure that the item is on unfinished business so that we can have the discussion that Councilmember D'Amico has asked for?
Yes, when the ordinance comes back.
Ordinance, right?
Yes, yeah. And hearing the feedback, we can think through different iterations, and when we bring back the ordinance, think through different exceptions and different ways that it could read.
Right, and since it is an ordinance, it may end up on legislative, but it'll be an open item and it won't be on consent. So it'll be an item that the council can discuss and take public comment on.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes my report.
Are there any other questions for Lauren Langer? Hearing none, we'll now turn to the city clerk for a report on the fiscal impact of our consent agenda tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's fiscal impact on the consent calendar, with the removal of items 2J and 2M as in Mary, is $6,501,514 in expenditures, $0 in revenues, and $12,600 in waived fees.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, and I believe as part of our approval tonight, the city clerk needs to read some of this report into the record. So we'll give her a minute to make sure we do that before we vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, item 2G was the first reading of an is being introduced on first reading. It's an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending section 17.52.110 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code relating to temporary repossession of a rental unit by a landlord for authorized corrections. And I will take a roll call vote on tonight's consent calendar. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes, noting my no vote on 2E, I think it was.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The consent calendar passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll turn to our first public hearing tonight, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood amending Title 10, Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 10.07 Parking Code of the City of West Hollywood Municipal Code to establish new regulations related to parking meters and parking payment devices. Madam City Clerk, how was this item noticed?
Thank you, Mayor, as required by law.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and turn it to our staff for a brief report. We do not have any speakers on this item, so just a brief report so we understand what we're voting on would be incredibly helpful.
Good evening, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, and council members. My name is Bill Bortfeld, Parking Services and Projects Officer. And tonight, staff is proposing amendments to the West Hollywood Municipal Code regarding parking meters and parking payment devices such as parking pay stations. Currently, the city's parking code requires deposit of parking fees when parking at a metered parking space, but it does not specifically require payment when parking in the city's off-street parking facilities, nor does it prohibit tampering with parking meters or pay stations or making fraudulent payments. So the ordinance we're proposing tonight would require payment when parking at the city's off-street parking facilities, and it would prohibit tampering with parking meters, parking pay stations, and also making fraudulent payments. And this ordinance would not prohibit law enforcement from charging persons with acts of vandalism or property damage under the California Penal Code, and it's not intended to prevent or eliminate acts of tampering, but only to provide staff with a tool to help manage the city's parking meters and pay stations. And violation for this ordinance, the fine for a violation of this ordinance would be $53, the same amount as that for an expired meter, and staff's available to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for staff?
I would like to move the item.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on the item? Okay, we have a motion and a second. I assume that includes closing the public hearing. So I will now ask the city clerk to do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. And now we will turn to item 3B, appeal of the Planning Commission's approvals and permit to demolish all non-historic buildings and rear additions, construct a new 4-story senior congregate care housing facility, and rehabilitate 2 designated cultural resources at 923 through 931 North Palm Avenue. Madam City Clerk, how was this item noticed?
As required by law.
And I will now open the public hearing for staff's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, and members of the City Council. Antonio Castillo, Senior Planner with the Current and Historic Preservation Planning Division. The item before you this evening is an appeal filed by resident Weho on behalf of the Friends of Palm Avenue regarding the Planning Commission's approval of a project to construct a new senior congregate care housing facility and rehabilitation of 2 bungalows on the project site designated with cultural resources. I'm going to share my screen here to show a PowerPoint presentation, and I'm hoping you can see that now. Is that visible? Okay.
Yes, Tony.
I appreciate that. Okay, the proposed project is a combination of new construction and historic rehabilitation. The site is comprised of 3 parcels, 2 of which will retain original bungalows that were constructed in the early part of the 20th century and designated by the city as cultural resources. The bungalows on the southernmost parcel at 923 Palm was deemed not to have historic significance and was not designated. The project scope includes the demolition of the existing residential units at 923 Palm, demolition of non-historic accessory structures and rear additions, and rehabilitation of the historic bungalows at 927 and 931 Palm. The project includes the construction of a new 4-story, approximately 33,460 square foot senior congregate care facility with 48 units and 1 level of subterranean parking garage using the senior housing density bonus, as well as rehabilitation incentives. The historic bungalow at 931 Palm will function as a self-contained unit as part of the facility, resulting in a combined total of 49 units for the project site.
This is a rendering of the proposed development with the taller portion of the building where the 923 bungalow or property currently resides, as well as just beyond this vehicle is the center bungalow 927, which will be retained and rehabilitated, as well as the 931 bungalow further to the north. This is the same rendering at dusk. This rendering will show the development without the existing ficus tree. The ficus tree in front of 931 is conditioned to remain. So this is the existing photo simulation of the existing ficus tree to remain there. This view is from Betty Way, looking towards the rear of the property at the dead end of Betty Way. With the existing conditions, the gray building, two-story building at the end is the 923 site. The large tree to the right is located behind 927. This photo simulation includes a rendering of the proposed building with the existing conditions along Betty Way. The project was considered by the Historic Preservation Commission initially in July of 2017 and continued to allow the applicant to revise the project after their comments. The project application remained on hold at the applicant's request until a revised set of plans were submitted to staff in October of 2019. And changes to the project along with the length of inactivity resulted in the need to update the environmental analysis. The revised project scope considered by HPC and subsequently approved by the Planning Commission included the same general project description of a 49-unit senior congregate care housing facility and rehabilitation of the two historic bungalows, except that the exterior facade of the new building was redesigned in response to HPC comments from 2017 with the intent of complementing the two historic bungalows on the site. In July of 2020, HPC reviewed the revised project scope and discussed the character defining features of the bungalow, the design changes to the proposed building since the 2017 HPC hearing, as well as the proposed building's scale, massing, and setting in relationship to the historic bungalows. HPC discussed the project's overall conformance with the Secretary of the Interior standards. Some commissioners expressed concerns with the scale and massing of the new building in relationship to the historic bungalows. And some commissioners also commented on the potential for reintroducing the green wall backdrop on the portion of the proposed building located behind the bungalows, which was reintroduced in the latest version, as well as a green wall along the rear property line facing Betty Way. Conversely, some commissioners appreciated the changes to the design since the initial version and commented that the massing and scale of the new building in relationship to the bungalows was not an issue since the neighborhood had already been redeveloped over time with large multifamily residential buildings in the immediate area surrounding the bungalows. The building immediately to the north is a 5-story building. The building to the south is a 3.5-story building. And then there's a 4-story building behind it. And then the single-story homes along Betty Way. After the hearing, public comment and deliberating, a motion was made and seconded to recommend to the Planning Commission approval of the project. The motion failed on a 3-3 vote with one recusal, and no further motion was put forth. Therefore, the project was brought forward to the Planning Commission without a recommendation by HPC. And on November 19 of 2020, the Planning Commission considered the proposed project. And after a long and thorough deliberation, the Commission voted 5-1 to approve the application and adopt a resolution, which includes the findings of fact that constitute the basis for the approval.
which is the subject of tonight's appeal. So that brings us to the appeal itself. On November 30th, a timely appeal was filed. The appellant asserts that the Planning Commission's decision to approve the project was based on technical errors or errors of fact, inaccurate or unsupported findings, and new information obtained by the appellant. Staff reviewed all the contentions in the appeal. As detailed in the staff report, staff found that the appellant did not provide any new evidence or documentations of error or otherwise identified unsupported findings substantiating the basis for the appeal. Also in the packet as attachment C, the staff report is a response letter to the appeal prepared by the applicant, the project applicant. The Planning Commission found that the project conforms to applicable development standards and is consistent with the goals and policies of the West Hollywood General Plan. The project specifically addresses land use goals, which calls for maintaining a balanced land use pattern and buildings to support a broad range of housing choices and other supportive urban uses within the city. Additionally, the project is consistent with land use goal LU9, which states that the city should encourage multifamily residential neighborhoods that are well maintained and landscaped and include a diversity of housing types and architectural styles. Additionally, the Planning Commission found that the project will provide necessary housing and supportive services for senior citizens, including those with special memory care needs. As such, the development would be beneficial to the public health, safety, and general welfare by providing for the needs of senior citizens, including those in need of memory care. These needs are recognized by the housing element, which proposes to facilitate the development of housing with on-site supportive services for senior persons with disabilities and other medical conditions and other persons with special needs. Furthermore, the project was found to conform with the strategic plan for aging in place, aging in community, which helps the city evolve as a community where aging is embraced and where people can remain in housing of their choice for as long as possible and remain within their established familiar community. The proposed project is the first congregate care living development in West Hollywood in many years and is consistent with the housing type with a strategic plan for aging in place. Specifically, the strategic plan refers to housing suitable for older adults, including memory care facilities. The project meets the city goals and provides for preservation, rehabilitation, and ongoing maintenance of the property and site, as well as goals promoting the creation of housing for a diverse population, including aging community members. The project was reviewed by the city's on-call preservation consultant, Chattel Inc., the city's CEQA consultant, Rincon Consultants, as well as the applicant's consultant, Historic Resources Group, all qualified preservation professionals, and all concurred that the demolition and construction of the new facility would not adversely impact the property's historic character, and the proposed work is in conformance with the Secretary of Interior standards. Staff received public comment that indicated that the project did not address Betty Way. And in fact, the project design paid close attention to Betty Way and provided various design features and mitigations to minimize any potential for impacts, such as enhanced ground level landscaping at the rear yard facing Betty Way, which has a 15-foot rear setback. The subterranean parking garage abutting Betty Way is notched 3 feet to allow for mature planting in native soil to grow to mature heights. It includes a green wall system along a large segment of the rear facade facing Betty Way. And the rear property line includes a steel fence with vine landscaping to soften that perimeter. In its approval, the Planning Commission determined that the proposed project is well suited for the site and allowed within the residential neighborhood. In fact, the code provides incentives for this type of residential facility, given the needs in the community. After reviewing the contentions in the appeal, staff found that the appellant did not provide any new evidence or documentation of errors or otherwise identified any unsupported findings substantiating the basis for the appeal as required for appeals in the municipal code. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council deny the appeal and affirm the Planning Commission's approval of the project. Before I conclude, I would like to pass it over to City Attorney Lauren Langer to provide clarification in one area. And I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Thank you, Tony. I just wanted to make one point for the public record. Towards the end of last week, the city received a complaint in the email alleging a potential violation of Government Code 1090. And we take violations of ethics rules very seriously, and we've reviewed the complaint that we received. And I just wanted to point out for the record that we've determined that there is no violation of Government Code 1090, which prohibits officials with financial interests from entering into contracts with the city. And we have found that there's no violation of Government Code 1090 here because there is no contract at issue that the city or the city council would be entering into as part of this development project. This project involves standard land use entitlements and permits, and there's no contract involved. And so we just wanted to report for the record that Government Code 1090 is not triggered as part of this application. I'm available to answer any questions, but because we received that separate letter in the mail and in the email, I wanted to address it during the public hearing. Thank you.
Madam City Attorney, I did have one question before we get to arguments and public comment that was raised regarding the noticing of this item, that the agenda item notes 923 to 931 Palm, but the address 933 is also included on this site. And so I want to make sure we've addressed that question, whether there's a noticing issue with not including that address as part of tonight's agenda item.
And I'm actually going to let Planner Castillo address that issue because he can speak to the city's standard practice for how they address, how they create the subject description for each agenda item.
Sure, thank you. So Mayor, the project address has a range. There's 3 parcels and it starts with 923 and the last address is 933. What we use for projects to identify their address is the first primary address, which is typically the address used by the LA County assessor. So the primary address of one is 923, the other one is 927, and then 931. But 933 is a unit that it is within the property of 931 Palm. So all the properties or all the units were noticed as required by code.
So I just want to confirm what you're saying is that how it was noticed with this address is complies with the law.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And now I believe we have the appellant and the applicant, and so I'll turn it to our city clerk to administer those comments.
Thank you, Mayor. So there is an appellant team. The main appellant is Will Bashara. He will be partnered with Roy Oldenkamp, D. Roberts, Barry Talley, and Victor Omolchenko. So if those individuals could turn their cameras on, I believe they have a PowerPoint presentation. As was previously determined, they will be provided 10 minutes to present their appeal. The applicant will also be provided 10 minutes to present their item. Then there will be a 5-minute rebuttal provided to each team as well. Thank you. Victor, you may begin, or whomever. Yeah.
Hello, I'd first like to ask if you can hear us. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Just so you know, I cannot hear you, so I don't know if I will need to do that at this time. But I don't.
You should be.
So,
okay.
I will go ahead, just assuming that you can hear me. Okay.
Did our 10 minutes start?
Wait, just let me speak. Okay. Hello, we're the Friends of Palm Avenue, but you can call us FOPA. The slides are not working. They're not forwarding. Malfunction?
No,
Okay.
here.
Okay, all I can say is I hope that you can hear me. Hello, we're the Friends of Palm Avenue, but you can call us FOPA. Our mission statement, creating better lives for WeHo seniors through safe, affordable, and inclusionary opportunities to age and community. We're dedicated to the memory of Duff Bennett, longtime resident and WeHo activist. Upon his 10 years of efforts, we stand today, forever grateful, and thank you, Duff. Weil Bashara is here with me today, as are Roy Oldencount, Victor Olmashenko, Barry Talley, and I'm Dee Roberts, a community organizer from the city of West Hollywood. Responding to staff's report that was just a moment ago, the appellants did not provide any information, clarification, or supporting evidence in the appeal substantiating their basis for this contention as required. We respond. Before the appeal, numerous residents complained about the conflict of interest for years. The appeal application provided new info in the violations of the specific codes that were never previously raised. Supporting evidence in the provision of those specific government codes are incorporated by reference. Unsupported items can serve as a basis for the return of appeal application, but it is not the basis for an appeal denial. Matters of state law, such as Contention 1, are not subject to appeal support provisions of West Hollywood Municipal Code anyway. The city's duty is not to violate state law, and that requires no appeal. Staff report also states that Section 1090 does not apply because there is no contract. To this, we respond, there's no contract? What are you talking about? The lack of understanding here shakes our confidence in the city staff. We are certain that the staff realizes that a development agreement is a contract, right? If staff doesn't understand this, that would be a major issue. Per this quote by the California Fair Political Practices Commission, in the Bettenhauser advice letter from the Attorney General, giving his opinions in case law, we advise that development agreements are contracts. A development agreement contemplates that both the city or county and the developer will agree to do or not to do certain things. Both parties will mutually consent to terms and conditions allowable under the law. Both will receive consideration. Therefore, Section 1090 applies. Staff report is factually inaccurate. Staff up 0 citations supported against this claim. We have a caring city council, yet they are grossly misinformed by staff. Here on the rehabilitation incentives application that your applicant filled out in these findings of fact, they state, as per the first red arrow, that the incentives to be granted will compensate the property owner for an increased burden in terms of maintenance, expense, and rehabilitation. We're saying that this is an error of fact, the first one. The awarded 20 units is unreasonable for their intended purpose of rehabilitating only 2 units, one of which is to be a reception area for their own business. This is an abuse of discretion. The second red area points to where they said that the proposed incentives will not impair the architectural, historic, or aesthetic integrity of the resource. This is error of fact number 2. The awarded 20 units do impair the integrity of resources, and here's how they do that. That's because the project does not conform to the Secretary of the Interior's standards. The Design Review Subcommittee report states that the form of the structure is a block mass. From the scale perspective, the building looms over the bungalows. Looming indicates issues with massing, size, and spatial relationships. Secretary of the Interior Standard 9 states that new construction needs to be built in a manner that protects the integrity of historic buildings and the property setting. A historic building traditionally surrounded by open space but must not be crowded with dense development. The building immediately behind 931 is a 4-story building on Larrabee. The distance currently between that building and the back of the bungalows is 92.5 feet. The proposed L-shaped building is only 10 feet from the back of those bungalows, further compromising the spatial relationship. Proposed building is 19 times larger than historic bungalows, and that's based on the square footage. The staff's response states the Secretary of Interior's standards are not intended to be prescriptive, but instead provide general guidance. Our response: the federal government did make just suggestions. It was West Hollywood that made those suggestions law. These are our laws, and laws are not suggestions. Per West Hollywood Municipal Code, in evaluating applications for certificates of appropriateness, the HPC or Planning and Development Services Director shall use the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. West Hollywood Municipal Code states, preparing prescriptive standards and guidelines for design to be used in reviewing applications for permits to construct shall be based upon the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. That is our code. Again, back to the rehabilitation incentives. Those are only to be used for historic properties. Let me show you. This is the sky view over the 3 lots. So this lot, which is the one furthest to the north, this is a historic lot. This is the one in the middle. This is a historic lot. This is not a historic lot. This is the lot that was not deemed historic. The house was not deemed historic, and that is all going to be torn down. So this is not historic. Non-historic lot may not receive any increased density based on rehabilitation incentives. Contention point number 2. We have lost since 1986 983 rent stabilized units. 1,500 of our neighbors have been Ellis evicted. Eviction equals trauma. Some of these people would inevitably become homeless. The Palm Project asks for 9 more evictions and a loss of 6 more stabilized units. These kinds of short-sighted, micro-scaled analysis and recommendations got us here. So we're asking you, when do you plan to act? If someone has to evict your constituents, let it be the courts. Please be the people's hero. Please stand up for us. So what could you do? You could deny discretionary rehabilitation incentives. This development is not by right. It's by discretion. So what we're being asked to do is to allow 3 untied single-family residential lots to be redeveloped, which will require the lots to be tied to allow the proposed plan with the elimination of existing setbacks, and allows an unreasonably sizable density increase on plots which include historic homes, 2 of which should be restored and 1 from the same era to be demolished, making for a 4-story congregate care facility with a very robust operational requirement per state and county health code, with provided parking that does not meet the current code requirements in a facility that requires access by and to fire equipment and first responders, and a proposed design that does not allow for either, and no mention or representation of the required dedicated fire lane to access patients in the new facility, and no clear demarcated path of travel to the street for ambulances, gurneys, and emergency medical equipment, housing patients that require individual evacuation per California Health and Fire Code, which is located on a high liquefaction zone abutting the Hollywood Fault Seismic Hazard Zone as part of a project that subverts the city affordable housing goals and uproots tenants from their homes to make units available for non-residents and for the wealthy, to be approved based on factually inaccurate staff recommendations, all while seemingly significantly violating state laws. This is a dangerous precedent and a key issue. That's it for us this evening. Until the rebuttal. Again, I can't hear you, so
there anyone else who's intending to speak as part of this initial presentation, or are you saving all of your time for rebuttal?
We're saving our time for rebuttal.
Okay, I'm glad you're able to hear me.
I am, thank you. I didn't know if you guys would want to ask me questions. I've never done this before, so.
Well, at some point we might, but for now, we'll turn it back to the city clerk to administer the remainder of the time.
Thank you, Mayor. So now we will have the applicants come in. I'm going to turn off the videos for the appellants right now while the applicants come in. I believe it will begin just with Ed Levin. So Ed, if you want to turn on your camera and begin your presentation.
You're not letting me on camera.
Oh, here, let me find you and I will ask you to turn your camera on. There you go.
There we are. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mayor, members of the City Council, Edward Levin, resident of West Hollywood, representing the project and opposing the appeal. Planning Commission overwhelmingly approved our project on a 5-1 vote. That approval was made legally and properly, and nothing you've heard tonight changes that. As a legal matter, the appeal is about only one question. Did the Planning Commission make factual, technical, or legal errors when they approved the project? In this case, the answer to that is no. The approval was properly made. You've heard, I'll go through the objections. You've heard about Government Code 1090 and 87100. As the city attorney explains, there's no violation there. The housing, as far as the claim to the housing element, we replaced 7 market rate units with 49 assisted living units. They're smaller units. These are 400 square foot units, not the 1,200 square foot units ordinarily allowed in the R4 zone. As the staff report notes, our project supports housing goal H3.5 by providing housing that allows senior to age in community. And assisted living is a critical unmet housing need in this city. And let me emphasize housing need. This is a residential building. There have been concerns expressed that this is commercial. It's not commercial. It's no more commercial than any other multifamily building in this town. I live in one of the city's historic apartment buildings from 1930. It was built by a developer. It was built to make money. It was built as a commercial venture. That doesn't make it a commercial building. Assisted living is a residential use. In the zoning ordinance, it's a residential occupancy in the building code. This issue and the rent stabilization issue are very well and very thoroughly addressed on page 6 of your staff report. The project conforms to the housing element, and the Planning Commission was correct in determining that it complies with the housing element. There's been a claim made that an EIR is required for resources. This isn't true. There's no CEQA requirement for a full EIR. In fact, projects with historic resources can be deemed categorically exempt under CEQA Class 31. In our case, though, the city hired a CEQA consultant to do an initial study. That consultant reviewed our extensive rehabilitation plan, and they determined that a mitigated negative declaration was more appropriate than a full EIR. The ISMND draft was properly advertised and circulated twice, and it was peer reviewed by the city's own on-call historical consultant. The commission properly acted in certifying the ISMND. The CEQA process in this case was followed to the letter. Conditional use permit. The staff report confirms that we comply with all the zoning ordinance requirements for a CUP for assisted living with some memory care residents. The commission properly made the findings and approved the CUP. You have absolutely no evidence to the contrary. Claim number 5 is a bus shelter is required. The city's never required a bus shelter on a city line bus stop, but frankly, we're okay with that. We're fine providing a shelter, so we're okay with the new condition 7.27. The appellant objects to a scale and massing based on the issue of setback. The appellant's analysis is simply wrong. The appellant claims that the front setback is an improper modification. In fact, it's not a modification at all. It's a rehabilitation incentive. And I want to go back and talk for a second about another issue that was raised in here. And it had to do with no contract being involved because this was a development agreement. Development agreement, the appellant is exactly correct. Development agreements are in fact contracts. There is no development agreement here. This is being done as a by right project. It doesn't involve development agreement. This is an ordinary and normal approval, nothing to do with the development agreement. In terms of the scale and massing, this building is smaller than a conventional apartment building. We're smaller than the building next door to us. Because we don't step up the site at the north end of the site, the building is actually 10 feet lower than is allowed by zoning. We are actually lower in height than the building immediately behind us, which is the building that the appellant himself lives in. And to the north of us, as staff noted, there's a 5-story building, which because of the slope is actually about 15 feet taller than our building. The commission properly found that we reflect the scale and massing of this zoning district. There's nothing unusual about this in terms of the scale and the massing. There's also a claim about the Secretary of Interior standards. Now, the appellant made a statement that this does not meet the Secretary of Interior standards. HPC designated the bungalows excluding the rear yards and additions. It's not a matter of conjecture or dispute, it's a matter of fact. The HPC found that the setting integrity of the bungalows, that's their context, had been lost. And without that, the bungalows could be designated, but only because a thematic grouping does not require setting integrity. Council endorsed this when they approved the designation in 2013, that it excluded the rear yards. Some non-expert individuals believe that historic designation should have included the rear yards, but the fact is that it doesn't. You've heard the appellant argue that the project doesn't conform to the Secretary of Interior standards. They're mistaken. The city hired 2 independent expert historical consultants to review the project. Both of these expert consultants agree that the project conforms to the Secretary of Interior standards. Both of them agree that it has less than significant impacts on the resource. And both of them agree that the project should receive a certificate of appropriateness. These are the city's independent consultants. And there is no expert opinion to the contrary. You've heard argument to the contrary, but you've heard no expert opinion to the contrary. The commission based their findings that we comply with the Secretary of Interior standards on the opinions of the city's expert consultants, not on the opinion of non-expert individuals. This is what the commission is supposed to do. They're supposed to base this on substantial evidence. They properly found that the project complies with the Secretary of Interior standards, and they properly approved a certificate of appropriateness. Item 8, about the fence in front of the building. Again, the appellant's confusing things. The modification approved by commission adds 7 1/4 inches of height to the fence, but only in front of the new building. The fence in front of the bungalows themselves is still a low white picket fence. 9, noticing. The question about 933 Palm is very easy to answer. As staff said, the project addresses here are 927, 923, and 931 Palm Avenue. If you go to the county assessor's website and type in 933 Palm Avenue, you will find that does not exist. It's a mailing address. It is not a property address. And when all the mailings went out with the notifications for the project, along with the people in the 500-foot radius, 933 was one of those addresses noted. But it is not a legal address for the purposes of the project or for the purpose of notification by the signage on the property. Claim 10, rehabilitation incentives. Yes, the unit count was increased by the rehabilitation incentives, but again, these are 400 square foot units, not 1,200 square foot units. This building is the same size or smaller than a by right non-density bonus apartment building. If an apartment building were proposed under the Housing Accountability Act using state density bonus, it would be a 5-story building on this site. As far as the bit of whether it applies to one parcel or no, or 2 parcels or 3 parcels, for the purposes of CEQA, this is a single project. The parcels are tied. Therefore, and everything applies to the entire project site as a matter of law, and therefore the rehabilitation incentives properly apply. The appellant in this application speaks of an issue with memory care in wood frame buildings. This isn't a wood frame building, it's a type 1 non-combustible building in order to be able to allow memory care patients above the 2nd floor. There's also a claim that cadence should be investigated. The staff report calls this irrelevant. It's actually worse than that. The appellant, this is claim 9. The appellant Googled the wrong cadence. Our operator is Cadence Living. They're complaining about Cadence healthcare systems, completely different. This is just carelessness, but it tells you something about the entire appeal. Impacts to Betty Way and the community. Staff clearly explains that there's nothing to claim 5. Claim 13, opposition signatures. Again, staff didn't even bother with this. The commission properly approved the project on the merits. That approval is legally correct. An appeal can't be based on we question the approval, or we disagree with the consultants, or we think without presenting any evidence that the rehabilitation incentives are excessive. You can't overturn a commission approval without valid legal justification, and your own staff report tells you that there is none here. Therefore, you must deny this appeal. Thank you. With that, we're happy to answer any questions you may have. The operator is here as well as the owner. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I believe we're going to public comment.
Yes, Mayor, we will administer public comment. Our first speaker is Zane Wolf. Zane, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing. Go ahead, Zane.
Hi, City Council. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, City Council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak at today's hearing. This is a poorly designed, ill-conceived project that Denim Investments is proposing, and I support the appeal to not allow it in our community. I would firstly like to mention that this project does not belong on Palm Avenue, where there are multiple single-family homes and apartment buildings in the area, and there is no facility/business like this anywhere in our neighborhood. This is the wrong project for the site that they chose to have the senior care facility on. There are much better options on Santa Monica Boulevard or any other main street where this project is not ruining the tranquil beauty of Palm Avenue. Some of the biggest concerns I come across while looking over the plans for the facility are, in the event of a necessary evacuation, what concerns us is there is only one elevator and stairwell. How could 49 memory loss seniors who use assisted devices such as walkers, wheelchairs, and gurneys be safely evacuated? It is nearly impossible. Medical personnel, maintenance workers, cooks, and the patient's friends and relatives will be visiting this facility, yet they only have 25 parking spaces. This is all on top of having almost no street parking available due to the high traffic and density of residents on the small, narrow street. There's traffic along the street almost all throughout the day, and the residents already have a hard time finding street parking. Where do they plan on having all the people from this facility park their vehicles? There's also, this street is also so narrow. How do they expect to get an ambulance or fire truck through the street to the facility when it's jam-packed with parked cars and traffic going up and down the street? The building plans also do not have any designated nursing stations, nor does it have a record-keeping storage facility for all the paperwork of the patients. The size, scale, and mass of this project is wrong for this historical site. Council members, please make the right decision to deny this project. It has brought so much controversy and negative attention to the West Hollywood community for good reason. In regards to Ed Levin, the head architect for 923-931 Palm Avenue, Denim Investments LLC consulted and then hired Historic Preservation Commissioner Ed Levin's architectural firm. Yes.
Your 2 minutes are up.
If I could have another 2 minutes, I would really highly appreciate it. I think I have a really good point to make.
Unfortunately, this is a public hearing. We have many other speakers after you, so we need to hold everyone to their 2 minutes.
Okay, great. If the commissioners check their emails, I emailed them this argument that I have. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Our next speaker will be Manny Rodriguez. Manny, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. This is Manny Rodriguez, West Hollywood. I support this project because it's long overdue and a valuable addition to our community. I'm disappointed in the misinformation and misunderstanding to what assisted living is and how this building fits into the site. Assisted living is not a hospital. It's not a hotel. It's not a nursing home. It's a place where people live. It's where they get their mail. It's where their friends and family visit. And it's where people who have spent decades contributing to society go at a time in their life when they need help. This project satisfies all the building requirements, parking and zoning laws. It has gone through the required scrutiny on all levels and has shown that it is appropriate for the site. Its design and size is compatible with the street, more attractive than most other buildings on the avenue, and it reimagines and fully restores 2 historic bungalows on the property. The city of West Hollywood is known for supporting the need for housing and supportive services. That is what assisted living does. Under the same circumstances, every city and community in LA County would welcome this development. Let's not be the one community to reject the project that can actually help people.
Thank you, Manny. Our next speaker is Gary Legault. Gary, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony on this item. Gary, please press *6. Okay, I'm going to move to our next speaker, Kathy Blavis. Please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony on this item.
Good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. Although the facility such as this is greatly needed in our community, I'm not questioning that one bit. I'm calling in order to show support for the Palm Avenue appeal for the following reasons. This proposed 4-story L-shaped building does not adhere to the Secretary of the Interior standards for new construction. The size, massing scale, and spatial relations, regardless of the mitigation, still overwhelms our local cultural resources. In addition, our own Historic Preservation Commission could not make the findings for a certificate of appropriateness, and without that, the Planning Commission erred in their findings to grant the C of A. I'd also like to say that all of the reference to the buildings around these bungalows, the buildings in back, the 4-story, the 5-story, whatever, all the buildings that are being brought up are 92 feet to the west of the bungalow. The new 4-story building is 10 feet. And that's what we're talking about in terms of spatial relations. And the idea that if this was a by right and it could have also been an apartment building, 5 stories, I suspect that a 5-story building would, if a 4-story building causes many of the commissioners to not be able to vote, in favor of this, a 5-story building would have even more problems. So again, although I agree a facility like this is greatly needed, I just question how this building can honor the 2 historic buildings that are there currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next speaker is Andrea Roof. Andrea, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide testimony on this item. Go ahead, Andrea.
Hi, thank you, City Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much for listening to us tonight. I'm a resident on Betty Way. I'm a homeowner here on Betty Way. And, you know, the findings from the staff report that were brought up about the impact to Betty Way, I feel were not addressed. They provided in the Planning Commission meeting in November a rendering of what the new facility would look like for Betty Way residents. And at the end of the day, basically the Planning Commission voted on a diagram or a rendering that is covered in greenery, the existing greenery that's here today, building that is only shown at 3 stories tall, and they've removed, actually, so that you can't tell the difference between 3 and 4 stories, they've removed actual 3-story building next to it from the rendering, making it impossible to understand in context. We know that from the design drawings that they're actually planning to landscape all the way to the property line at Betty Way, where there's a fence. It appears that not a green wall is there, as talked about tonight and as was discussed at the Planning Commission meeting in November, but rather some shrubbery, and there's no green wall to be found. When asked about it at the Planning Commission meeting, basically they were told, oh, we will fix those and show the updated version. We just didn't provide that. Again, tonight they're not providing it in the documentation that they have. So just as a Betty Way resident, I feel like the findings were not conclusive. The Planning Commission voted on something that was actually asked about and was told that there were nothing better to look at. That's what they had to vote on. So I don't know, is what they're talking about going to be planned for Betty Way? I have no idea, but I know that this street is a really street of impact homes, and from the early 1900s, and we're one of the only ones in West Hollywood that's like that. We might even be the only one.
Andrea? Thank you, but your 2 minutes are up. We need to go to our next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. I'm going to try to bring Gary Legault back into the meeting. Gary, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony. Go ahead.
Hi. Hi, this is Gary Legault. My front door is less than 100 feet from this project, my front door on Betty Way. When I went around collecting signatures for the appeal, I found that most of my neighbors were opposed to the development because of its size and use. They raised concerns for the number and frequency of emergency vehicles that would be visiting the site. I am also concerned that at some date in the future, Betty Way will be allocated for egress of those vehicles. I believe that at the very least, a traffic study should have been done. Palm Avenue is a swift and sometimes dangerous street. Also, there's no guarantee that patients from this facility will be from the West Hollywood aging in place population. From my understanding of the monthly cost of these units, most people in West Hollywood simply cannot afford to stay in a care facility that costs $8,000 a month. So those are my objections, my concerns. Also, I feel that the site has historic significance from a civil rights standard because Marsha P. Johnson spent her last night in California there. And I would like to see it preserved and not demolished. It is sacred ground to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Our next speaker is Gabe Saporta. Gabe, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony. Go ahead, Gabe.
Hi, how are you? I'm here. Yeah, thank you so much to the City Council, Gabe Saporta, City of West Hollywood. Yeah, I just wanted to express my support for this. I have young children here, and I would love to see my grandparents be able to stay in the community. There aren't a lot of facilities like this in the area, and I would really love to see something like this exist in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gabe. Our next speaker is Jensen Roof. Jensen, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony.
Hi there.
Go ahead.
Hi there. I listened in on the November city planner meeting, and I was concerned that there was not much discussion of the impact on Betty Way aesthetically, and I am certainly not against a care facility there, but whatever goes up, whether it's a care facility or an apartment or condos, that there is a green wall. There was one slide shown at that November presentation, and it was from the Larrabee perspective, which, as you guys know, is 1 block to the west of the actual point of impact. And that slide was shown earlier this evening. And what I gathered from the November meeting is that there will be 3 feet between the west side of the proposed building and Betty Way, although I think I heard 15 feet mentioned earlier today, so that is unclear. But the slide shown tonight showed the proposed building with existing greenery, and I don't see how the existing greenery can remain if there's only 3 feet between the west side of the proposed project and Betty Way. So just to wrap it up real quickly, and I don't think this is asking a lot, I'm hoping when whatever goes up there is completed that you don't turn down Betty Way and see just a massive building dwarfing the tiny bungalows on our street. I hope that the city will ensure that there's a green wall to protect and preserve the quiet, private aesthetics of our one-of-a-kind cul-de-sac, which has been, existed for almost 100 years. It's a special street, and I hope that this project won't change that. And I think a green wall could ensure that it won't. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jensen. Our next speaker is Matt London. Matt, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony.
Hi, my name is Matthew Lundeen. I'm a resident of West Hollywood, homeowner on Betty Way, and I'm calling in to oppose the project and support the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Our next speaker is Virginia Gillick. Virginia, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony. Go ahead, Virginia. Virginia, we can't hear you. Okay, I'm going to go to our next speaker, John Gershman. John, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Yes. Yes. Hi, John Gershman here, resident of West Hollywood. Live not far from the proposed project, which I am in favor of tremendously. I think this project brings great value to the neighborhood, to the community. As a gentleman alluded to before, I think that we need to step up for the elders in this community that have lived and spent their lives here, and create a safe place for them in their later years. I welcome this as an opportunity for my own parents and grandparents. And I think with an open mind, we'll see the value in this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Genevieve Morrill. Genevieve, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and honorable members of the City Council. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. We're speaking tonight in support of the Palm project. As I mentioned at the Planning Commission, I had never heard of senior congregate care housing project before, and I want to thank Manny Rodriguez for that great clarification, because I think it was so important for people to really understand. We're excited to see more thoughtful development created for aging in place, which West Hollywood has been a leader in the space. The Planning Commission smartly approved this project. They were thoughtful and thorough, just as Levin Architects has been, in providing all the reasons this is appropriate use for the site and a total detailed response to the claims made in this appeal. We need aging in place options for our senior population, sometimes market rate and sometimes affordable. Not all seniors are on fixed low incomes. Please consider the character and track record of Ed Levin, owner of Levin Architects. He's always been a thoughtful community member, business owner, and resident of West Hollywood. Mr. Levin supports only what is good for the community, not because he can get more bang for the buck or what developers want, and not because he can make more as an architect. He really does the right thing, many times not in agreement with the chamber on many projects that have come before our Governmental Affairs Committee. The community comes in all shapes, sizes, colors, ages, and income brackets. We're not a one-size-fits-all community. There will be needs for a variety of housing that meet the criteria for an affordable dwelling building for aging in place. Hopefully, we'll have moderate price workforce housing and maybe even housing for our homeless population. But right now, the project before you is for market rate senior housing. On a final note, West Hollywood was built on, among other things, protection for housing and seniors, a legacy to protect for sure. But you have also created a city larger than only those issues now, a city that is internationally recognized with expensive land sought after by many, a city that embraces all walks of life and has diverse composition of residents, young, old, straight, affluent, and high market rates. You've created a community where everybody wants to be. We need a variety of inventory. Let's create all of those options. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elena Goldenberg. Elena, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony.
Hi, good evening. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable City Council and staff. First, I want to thank you for a great job you are doing in this pandemic time, for care for seniors, senior citizens especially. And I am speaking today in supporting this beautiful project because I know nobody can avoid to become old. It's impossible. So some people don't think about it right now when we're young, but later you will need it for sure. So your job right now to think about the future of West Hollywood, and you do a great job to do so. This building absolutely needed, absolutely needed. We need to take care of the seniors, and we need place for them. It's a lot of other maybe places where it could be, but we have this project right now, and we cannot afford to lose it. I don't know about this much about this historic hazard. I'm sorry to say that because I'm from former Russia. The historic places was a little bit different than it's here, but I respect that we here in West Hollywood try to save very, very little things like historic. I wish it wouldn't be historic and we would have more units here in this place. Like, for example, we already lost a big project long time ago in Laurel, on Laurel Avenue, and it's still sitting there like a hazard. I'm sorry to say that nobody uses it, but for 10 years or more, it could be a lot of people living in this property and using it. So I don't want you guys to lose this project. Please, please. Approve this project. We really, really need this one and much more of this. So again, thank you very much for all your beautiful job you do, and for the Planning Commission as well. I'm sure they work very hard to find out that this project we really need. Thank you. And have a good evening.
Elena. Have a nice evening. Our next speaker is Stephanie Harker. Stephanie, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony.
Good evening. Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. It's my understanding that this is not whether we approve or disapprove of this project at this point, but it is that whether or not the findings of the Planning Commission were correct. And to that, again, I agree with people. We need these types of things. However, this is a for-profit business. This is a highly intensified, will need highly intensified deliveries. One of the resolutions was, quote, "The project has been designed and programmed to accommodate all vehicular loading within the subterranean garage. The clearance of the garage is 9 feet, while an average 10-foot long delivery truck height is 9'11". The vehicular deliveries will not be able to take place beneath the building in the subterranean garage. The intense delivery for this, unlike a regular apartment building, the facility will require commercial food and beverage delivery, commercial laundry service, maintenance vehicles, FedEx trucks, UPS trucks, EMI vehicles, office supplies vehicles, all which will arrive on scene daily need to double park with the already intensity of the traffic on that street, which many of the neighbors experience all the time with EMT vehicles. I was there one Saturday, a quiet Saturday afternoon. There were 3 large trucks, well over 9 feet 11 inches, that were double parked, and it really will be a menace to the neighborhood. So the erroneous finding in that was that all of these vehicles will park underneath. It's underparked. The building's too large. It looms over the historic things, and I hope that this will be sent back to get a better project, which I think could be accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Our next speaker will be Saeed Salek. Saeed, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony on this item.
Hi, my name is Saeed Salek, and I am a property owner in West Hollywood. I'm calling in support of this project. I think this project was way overdue, especially with all the seniors that they are living in West Hollywood. We need such a housing so they can be close to their children and their relative. I think this is a fantastic project, and I am really in support of this, and I think you guys should approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saeed. Our next speaker is Philip Duncan. Philip, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony on this item.
Hi, I've been a member of the West Hollywood community since the late 80s. I have lived here on Palm within a block of this proposed development for nearly 6 years now. I am retired. I hope I would not need this sort of facility very soon, but it's certainly something that I think would be beneficial to have within the West Hollywood community. I just think this is a terrible place to have it for numerous reasons. One, the historic context of this. I think that this proposed commercial building definitely is breaking with the historical context of single-family residences. And those 3 there are some of the few that exist still in this historic neighborhood. And I would also disagree with the fact that, I do view this as commercial because of the staff that's going to be there, because of the commercial deliveries. I mean, that isn't like another residential development. Additionally, the traffic is horrible here on Palm. Granted, it's been a little bit better within the past year, but ordinarily at certain times of day, it literally is a parking lot out there, sometimes with car horns honking, with people with road rage. The street sort of arbitrarily narrows and widens, and in fact, right in front of this development is one of the narrower portions of Palm Boulevard. So, that certainly would impact the quality of life. I mean, it would help me age in place if we were not exacerbating this traffic problem on the street that I live in. And finally, I want to say that this does just seem like a case where there's undue influence by developers and money into the process of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Our next speaker is Lynn Russell. Lynn, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony on this item.
This is Lynn Russell speaking. Are we on?
You are on.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Horvath and fellow council members. The Palm Avenue project is a clever project designed by an HPC commissioner, variously marketed as preserving and restoring 2 historic bungalows, but now has been characterized as rehabilitation, while designing an ill-fitting project now referred to as a congregate care facility. not an assisted living center, and not a memory loss center as originally announced. These terms have seemingly become interchangeable over time. They are not. Semantics matter. Rehabilitation is not restoration or preservation. Why are distinctions important? Firstly, congregate care centers with its own West Hollywood code are markedly different from assisted living in licensing and also with less state oversight. This has not been illuminated at the hearings. 2, restoration of the historic cottages may seem benevolent, but the work on that task will be down the road. No good faith as the bungalows degrade with 30-plus code violations. This does not look good. Lastly, as an HPC commissioner, Mr. Levin has chosen West Hollywood as his patch of ground to cultivate most projects. Uneventful until one considers that his projects did not resemble anything related to or inspired by historic resources and neighborhoods that they affect, and a complete lack of respect for the objectives of and the spirit of historic preservation. Competent, yes. Experienced in historic preservation, no. Awkward questions remain. Perception regarding ethical behavior and when standards to that agree. Most often, ethics experts suggest, when in doubt, don't. If there is a perception of conflict, the best answer is to reject a project and move on. Is this project authentic or trustworthy? Have all these issues been defined and are sufficiently answered? Would this be a wolf just dressed like a sheep?
Thank you, Lynn. Your 2 minutes are up, and we have more speakers for this item.
The City Council will need to answer all these questions tonight. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker is Justice Caleb. Justice, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide public testimony.
Hi, everyone. My name is Justice Caleb. I live in West Hollywood on Palm Avenue, and I just wanted to say that I fully support the appeal against this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice. Our next speaker is Sarah Fedota. Sarah, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi. So thank you all for setting this up. I am calling in to oppose this for-profit building on our beautiful Palm Avenue in the West Hollywood community. I would just want to say I would not want my grandma to live in such a poorly chosen location with a narrow and high traffic road. It would be dangerous for her with many cars speeding and rolling through the stop signs on a daily basis. I think it would be beneficial to have a facility like this in West Hollywood, but the location really needs to be better thought out by a transparent developer whose actual intention is to care for our current elderly residents, preserve our historic homes, and respect our community members. So again, I want to express that I oppose this project as a next door neighbor. And I just want to remind the council that this is about standing up for your residents instead of a wealthy developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Our final speaker to provide public testimony on this item is Leah Grossman. Leah, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide your public testimony.
Hi, thank you so much.
Oh. Let's get Leah back on. Leah, please press *6. There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I am a resident on Palm Avenue. I'm actually in 931 Palm Avenue, and I moved into this location in March of 2021 and was not informed by Dillon Investments of the project itself. I'm definitely calling to oppose this project. I've learned a lot about it, and it is very ill-conceived, as stated by many of the previous callers who are also supporting the appeal. So I want to go on public record and support the appeal of this project. Again, I have nothing against seniors. I think that we definitely could use a senior care facility, but that is not what is planned at this for this development. And this development would also have a huge impact on the beautiful historical area and the bungalows, as well as displacing me and the neighbors that I have come to have a very close relationship with. So I support the appeal. I hope that the City Council will be in support of the community in West Hollywood and not the developers of this ill-conceived project. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Mayor, that was our final speaker.
Thank you very much. I want to look to my colleagues to see if we have questions, if you want to take a break, or if we're ready to deliberate.
I think there is supposed to be a rebuttal. Isn't there a 5-minute rebuttal?
Yes, it's a great point. Let's do that first.
Can I just ask some questions first before the rebuttal? Because then those, they'll be able to respond if the staff can't. I don't know whatever the procedure is.
Typically, we hear the rebuttal first, and then if you have questions we'll keep the public hearing open so they're able to respond to any of your questions if staff can't answer them sufficiently. So, all right.
Thank you. Okay, so the appellant team, the Friends of Palm, can turn their cameras on and their microphones. You will have 5 minutes and 48 seconds for your rebuttal. 48 seconds was the remainder of your time for your initial presentation. Dee, did we need to see your screen share still? Okay, if any members of
Can you hear us?
Okay,
Can
there
you
you
hear
go.
us?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Technical difficulties.
Okay.
This is Wael Bishara. We have conditions of approvals here. Those are legally binding. They are not suggestions. It's clever that we have an HPC commissioner that says we don't have a development agreement, because we will. We haven't signed one yet, but one will be signed. One in City of West Hollywood, that one is signed by the mayor and attested by the city clerk and the city attorney. Even supporters of the project, the few supporters of the project, such as Manny Rodriguez, raised concerns about the project, such as bait and switch, which is not speculation, it's a reality. It happened in West Hollywood over and over. Aging in place is a city goal, not an ordinance, like the 2 ordinances that conflict with this project, such as the Rent Stabilization Ordinance and the Historic Preservation Ordinance. It needs to be, aging in place needs to be addressed properly through an aging in place ordinance. And now we can continue.
Our response to the staff report, where they say, as a member of Historic Preservation Commission, Commissioner Levin did not participate or contact staff about the project throughout the Historic Preservation Commission process associated with this project and recused himself from the HPC public hearing on the matter. What we have to say about that is that Historic Preservation Committee and Planning Commission are both part of the city government. Both are subsidiaries of the city council, the legislative body of the city. The commissioner did participate, and as per the California Fair Political Practices Commission, participation, and we're talking about the Planning Commission here, in the making of a contract, which will be the development contract that would get signed if this is approved, is defined broadly as any act involving preliminary discussions, negotiations, compromises, reasoning, planning, drawing of plans and specifications, and solicitation for bids. Commissioner also influenced a governmental, the City of West Hollywood, decision through a written letter to City Council, calls, presentation to the Planning Commission, an email to Brad Torgan, etc. The staff report is factually inaccurate. Staff and the applicant provided 0 citation against this claim. Does duty to avoid violation of state law require notice on an appeal? 3, the commissioner is financially interested as the applicant and per his statements of economic interest on his Form 700. Commissioner is an official subject to Political Reform Act. Recusal is invalid. If a board member is financially interested in the contract, Section 1090 prohibits the contract from being made with the governmental entity, even if the conflicted member recuses him or herself. Section 1090 is intended not only to strike at actual impropriety, but also at the appearance of impropriety. An important prophylactic statute, such as Section 1090, should be construed broadly to close loopholes. It should not be constricted and enfeebled. Therefore, we have really no need to get technical here. A contract that violates Section 1090 is void, and the eventual contract here, the development agreement, would be void. The staff report is factually inaccurate. Staff and the applicant have provided zero citation for the support against this claim. The staff also said that the act provides procedure for recusals due to financial conflict of interest. We have to say about that the act's provision for legitimate recusal do not apply to this situation, where the official is directly financially interested in the contract. Recusals are not valid. Is the city council expected to make an important decision without much explanation or support or citation? What we request: deny this project with prejudice based on the legal grounds we put forth in the appeal claim number 1. We ask that you deny discretionary rehabilitation incentives. Please don't make decisions based on vague, unsupported, uncited general claims by the applicant and staff. Thank you. That's it for us tonight.
Thank you, Dee.
Thank you.
Is there any time left?
Ivana is keeping time. So Ivana, is there any time left for rebuttal?
There is 1 minute and 11 seconds left.
So Victor,
This
you
is
have 1
Victor
minute and
Hamilton.
11 seconds.
Thank you. What is this project exactly? Senior congregate housing, assisted living, memory care? Will the 49 units contribute to our regional housing needs assessment to meet the housing crisis in this city? What is happening to the rent stabilized units? We're hearing about 6 being removed. When you hear the word market, they're all market from the applicant. Yes, they may go up to market rate when the old tenants leave, but as Leah Grossman, she's a new addition to the city, living in one of the back bungalows where Duff Bennett lived. This preserves our rent stabilized housing stock. That's what you need to remember. We are losing rent stabilized, and when we preserve them, we make those affordable for future folks, even if they are paying more when they first get in. And when you hear about expert, let me just say that the city architect in his report with the planning staff on July 9th of 2020 said that from a scale perspective, the building looms over the bungalows. It is a block mass, and we respectfully feel that it does not meet Standard 9 of the Secretary of the Interior Rehabilitation Standards. Thanks for deliberating further.
Thank you, Victor. Mayor, did you now want to allow for rebuttal from the applicant team?
Yes.
Okay. So Ed and your team, you may turn your cameras on and begin your rebuttal. Let me let you turn your camera on.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me just start with the contract issue. I have no idea where the appellant is coming from on this. There is no contract. There is no development agreement for this project. There is no development agreement required for such a project. There is no development agreement contemplated for this project. That's very clear, and I'd be happy to have you get clarification of that from your city attorney. It simply is not a contract. There is no development agreement on this project. Doesn't need one. It's not going to have one. That's an entirely different process, which is typically used for much larger projects than this. Again, this appeal offers no legitimate grounds for overturning the commission's approval. There has to be real evidence in an appeal. You haven't heard any. You've heard a lot of argument, but you haven't heard any actual evidence. You haven't heard any actual, they've said the staff has made uncited claims. Well, the staff doesn't need to make the citations here. The burden of proof is on the appellant. The appellant has to prove with some evidence that the Planning Commission approval was incorrect. You have to presume that the Planning Commission acted correctly. Otherwise, there's no point in having a Planning Commission at all. So there has to be actual evidence that they acted improperly. We have a zoning ordinance and a general plan. We have procedures and standards. Those have all been followed here. The city hired 2 independent expert consultants to review the project for CPUC impacts and to review it for impacts on the historic resources. Both of those expert consultants determined that the project conforms to the Secretary of Interior standards. It doesn't matter how many well-intentioned but non-expert individuals tell you that they don't agree with those unanimous expert opinions. You can't overturn a legally and properly made commission approval based on simply the opinions of non-qualified individuals. Those are unsupported opinions as a matter of law. The Planning Commission has to act on the basis of substantial evidence in the record. And that was the expert testimony of the 2 consultants hired by the city who say that this building is properly conforms to the Secretary of Interior standards, that it has no adverse impacts under CPUC, and that it meets the requirements for a certificate of appropriateness. That's uncontroverted testimony. You can't simply look at the number of people who say, we have objections or we have questions. You can't just count heads. We pay a lot of lip service to aging community, but we haven't really done much about it in the 34 years that I've lived in this town. There's been no new assisted living building in 50 years. The one that we do have is on a commercial street, which quite frankly is the last place that you want residential housing for seniors. They shouldn't be relegated to the boulevard. They should be able to age in place and age in community in accordance with our city's aging in place, aging community specific plan or strategic plan, excuse me. Frankly, we're very proud that Elizabeth Savage, who wrote the city's plan, strongly supports the project. She wrote you that in a letter that's part of your packet under the supplemental correspondence. The evidence in the record overwhelmingly weighed in favor of approving the project when the Planning Commission heard it. The Planning Commission discussed all the issues of traffic and loading and emergency access and the building use, which, by the way, it is called congregate living in the zoning ordinance because there is no hair splitting over what's assisted living. But the evidence in the record overwhelmingly weighed in favor of approving it. We believe that it deserves to be approved on the merits. We believe it honors the historic bungalows, but it doesn't matter if you personally agree with that or not. What matters is when the Planning Commission approved the project on 19 November 2020, did they make factual, legal, or technical errors? And your staff report tells you that. Your staff report is the closest thing you have to a legal opinion, and it says the approval was made properly. Therefore, we respectfully ask that you deny this appeal. Thank you. Well, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, did we want to go into questions, or are we prepared to take a break at this point before we get into questions and deliberation?
I can go either way. But we'll need a break soon, though.
Yes.
We do a break, Madam Mayor, before we get into it.
Sure. So we'll keep the public hearing open. Just be mindful of that while we are taking this 10-minute break. We'll come back at 9:05. Okay, our council has returned, and is our city attorney with us? And our staff? Jennifer Alkire and Lauren Langer, excellent, and Antonio, wonderful. So now I will turn to my colleagues for any questions that you might have regarding the project. The public hearing is still open in case we need to refer those questions to either the applicant or the appellant. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I want to just disclose that I visited the site with my former HPC commissioner. I have not spoken to the appellant or the applicant. Starting with a question about traffic and parking. Palm is a fairly narrow street and a busy street. And I just wondered, with the expectation of more calls for service, ambulances, the possibility of fire trucks, et cetera, with this demographic, was this considered in the traffic analysis? Staff?
Yes, Mayor Pro Temp. I'm going to refer you to Suzanne Huerta from Rincon Consultants, the CPUC consultant that prepared the analysis for this project.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Like Antonio said, my name is Suzanne Huerta. I'm with Rincon Consultants. We prepared the ISMND, and based on, we looked at the vehicle miles traveled, the trips that'll be generated through the project, which did not, were 99 trips, and its city standards are about 500 trips for a traffic study. So we did not do a full traffic study because it wasn't required based on the trips that would be generated by the project.
Okay, so there was a parking reduction of 5 spaces, 29 were required by code. Did staff consider where those people who would have used those 5 spaces, whether it's workers, residents, visitors, where they're going to park? And also maybe you can tell me how many Orange Street parking spaces will be removed for the project.
Sure. The code for this type of facility does allow for the parking reduction. Those parking is required parking is half parking space per unit. So there was a parking reduction request. Those 4 parking spaces was considered to be minimal for the type of facility here, and the number of parking spaces to on-street parking spaces to be removed would actually, let me back up. The number of parking spaces would increase because they're going from three driveway approaches to 1 for this development. So there would be two drive approaches that would be reconstructed as a sidewalk and an opportunity to increase parking within the street.
What about the bus stop?
That would be the bus stop would be in the front.
So would that take away parking spaces?
That would yes. In fact, that would, depending on the size of the loading area for the bus, that would compensate essentially for the 2 parking spaces. I'm sorry, for the 2 driveway approaches that would be eliminated. So I misspoke there. There would be a bus zone required within that 3 parcel span.
Okay, and can you address the concern about access to fire equipment and first responders? And tell me also, has the fire department signed off on this plan? And the reason I ask is because the addition, which you know is the back of the addition, I believe it's Hammond, I want to say, Hammond. It is a narrow street as well. And when they developed the addition and the condominiums on the Hammond side, they took away all of those parking spaces in order to have access for the fire trucks. So I just wanted to make sure that we're not going to be faced with that with this project.
Yes, the development is as it's been discussed. It's like any other residential development. It wouldn't require any more additional fire service than any other residential development or senior housing. The depth of the lot is less than 150 square feet. So fire department and their apparatus can service this property from Palm Avenue. The project applicants and architects have been in discussions with the fire department, and there's been discussions about access from Betty Way if ever needed. Perhaps the architect can elaborate on those discussions. Fire department has not signed off on that. That's part of the plan check process. So there hasn't been any fire department approval that it's going to go through the standard structural plan check process.
Okay.
It's entitled.
I would also like to say one difference between the addition that you mentioned is that street, I think it's Herat, is a dead end street. So that was one of the concerns with the fire department access there, was how do they get it in and out? Whereas obviously this street is not a dead end street.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, John. So staff and a few of the speakers have referred to the city's aging in place policies. So I guess I just want to make it clear, or just have you confirm that this is not a facility for West Hollywood residents only. West Hollywood residents are not being prioritized, and there are no affordable studio units or rooms in this project. Is that right?
The development is not exclusive to West Hollywood residents. It's open to any residents that's of senior age.
Okay, and do we know how many trees are going to be removed from the property and how many replacement trees there will be?
That I would need to check the landscape plan. I don't know off the top of my head, Mayor Pro Temp. Perhaps the architect can also weigh in on that if he knows off the top of his head. Otherwise, I need to take a look at the landscape plan.
Okay, maybe he's noted.
Do that now.
And then with the underground parking at the parking garage going to 3 feet from the property line, are they going to be able to plant trees for a green screen on the west side, as was told to Betty Way residents?
The 3 feet will retain native soil for the area where Betty Way ends. That space will allow for landscaping to grow in the native soil to full maturity. The green screen, or the green wall that's been referred to, the green wall is on the building. The building itself on the facade on multiple facades has a green wall system with live landscaping. The perimeter wall as well would have vines to grow onto the steel fence to provide additional greenery, live greenery, to soften that area within that 15-foot rear setback.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not a master gardener like my planning commissioner, but I do have a Western exposure myself, and I will say that it gets pretty darn hot during the summer, and I can't imagine that green screen making it, but okay. And then I just have 2 more questions, Mayor. Bear with me, thank you. On page 6 of the staff report, staff specifically says the proposed senior care congregate facility does not constitute dwelling units. And that's how I assume they were able to not have to replace the stabilized units one for one. And that's why the units don't count towards RENA. So my question is, then how did the project receive a senior housing density bonus plus a parking reduction if it doesn't constitute dwelling units? Because the zoning code, which is 19.36.110, specifically says senior residential project density bonus and parking reduction criteria. And the table specifically says if all dwelling units are within or have available ... whatever it is that. So I'm just concerned that that code does not apply to a congregate care facility, that it was meant to be for senior residential dwelling units, which you very specifically say in your report, these are not dwelling units.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, the development, the reason why we say they're not dwelling units, as defined by the California Building Code, is because the 49 of the units do not have cooking facilities within their space, and they have common eating areas on each floor. So for building permit purposes, it's not defined as a dwelling unit, but this is a residential project.
And why do we have to replace the state rent stabilized housing one for one?
Right. So the reason why they're not, I mean, the fact that they don't have kitchen facilities for rent stabilization ordinance purposes exempts this type of project because it wouldn't have the cooking facilities within the unit itself.
Okay, and then regarding the rehabilitation incentives, according to our code 19.58.150, they are intended to equalize the burden of rehabilitation, right? So how did 20 additional units equate to rehabilitation of 2 bungalows? Also, an estimate of the cost of restoration or maintenance plan from a preservation architect, and I assume that's someone other than the applicant, is required based on that same code. And what I want to know is, was the Planning Commission aware of that requirement? And where is it in the Planning Commission staff report? Because I couldn't find it.
So your first question regarding the rehab incentive, to compensate the developer, it's not intended to be a dollar for dollar, if you will. What is being proposed is as was explained by the project architect, the 20 units, the way they came up with the 20 units for this proposal is what would be the equivalent in terms of square footage for the number of units that would be allowed if this was a standard multifamily residential development. So if these units were 1,200 square feet by times the maximum density allowed, that total square footage was used to determine the additional 20 unit bonus that is being requested as a rehab incentive.
That has nothing to do with the estimate of the cost of restoration or the maintenance plan, and it's intended to equalize the burden of rehabilitation. That is the purpose.
I would like to say that the first sentence of that section says the rehabilitation incentives provided by this section are intended to encourage the maintenance, preservation, and rehabilitation of cultural resources in the city based on the recognition that maintaining and rehabilitating cultural resource places increased burdens on the property owner of the resource. So the first idea is that this is an incentive to try to help property owners maintain buildings. The second sentence does go in to talk about equalizing the burdens. And so the idea is that, you know, the city has taken away from a property owner some amount of developable rights by designating a building historic, and they can't build a building like they could have. So the rehab incentives are something that the city can give back to that property owner that somehow equalize not only the rehabilitation of the building, but equalize, possibility that they could have built something else, but we have, as a city, has said they can't.
Okay,
so that's kind of,
did
so
they
it's,
provide the estimate as required by the code? Did they provide the estimate of the cost of restoration?
we'll let Tony
Because
can
I
answer that.
watched the planning commission hearing when it happened, and I read the transcripts, and I don't see where that was in there, or I mean, were discussed at least. So, and again, I can't find it in the staff report. So I just, it is a part of this whole thing, and the idea is that it is a historic property, and that going in. So anyway, okay, those are my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Does anyone else have questions before we begin deliberation? Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. It's my understanding that the CUP is for a senior congregate care housing facility. Is that correct, Lauren or Antonia? Can someone
That's
answer
yes.
that for me? Okay.
I think Tony probably can, but I think the answer is yes.
Okay. I think because there's this question about housing versus commercial. What is this? What isn't it? What it isn't? And the CUP we're giving. I have a question. If the use changes, so if the developer decides down the road, we don't want to. We want to just turn it into straight up housing with a kind of co-op style lofts. Could they do that, or would they have to go back through our process?
That would be a major change to the project, and they would absolutely have to go back to the project. And I say that for two reasons. One, major changes are ones that change the basis upon which the findings are made for the project. And all of the findings in this resolution are about senior congregate care, not about standard dwelling units, as Tony was just mentioning the distinction between. And two, in the congregate care chapter of the code, it specifically says if a senior residential project approved under this section is changed to conventional, I guess this is a good term. They say conventional unrestricted multifamily project. Those are the two types. If they wanted to convert to conventional unrestricted multifamily, the project would have to be modified to meet all zoning ordinance requirements for that type of use. So there would be project changes, finding changes, and it would require a major amendment to this project.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit more about the trees in the back of 927 Palm, nearest to Betty Way. We saw some of the renderings from looking from Betty Way onto the project when it was showing the green wall on the proposed building. There's two very large trees that come up and some bamboo trees as well. I want to know, are those trees going to stay, or is there a plan to get rid of those two trees? Because I wasn't clear on what's going to happen with those.
Yes, as part of, I'm sorry, I had to switch my earbuds out. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah, thank you. As part of the development, those trees would need to be removed because the subterranean parking garage would go to the full extent of the rear yard and northern side yard in that area.
Okay, so it's because of the parking garage that both of those large trees that they essentially cover, give that. So the only thing there will be the green wall. And are there going to be trees planted that would, because I think that the issue with the residents of Betty Way is they don't want to, right now, if you look at it, you can't really see much because of those big trees.
Yes, the rear yard area will have landscape planters with a variety of different live plantings, trees, as well as flowers and a variety of different plants. So that full the full rear yard area is is designed to be a walking path with a garden, arbors and trees and so forth. But in that area that you mentioned, they would be within planters, above grade planters.
Thank you. Now my next question is, I have two more questions. So we're essentially LSing the tenants, including the tenant in 931. I'm curious, who is going to be occupying that Palm 931? I want to know, is that going to be rented? Or what's the situation with that? Because the reason I'm asking is, with our Ellis Act, and this is a question that maybe both the applicant or Antonio and Lauren can answer. With regard to the Ellis Act, it's my understanding that when we evict tenants, there's a certain amount of time that the unit needs to be empty, and then if it's brought back sooner, then the original tenant, the guy evicted, gets first right to go back. So in this case, would renting this out, if it's going to be rented to whoever that is, wouldn't that be against our rent stabilization code and the Ellis Act provisions and all of that?
So the unit at 931 is, as I mentioned, is the only one that will have a kitchen facility. It's not intended or designed or proposed to be a separate rental unit that would be part of the rent stabilization ordinance. This is a unit that would be part of the senior congregate care facility and not a typical residential unit subject to the rent stabilization ordinance.
Okay, so it's not going to be rented, it's going to be contracted the same way the other units inside of the bigger facility are going to be.
Correct. It's the only one that will have the kitchen, so it's intended to be used by an individual or a couple that is more bodied and is able to cook for themselves, as opposed to the other 49 units in the new development.
Okay. My next question is, I'm curious regarding the senior housing bonus. I know we're calling this a senior congregate living facility. Is this facility going to only contract with seniors? And that means, I know there's been talk about memory care in some definitions for memory care. Some people who aren't necessarily seniors could perhaps be qualified to stay, but if we're giving a senior housing bonus, I want to make sure that we are actually having just seniors stay on. Is there a condition on there that all the units must be occupied by seniors per our definition of seniors in West Hollywood, which is 55 and older? And if not, I'd like to know if the applicant would be amenable to us having that condition, because I think that's important and goes along with everything we've talked about this evening.
Yes, council member, the code provision under this category does have a minimum age for residents, and that being 55, the age you just mentioned. Residents shall be 55 years of age or older. In the case of married or cohabiting couples, at least one occupant shall be at least 55 years, 55-year-old.
Okay. So those are requirements that must be followed.
That is a code requirement.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions.
Are there any other questions for our staff? I have just a couple. I just want to revisit that there's a density bonus being applied both for senior housing, or is it for historic because of the historic designation?
The density bonus is for the senior housing component to this project. It's not a rehabilitation. It's not intended to be a rehabilitation incentive.
Okay. Because we heard tonight that only 2 of the 3 parcels would qualify because of their historic designation for that incentive. But you're saying that incentive is not applied because of the historic designation, it's applied because of the senior housing designation.
That is correct.
Okay. And this project is providing relocation to existing residents according to West Hollywood's code for relocation for any residents who might be a list.
Yes, that is correct, Mayor.
Okay. And typically in a situation like this, where there's a new housing development that that is then operated, those who would qualify for on-site affordable, assuming there was on-site affordable in a project, would be able to come back onto the property. Given that the nature of this development, that wouldn't be the case for everyone, whether due to age or other circumstances. So are we able to provide priority housing options for those who qualify in other locations?
That is not what's being proposed. But so it would be up to the operator or the developer, but it's not a code requirement, and nor is it being proposed to have anything stipulated to that effect.
So if we wanted to prioritize them, it's, at another location, because they might not, they might not be a senior or needs memory care, but they still might want the assistance in terms of the opportunity to be relocated to a qualifying unit. For is that something that we can do for them at another location in the city?
I may need Lauren's input on this from a legal perspective. So
You're on mute, so I can't hear you.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
So I'm sorry, was the question, can we put them on our waiting list for other available units that are in our inclusionary program? Is that the question?
Well, can they be prioritized for access to other units, to access to units in the city? Because right now our lists, as I understand them, are full. So, they would have to wait many, many years. So I just want to clarify what's possible for these residents, given that there is housing being built on this site that they might not qualify for.
Mayor, may I? I think Peter Noonan would have said that when people are LS'd out of buildings within the city, they are prioritized for new affordable units on our lists ahead of those who have been waiting. They are moved to the top of the list. There are many examples of the 935 people who have been LS'd getting units, and that is a change that I think might actually have happened in the first few years I was on council, but has been in effect for at least close to a decade, maybe 8 or 9 years.
That was my understanding. I just wanted it confirmed by staff that is what's actually available to the residents. So
I am getting text messages that is also a correct answer. I don't know if someone from housing is on and able to confirm, but I have been told that Councilmember D'Amico is correct on the priority.
Okay. So there's also a question about the preservation of the ficus that's in the front of this project. I know that there have been projects in the city that have been required to preserve trees on the site, and specific trees in particular called out for preservation, yet they still ended up getting destroyed in the process of construction. So is there a penalty if that tree is destroyed?
that would be so there is a condition of approval, and that would be a violation of that of the entitlement. So the tree is required to be preserved. There is, like any other living specimen, if it gets diseased or there's reasons for removing it, then that would need an amendment to the project, because it is a condition that the Planning Commission included in their resolution.
So if it gets destroyed in the process of construction, what happens?
That that's not what's intended. That's not what it's anticipated. The arborist that prepared the report inspected the rooting system of the tree and the health of the tree, and confirmed that the tree would survive the construction around it. So that was the professional opinion of the arborist, that was a result of the Planning Commission's request.
But understood, and very clear about that. But I guess what I'm trying to understand is, if it does get destroyed, is there any sort of consequence?
If it doesn't get destroyed for reasons, it would need to be replaced, just like any other mature canopy tree that is proposed to be removed for whatever reason. So that tree is in good condition, as it's been analyzed, not anticipated to be affected. But if in the case that it is, it would need to be replaced with a mature specimen as well.
And my last question is, there was a question around community benefits, and typically if there's a commercial project that comes to the city, there's a discussion of corresponding community benefits. Given that this is more residential in nature, but still operates differently than than a typical residential building. How has the city, has the city considered community benefits as part of this project, outside of course, what the actual service of the actual facility will be?
The benefit in this case would be in the form of rehabilitating two of our cultural resources. There's extensive work that goes into preserving these buildings, rehabilitating them, and ultimately remodeling the inside to give it its new life. So that is as part of our preservation program. That is one of the community benefits.
Okay. That's it.
I would also like to jump in on that. I think that might be one of the confusions that the appellants have. They keep talking about a development agreement. A development agreement is a process in which a developer asks for something that doesn't comply with regulations, and they apply for a development agreement, and the city negotiates through a process and does eventually sign something similar to a contract, and there is a public benefit that's created out of that process. That's not what we're doing here. What might be confusing is there is something called a development permit. And so we are approving a development permit. It's not a contract. It's just the permit that we issue for this project. And so with the development permit, there's no negotiating for a public benefit.
Thank you very much.
Just one more clarification, if I may. Tony, did you want to clarify your answer on the bonuses, please?
Yes, thank you, Jennifer. I was about to do that. So, Mayor, I misspoke earlier when the question was asked about the additional 20 units. The additional 20 units is a rehabilitation incentive. There's two parts to this. There is the density, the bonus for the senior component, and on top of that, the applicant has requested a rehabilitation incentive for the 20 additional units. So I want to just make that clear for the record. I misspoke earlier.
And
do
so
apologize.
the contention though that I heard this evening, which I just would like clarification about, is that should be calculated based on only 2, not all 3 of the parcels, because only 2 were designated historic. So if you could please explain how that was that amount was calculated, and if it includes all the parcels, why would it include all 3 when only 2 qualify for historic?
Yes, the project does include the 3 parcels. So we evaluate this as one project site. Currently 3 parcels will ultimately end up as 1 parcel, or 3 parcels merged together as 1 project site.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Thanks. I just have 2 really quick questions, and they're for Lauren Langer. So I'll clarify for this one. Lauren, can you let me know, because I know there's been some questions from the public regarding the operator. The permit runs with the land, not the operator, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And that in developing a land use decision, the findings that the Planning Commission found don't involve the operator or their business model per se. They, to reiterate your last point, run with the land.
That's correct. The findings for a CUP for a senior congregate care facility are looking at the building, the use, whether this type of use is appropriate for the site, and it's looking at the context regardless of who the operator is going to be. Because it runs with the land, it could be a different operator at some point in the future. So we're really looking at the use and the building.
Great. I was just concerned because when I rewatched the Planning Commission meeting for the, I think, 3rd time, I know one planning commissioner was talking about the business model. I just wanted to clarify that for the public. And then maybe Jennifer or Antonio can answer this. Up the street on Palm, there is the county building for low-income seniors, individuals who are disabled, etc. And then across the street is the SAG building that has the similar housing and everything.
Yes, might be referring to 959 North Palm, and across the street 980 Palm. Both of those have senior housing residents within those developments.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
All right. So would anyone like to begin deliberation? Well, before we do that, are we comfortable closing the public hearing? Okay. So very good. Mayor Pro Tem Lauren Meister.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And I'll be happy to begin. First of all, I want to thank everyone who took the time to speak tonight or submit comments. I agree that different types of housing are necessary in the city, but it is our job to decide where projects make sense and where they don't. Because of this could end up in court, I'm going to be very specific as to the reasons why I support the appeal. Once again, I ask my colleagues to bear with me because I have a lot to say. For me, what was most compelling about the appeal was the appellant's claim of inaccurate or unsupported findings by the Planning Commission, which can be found in attachment F, as in Frank. I'll just read the sections that I want to talk about. Section 10A, likewise, I cannot find the finding for any, I cannot make the finding for any senior housing bonuses, including building density and parking reductions, when this project does not constitute dwelling units. At the PC meeting, this project was called a hybrid project, not 100% residential, not 100% commercial. Tonight, you're saying it's a residential project. The project seems to be classified whichever way most benefits the developer. It makes no sense to reduce parking based on a housing project incentive when this is a facility with healthcare workers, salon and sundry workers, recreation providers, administrators, caseworkers, and deliveries, in addition to family members and friends visiting. I cannot make the finding for the rehabilitation bonus, which increases the number of units by 70%, especially given that they are already receiving a 30% senior density bonus to rehabilitate 2 small bungalows. How much will it cost to rehab the 2 historic bungalows? How much income will the developer get from 20 studio units? Where are the calculations in the staff report? Where were the calculations provided to the Planning Commission? Section 10B, this section refers to the health, interest, safety, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of the proposed project. Palm is a narrow street. There is already a shortage of parking on that street and plenty of traffic coming up from Santa Monica Boulevard or down from Sunset. It would be different if this was a small 10-unit facility, but it's not. Section 10C, this section refers to our aging in place policies. I assumed aging in place was to benefit West Hollywood residents. This project is not specifically for West Hollywood residents, nor does it prioritize West Hollywood residents, and it's certainly not affordable housing. It also neglects the reality that tenants from 6 rent stabilized units and 1 market rate unit are being booted from their homes. So much for aging in place for them. Section 10D, I cannot make the finding that the new structure is compatible with the scale, bulk, and mass of existing structures in the vicinity of the subject property. It is not compatible with the historic bungalows. It is not compatible with the neighborhood to the west on Betty Way. Even the large building to the north of the project is more compatible with the project, as it is very deliberately stepped back on all 4 floors on the side adjacent to the project, although you don't see that in the renderings. Yes, there's that one big building to the west. However, it's nearly 100 feet away from the historic bungalows. Furthermore, 2 wrongs don't make a right. We don't need another massive out-of-scale building. We should be correcting our mistakes, not continuing to make them. Section 12A, I cannot make the finding that this facility will create impacts on surrounding properties and neighborhoods that are no more significant than would be caused by a standard multifamily residential project. How many standard multifamily residential projects have drug, sundry store, and salon workers, deliveries for the kitchen, healthcare providers, etc., coming daily to the site? How many standard multi-family residential projects are required to have a bus stop in front? Section 12B, I cannot make the finding that the proposed project is consistent with the objectives, policies, general uses, and programs of the general plan when it could not even obtain a COA from the Historic Preservation Commission. Section 12C, I cannot make the finding that the site is physically adequate for the type, density, and intensity of the proposed use, including provision of services, public access, and the absence of physical constraints. Actually, physical constraints exist due to the historic properties, and the slope of the street will make it difficult for anyone from the facility to walk to or from public transit, particularly seniors. Section 12D, I cannot make the finding that the design, location, and operating characteristics of the proposed use is compatible with the existing and future land uses on site and in the vicinity of the property. The proposed building and site are in the area directly adjacent to the clubs and bars in Boys Town to the south, and the restaurants, bars, and clubs of the Sunset Strip to the north. I'm not convinced that this is the right location for the project in terms of compatibility with existing uses in the vicinity. Section 13(1). I cannot make this finding that the burden of rehabilitation of the bungalows is cost-wise equivalent to essentially doubling the size of this project by adding 20 additional units. No financial proof has been provided. Section 13(2). I cannot make this finding that proposed incentives would not impair the aesthetic, architectural, or historic integrity of the resource. Twice, this project could not obtain a COA from our own Historic Preservation Commission. Section 14(1), I cannot make the finding that the proposed work will neither adversely affect the significant architectural features of the cultural resource, nor adversely affect the character or historic architectural, aesthetic interest, or value of the cultural resource and its site. Neither could Historic Preservation Commission. Section 14, standard number 2. I cannot make the finding that the historic character of a property will be retained and preserved. This project will negatively impact the spatial relationships that characterize the property. Section 14, standard number 9. I cannot make the finding that new additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction will not destroy spatial relationships that characterize the property. Section 14, standard number 10. I cannot make the finding that the essential form and integrity of the historic property and its environment would be impaired by the new construction in this project. Staff and the applicant have repeatedly mentioned the project being consistent with the R4B zoning and that a new apartment could be 5 stories. Frankly, that is extremely misleading. The analysis of any project that is proposed for this property must go above and beyond consistency with R4B zoning because it must be compatible with the historic bungalows. In addition, the bonuses and incentives given this project are not justifiable. Now, I know that something's going to be built in this property, and I hope, and my hope for this site is that whatever is built there complements and respects the historic properties and environment, is compatible with the neighborhood in terms of uses and design, and does not negatively impact the street by taking away parking spaces or adding more vehicles to the area, particularly commercial vehicles. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start with sort of complimenting Ed. You know, Ed is a long time West Hollywood, Ed Levin, the architect of this project, long time West Hollywood do-gooder. He has served on our Historic Preservation Commission for many years. But where we find ourselves this evening is in a pickle because Ed serves on the very commission that twice he had to put his own work in front of them and could not convince them to find in favor. And I think this is not the purpose of this hearing, but we've had a discussion about what it means when you serve on a commission that you go before of and what it means when you work with staff. And what we know it now means is that hundreds of residents of our city think that there's something untoward happening. And I know Ed, I know there is nothing untoward happening. Should this get approved, he will get paid to do a job and he will do it well. But he's not getting paid because of his relationships with the city. He's getting paid if this project is approved because of the merits of the project. But I just want to acknowledge to all the residents and everyone else who brought up that it appears that there is a conflict. It doesn't look great to me either. And that's why I brought up this whole idea that if you serve on our boards and commissions, presenting work in front of them is probably not a great idea because you end up in this pickle. I guess I also want to say that I don't believe that the project is consistent with our general plan items LU1 and HP5 and PSG1, which I forget what PSG stands for, but I had it in front of me and then I lost it and I could find it again, but please trust me that I read it, that I don't believe it conforms with those very items that the staff report writes down that it does conform with. I'm also separate from the question of Ed's participation on the Historic Preservation Commission for many, many years. I'm also very concerned that this project could not get a decision of support from the Historic Preservation Commission. It's a very thoughtful body that I think does consider what's best for our community, for our historic resources. And I think there must have been a way to get there, but clearly it didn't get there. So I'm concerned about ignoring what was not just one time, but 2 times a decision of a body that we've empowered to take care of our historic resources. I also want to say that I think the premise of this building project ignores a long-standing history of protecting rental housing, even in the midst of changes of use. We all know, at least I think we all do, that there are hotels in our city that were once residential projects. And within those very hotels, we have residents who are living in rent-controlled apartments in 140, 120 unit hotels mere blocks away. And those developers, those properties were able to do two things at once. They were able to accommodate our residential rent-controlled apartments and run a business. And in my mind, this project would get a big bonus. It might be 20 units, it might be more, and it would rehab those units and it would return them to rental units. And the building built around it would be a different use on the same property, serving seniors. And that way we could accomplish both. I've had many conversations with Ed about this project over the years. Always the two of us disagreed about the very organization of the buildings on the site. Right and way back to the moment when this property was deemed historic, I asked Stephanie Reich, who was the city's urban designer at the time, can these houses be moved to face Betty Way and leave the rest of the property open for development? And she said yes. Can these properties be moved to face Betty Way and leave the rest of the property open to development? And she said yes. And from that very moment, Ed has argued that he would never do it. He couldn't do it. There was no way the city would allow him to do it, even though at its inception, that was the idea. I was the one who championed making this property historic to save those buildings. So Ed has designed himself into a box, and I don't support it. It's not the right box. If he wishes to redesign this project, I'm happy to have it go back to the Planning Commission and the HBC and get itself approved and think about what's happening on Betty Way and consider perhaps this project does need a statement of overriding considerations because of the importance to the community. But I just want to say that after 6 years, to come to this point where more than 100 residents are against a good idea, you've really done something wrong. I mean, this is a fantastic idea and it's terrible. So I can't support this. I think it needs to go back, be redesigned. We need to pay attention to what's happening on Betty Way. We need to pay attention to the fact that these are rent-controlled units. We need to pay attention to the fact that this is a historic property. We need to pay attention to the fact that all of those things can happen if you want them to. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson or Councilmember Shine, who'd like to go next?
I'm happy to go, Mayor, if that's okay, Councilmember Shine. I too want to thank all the residents that came out and spoke in favor or in opposition in terms of disclosures. I met with the appellants, the applicant at a phone meeting. I've walked the property and I've been on, I know this area fairly well. Where to begin? I'm going to try and be efficient. I hear what two of my colleagues are saying. However, and I believe both of them were former planning commissioners, so we're good. I understand and hear the neighbors' concerns. I understand, and the thing that sticks with me is the by right development aspect. But additionally, we are not to relitigate the planning commission's decision here. I'm looking at the appeal itself. And I have to say, the appeal, as well as in the staff report, almost every other response back from staff for the appeal is saying no additional evidence was provided to support this claim, or this claim is not supported in any way, shape, or form, and that's just based on fact. I understand the concerns of the neighborhood, and I get where they're at. But in addition to the ways in which we look at this project, I hear of things, that take away from the actual argument themselves. I'm gravely offended by people saying that individuals with Alzheimer's or dementia are going to be wandering the streets. And then they want to put them on Santa Monica Boulevard on a commercial area where they think it's more, quote, deemly appropriate, unquote. My grandmother lived in one of these facilities when I was in Ripon, Wisconsin, and yeah, they are very expensive. It took her entire life savings to basically provide the care that she needed, as she had late onset dementia and then Alzheimer's. So that type of commentary is not respective of, I think, the true dialogue that both the appellant and the applicant are trying to really create here. And I did mention this to the individuals that filed the appeal when I met with them, because I believe them to be good and honest people, fighting for a cause. And, it just is sad when some of those comments seem to carry more weight than they should. I believe that senior congregant care and congregant care itself is something we're looking at in terms of aging in place and how we do it. I don't believe that we should be having a narrative that says, we could make any type of business appeal. Well, what is a bar? Are there tables reserved only for West Hollywood residents and they can only be used by West Hollywood residents? I don't like that narrative, that if you move into the city or you move your family into the city, they are residents of West Hollywood. If someone in West Hollywood needs to use a facility like this, they are residents there. And so this whole idea of us versus them, WeHo versus not WeHo, I think that we can look at that in a different way. And then additionally, when I was rewatching the Planning Commission, the ways in which individuals are taking a business model into concern over a land use decision is illegal. I mean, they should not be doing that. I was concerned by one planning commissioner, which is why my questions to Lauren Langer were what they are, about the operator and trying to challenge the business model by saying it's too expensive, so we shouldn't approve this. I mean, those were some commentary that we're having at the Planning Commission. So I think we need to take that out of this narrative. I think also, in addition to when we look at the appeal, they completely got the company wrong in the actual text of the appeal itself. I mean, the appeal itself is very sloppily done. And I have to say that the ways in which I look at this as a whole for the findings, and then having no additional support or evidence for what we are finding, I don't know who wrote the actual appeal, if it was a group effort, but in addition to the ways in which it was done there, I have to be critical of the author of the appeal. I at this moment support staff's recommendation and denying the appeal and reaffirming the Planning Commission's decision. I understand residents aren't happy about this, but this is the part of the job where we have to look at what's within the law and what's within the ability for us to do. And also how we all took very, integral steps to creating the city, but also defending the city from potential litigation as well. I take that very seriously because I think we are, as I know the Mayor Pro Tem was very succinct in her comments. Thank you. You made very good succinct comments. Those were good, and how this thing could go to court on appeal. And I do believe, based on the law itself, that if, looking at the appeal itself, if we were to uphold it, I think we would lose in court, and then we would lose valuable dollars and resources that the city would be putting forth for an appeal that I think was adequately argued. All sides were presented at the Planning Commission and upheld. So that's where I'm at right now. I won't take up any more space, and I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everyone who participated this evening, the appellants, the applicants, all of the residents that have emailed and reached out in support and opposition to this appeal. John D'Amico.
Your sound is a little muddled.
My sound is muddled? Okay, let me take these off so everyone can hear me correctly. It'll probably be better. Is that better? Okay, great. Okay, I'll start over. First, I want to thank everyone for participating and including all of the people and residents and constituents who have sent letters in support of the appeal and in opposition to the appeal. This is what our due process is all about. And looking at this from, I believe I'm the only attorney on council, looking at this strictly from what we are legally supposed to be doing when looking at an appeal, it really is to look at what new evidence we get that would support the appeal and also what the contentions are. Those two have to go hand in hand. From my perspective, it's not our job to stand in the seat of a planning commissioner. It's to see the appeal as it's given to us, what evidence is there, because otherwise we could get sued. And that litigation is something that I'm certainly not interested in the city getting into. There were some very, as far as my thoughts on the appeal, I felt that there were potential conditions that we could put on it, and that would be as much as we could do and still be legally sound. And this is why I asked questions about the green wall, the making sure that there is a condition, and Antonia, you said there is already a condition that every single person, unless they're a partner cohabitating with someone, the actual client has to be a senior so that it is senior housing. And although I'm concerned that these aren't going to have affordability in them, I think it's something that the appellant was able to do within the confines of our zoning code and laws. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Meister and I passed something recently that would have a different result that would be for a community benefit, but that's not what happened. We also passed a stronger code of conduct, which I strongly supported, but that code of conduct was also not in existence at the time Ed Levin went through this process as well. So we have to look at it based on what's before us. And for me, there isn't enough evidence presented that is strong enough to deny this appeal. So I'm in a place where legally I have to support it. I mean, support the project, not to basically support the applicant's application.
Okay. I also want to thank everyone who came to speak tonight and who wrote to us and took time to engage in this discussion. I want to thank the folks who live on the property or near the property or were involved in the appeal for taking time to meet with me and walk me through your concerns. I hope my questions to the city attorney demonstrated I was listening to your concerns and got you answers on the record to a lot of the concerns that were raised, along with my colleagues' questions that were also raised. I also met with the applicant and the architect for this project, and so also heard from their point of view responses to some of those questions as well. And so it is clear to me that they intend to build this project as it's presented, that the city has a process if they intend to change it in any way. The city has a process to reevaluate whatever new project that might become if that were the case. But I think what we're looking at tonight is an attempt to do something that really hasn't been done in the city. And I think, would it have been preferred for us to have something more specific in our code to more clearly define exactly what this use is and how it works in our city? Perhaps. But what we must do when a project is submitted is evaluate it according to the laws as they are and the code as they are written at the time of the project submittal. And what's before us tonight, as Councilmember Shine said, is not whether is not a full reevaluation of the project, but rather an evaluation of the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision. And I think based on what was presented to us tonight, and with the evaluation by our staff, including our legal staff, I don't think that the appeal meets the threshold for us to uphold the appeal and to deny the project. I share many of the concerns that were raised, and I think that we do, as a city, need to take a look at a future policy that, that includes better direction in terms of what we would like to see happen in a case where residents on a site are displaced and what is being provided as a housing facility is not something that they can move back to as our code would provide for. Yes, if they income qualify, they might be able to apply for other units in the city, and I think that was clarified on the record here tonight. But in this case, there are no on-site affordable units. There are no units that are available for rental for anyone who isn't a senior. And so there will be residents who don't qualify for that here with this development. There was a condition that was presented by staff with regard to the bus shelter. And so I did see that additional direction that I'm interested in addressing. I think that issue was raised during discussion. And I would be interested in that if my colleagues are as well. I think what we, again, what we're evaluating is what was presented tonight. And as was clarified by our staff, there is no development agreement. That's a term of art that's used. Yes, there will be a development permit that signifies what was agreed to for this property, but a development agreement is something altogether different. And that brings along with it other conditions that don't apply in this case because there is no development agreement for this project. While I too am concerned about who all might be able to afford the services provided at this residential facility, the cost per unit is not grounds for appeal of this project, which was approved by Planning Commission. Unfortunately, the cost of this care is very high, and I would like to see it come down by more projects of this kind being made available in the region. I think we have an exponentially increasing aging population that needs services, care, and support, and we should be looking at more opportunities to provide that care in a residential facility, not fewer. I know it was there were concerns presented tonight about Commissioner Levin's participation, and I want to clarify because I think it was mischaracterized earlier that he did not actually represent this project before his commission any number of times. He recused himself fully from the process at his commission, which is what is and has always been required by the city to make sure that that there is no impropriety moving forward. There were also allegations that the chair of the commission was an employee of the developer in this project, which was rooted in exactly zero evidence. And I just want to raise that issue to say, if we're going to call into question people's character to such a degree, I certainly hope that these allegations are rooted in evidence and fully vetted before they are made publicly. Otherwise, it's character assassination rooted in nothing. And I think that's very dangerous precedent to set, not just for this project, but for any project, for us to have civil discourse and civil disagreement when in cases like this, where not everyone is going to agree. I certainly understand that there will be people who are disappointed with this project moving forward. But I also know that there will be many people who will be served by it.
And I think it's our city's responsibility to make sure that this project, which meets our code and was approved by the Planning Commission according to the code and policies in place, moves forward in a way that is mindful of the concerns that were raised by the neighborhood and by folks who will be nearby this construction site. Living next door to construction is tough. It's really challenging. So I in no way mean to diminish that or sort of sugarcoat what that is. But that happens for every project, for every place where people live in the city. And it has happened at some point for the place we all have lived. Has happened with every place where we live. So I think in this case, we're now creating something that speaks to the future we want to have in the city, that provides facilities for care for people who deserve to have those services in the community they lived in. And I know that not everyone in West Hollywood will eventually live in this place, but some will. And others will come to West Hollywood, as many of us have who are not West Hollywood natives, and will make home here in West Hollywood in the ways we all have made West Hollywood our home. I would also agree with my colleagues that I do not find in what is presented before us tonight that there are sufficient grounds to overturn the Planning Commission's decision. Those are my thoughts for this evening. If someone is prepared to make a motion, I would be okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I am going to move to approve staff's recommendation with the additional condition of the bus and denying the appeal and everything that was laid out before us.
And closing the public hearing.
And closing the public hearing. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
I wonder if the maker of the motion and the second of the motion would put a condition that the 2 rehabbed units shall be returned to the rental market as affordable housing.
I guess my question is to legal on that, because I thought we had a conversation regarding that earlier, regarding that 1 unit with one of my colleagues asking that question to Antonio, and maybe Antonio could reiterate his answer or further elaborate on the possibility of what Councilmember D'Amico is talking about.
Yeah, the project is proposed to be Alice, and the entire project site would be the congregate care facility, so it wouldn't fall under the rent stabilization ordinance.
But there's no reason we couldn't ask for 2 of those units to be rehabbed and turned into affordable housing. I mean, I know what they're proposing. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking what they're proposing. I'm asking, suggesting that we're giving them several bonuses and they're taking 2 affordable units off the market, and we should have them rehab those units and turn them into housing and make their 40 whatever number of units building and make affordable housing. There are many examples of that in our city.
So are you talking about making it market rate housing or rent limited, income limited?
I would prefer that it were returned to the market as rent controlled housing, or even as affordable housing with income limited residents.
I think one of the concerns, I'm not so sure about the income limited, but I think one of the concerns about making it just for rent housing is, my recollection is that once you Ellis it, you can't put it back into the market within 5 years. And so that's the difficulty of making it a requirement of turning it back into the market. It may have to stay vacant for 5 years.
Well, they don't have to stay vacant. They could be re-rented to the people who were in them.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Let's say the end of every law we have so that we're clear.
That's true.
I'm just committed to not losing this housing. If you all want to vote to get rid of that housing, that's a good thing for you to vote for. I think that is not so much to ask for, given the bonuses we're giving them to keep those units existing and to have them exist as housing. That's what I'm advocating for. I know you hear me. I'm not being.
I guess I would like
feel
an
heard.
opinion from the city attorney specifically in relation to this. I understand the compromise. I get it. I mean, you know, I think it is a little reductionist to say that this is what we want to vote for. The law is the law. I've already gotten 3 emails calling me scum about this, but you know, and understanding the ways in which we have to uphold the law that's before us, I'm willing to look at this compromise. You know, especially if it's compromise that we can all agree upon. But, you know, I'd rather have a legal opinion before we can do it. But I don't think in my reading of the law it's possible. But Lauren Langer, do you have any other commentaries?
Well, I have another. There's the housing issues, and then the second piece. This is the first time I've heard this possibility, so I'm thinking of it at the moment. Is that I believe the second bungalow is used for lobby and other parts of the project. So I think what you're proposing might require a little larger of a redesign, because then whatever that other bungalow is going to be used for has to be incorporated into the main structure. And perhaps we can ask the applicant also what they think about this proposal. I think it's a little bit more complicated than just changing what those 2 bungalows are used for.
Councilmember Shine.
With respect to 927, right? But 931 is not used as a lobby, and it was going to be used as the, what is it, the 49th, 50th, which 49th unit? With it for an more able-bodied person. So potentially that second one wouldn't have the lobby issue of redesign. It would just be still a unit, but not what they were wanting. And would the CUP need to change?
That's what I'm thinking. I think it's a bigger change to the project. I have to look at all the documents to see, you know, where it's mentioned. I
mean, is Ed still on?
Yes, Councilmember.
I guess, Ed, would you be able to address kind of the conversation we're having? I mean, I don't know in regards to the ways in which it's appropriate to have rental units in the front of the facility like that, but in regards to a redesign, I mean, you've been listening, so I guess your commentary would be appropriate here because you are the.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you. I appreciate that. There are some significant issues with that, one of which is that yes, we certainly could not do that with the 927 bungalow. The 927 bungalow is being rehabilitated in a way that were this project to be removed in the future, it could be returned to a residential unit, because we are doing although the interiors of these bungalows are not covered by the historic designation, we are treating them as though we want to do minimal intervention within them and generally return them as close as possible to the original residential configuration, although we are not using the 927 bungalow for that purpose. Were we to treat the 931 bungalow as a conventional rental unit, that would implicate parking changes as well, which we could not accommodate. We couldn't simply not park that unit if it's a conventional unit, unless there would also be issues because it would not be part of this facility. There would be security issues because they'd have to use the same garage. They'd have the only elevator. There are 2 elevators next to each other, but those come up within the facility. There's no separate parking shuttle, which would allow access to a non-assisted living resident to be able to get out of that parking garage to the 931 unit without going through the facility. So, which would violate accessibility standards. So I appreciate the suggestion, but I don't see how it's possible to legally accommodate it within the confines of the project as it currently stands.
Councilmember D'Amico.
I appreciate Ed's answer, and I think it's sort of another example of the last 5 years. This is a drawing, Ed. You can redraw it. Nothing exists. You don't have to get out the concrete eraser. You don't have to get out the bulldozer. You don't have to bring in materials you never bought. It's just a drawing. You could draw it differently. And in terms of the parking, we just passed a thing that said 100% affordable projects don't need parking. If the project is 1 unit big, it doesn't need any additional parking. I mean, you can find a million reasons to not want to change your drawing, which you have stuck to for the last 5 years, that I think has been a mistake. And it's caused the kinds of things that hundreds of residents are upset about. It's badly designed. You're a great guy with a bad idea that you married and refused to get divorced from. I'm not going to vote for getting rid of housing when you're building housing. It's like mind-boggling to me that this city, we just went through this RENA discussion that said we were going to make housing, and then 1 month later we're getting rid of housing while we're building housing. It's like consistency is no longer built into our DNA. We're right here. There's 5 of us. We can make this decision. Tell Ed Levin to make 2 units on that property affordable housing. The end. He'll go back. He'll redesign it. He'll send it into planning. They'll stamp it. He'll take it to building and safety, his drawings. He'll get a permit. He'll build them. There'll be 2 units of affordable housing there. Or you can have a 3-2 vote, and all 5 of us will have voted to get rid of more affordable housing in our city.
Mayor Horvath, this is John Bowman. If I may, I'm land use and CPUC counsel for the applicant. And I'd like to add to Mr. Levin's response to the questions. And that is that to impose this kind of condition, which really does require a major redesign of the project, it seems to me that would require the city council to partially grant the appeal, which means, again, getting back to what a number of council members have stated, I think very eloquently, you can only grant the appeal based on evidence that the Planning Commission made a technical error, that there were findings that were unsupported, and so on. I don't see what evidence there is before the city council to grant the appeal, even in part. Not to mention questions about whether this kind of exaction, which is really what it is, to set aside one of the units for something other than the intended purpose of congregate care, senior care, I don't see how you can make a finding of a reasonable relationship between impacts of the project and that condition. So I think there are a whole host of problems with that suggestion. And so I would ask the council to consider that when they're deliberating this proposed amendment to the motion.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Bowman. Councilmember Erickson, you have made a motion. It's been seconded. Are you amending your motion, or are we moving forward with your motion as it stands?
I'm not amending the motion.
Okay, and is the seconder still comfortable with the motion? Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the project as it's presented to us tonight, to deny the appeal, uphold the project as it was approved by Planning Commission, with the additional direction from staff regarding the bus shelter, and to close the public hearing. Is there any further discussion on this item? Okay, Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
No.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
No.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes, noting the no votes of Councilmember D'Amico and Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to our first unfinished business item, which is item 4A, an update on the LGBTQ Pride programming in West Hollywood. I believe we have an abbreviated staff presentation for us tonight to understand clearly what is being presented for us to discuss and deliberate. I will now turn it to our staff for their presentation. Thank you.
Mayor, before you do that, can we talk about the rest of the agenda? Are we going to really have time for all those items? Should we put them on the next agenda?
Well, I believe people have waited quite a long amount of time tonight, and so I think that we at least need to hear them since they've waited all this time to be heard. So if we're going to hear them, I think
I'm going to take off at 11, so I just want to let you know if maybe we want to do a different item first. But I can't do this. I can't stay up till midnight, 1 a.m. and then get up and go to work at 5. It's just not productive for my health. It's like it's a hate crime on myself. So if you want to do a different item, you all can talk about Pride without me or something.
Do you prefer, I mean, we have this item before us. Do you prefer to discuss a different item before you depart?
No, I'm happy to talk about this.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll proceed with item 4A, the update on the LGBTQ Pride programming in West Hollywood.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Megan Reed, the Event Services Supervisor. Item 4A is intended to provide the City Council with a brief update on city programming for Pride 2021 and to present a co-sponsorship proposal from the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce for Pride 2021. At its December 7th meeting, the City Council empowered the business community to explore ideas regarding what may be possible for the celebration of LGBTQ Pride in June and invited them to return to the council with those ideas. In accordance with this direction, the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce prepared a Pride programming proposal, which they initially presented to the Pride Subcommittee on March 24th. And this evening, the Chamber will present a revised proposal that they prepared following feedback from the subcommittee. Following tonight's presentation and discussion, staff requests direction from the council related to the Chamber's proposal, including which elements of the proposal, if any, the city is interested in co-sponsoring. Specifically, we would like feedback on the following 3 items. Digital programming. Is the council supportive of the Chamber's digital programming proposal? And if so, which package? And then in-person programming. Is the council supportive of in-person programming referred to in the proposal as Pride Community Hubs? And if the council is supportive of in-person programming, how many in-person events should there be and for how many weekends? Available to answer questions on item 4A are Kristen Cook, Public Safety Director, Cleo Smith, Event Services Manager, and John Leonard, Community and Legislative Affairs Manager. But if there are no questions for staff at this time, Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO of the West Hollywood Chamber, will begin the Chamber's presentation.
Okay, we'll go to Genevieve.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO of West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much for allowing us to present to you tonight. It's a long night, so I'm going to keep it short. And unless you want me to go through that concept of a PowerPoint, I thought that what my role tonight might be to take you through the concept and the budget verbally a little, answer any questions you have. I thought maybe even that the recap of the process and the information that the staff did a brilliant job laying out in the staff report made the options pretty clear for your decisions tonight on what direction and vision you have for Pride 2021. Would you like to see the PowerPoint? Or would you like me to just keep going verbally? So I'll just keep going, and if you want to see it, I know you guys have it in your packet, and I think you've seen it and So I thought I'd just say things that you haven't already heard, maybe.
Perfect.
The chamber got involved in the 2021 Pride because we really wanted to create a promotional program that we could leverage the business community, the local community, to get back on our feet and reopen our businesses in a managed, safe, and methodical way. We heard from public safety. We heard the expense of the resources of street closures. We heard of the staff resource shortage. We really heard about the concern about people gathering and all of that. And so what we really did was we wanted to really create something similar to like your vision that you had for Robertson and the outzones that's been instrumental in the business recovery. And we hope Pride to be an economic boon to the city as well. We partnered with JJLA because Jeff Consoletti and his team have the experience to pull off a quality production in a short amount of time. And they smartly brought on Madonna Cacciatore to support our community outreach and business coordination alongside the chamber. As staff mentioned, we presented our concept to our Pride subcommittee with council members Shine and D'Amico. And in subsequent conversations with direction from the committee, we reached out to several members of the community. And I wanted to thank council member Shine for her recommendations because it was quite valuable. And I want to thank Jackie Steele, Robert Camboa, Jimmy Palmieri, and Coach Blossom Brown for taking time to meet with me as we evaluate the right fit for the community. I'll start with the question Jackie Steele posed. What is Pride? What do they come here for? Not just that it's local, but what Pride is. I first attended Pride in 2000 and served on the Pride Committee in 2001 or 2002. And my comments were more like critiquing a banquet event. It was critical of a slow parade and uninteresting to watch and not really creative. And the floats weren't really even floats. And Chamber Executive Hillary Selvin at that time dressed me down and set me straight. And she said, it's not about that, Jen. It's about looking out over the audience while you're in that car, whether it's decorated or not, and seeing the new employee you hired who has tears running down her face, just coming out and proud for the first time in her life. And she said, that's what this is. That's what Pride's about. This is the capture. This is the strive. This is what we want to create. So as we discuss tonight, I must really ask you to think of this question. Does having a different area for every element of LGBTQI community, seniors, lesbian, bisexual, trans, sobriety and recovery, BIPOC, etc., does that what makes Pride? Or is Pride about being in community? Is it, if so, how do we reframe community to capture the passion and the emotion and the experience, and most importantly, pride? Programming is just a way to pull it together, to give it guidance and moments. And it's a way to manage crowds and keep people moving and outside for safety. It's a way to make it creative and energizing, but ultimately Pride is its people. It's Pride is community, and Pride is not mutually exclusive from West Hollywood, but West Hollywood is Pride. So as we know, even as today's papers, opening protocols are changing almost daily. And it's with that in mind that we believe whether or not you want programming or an in-person event or not, people will flock to West Hollywood to be here in this community for their Pride, programmed or not. We are proposing a hybrid event composed completely from local talent, local businesses, and community members through grassroots efforts. This conceptual package would include content already created by LGBTQ community members that our Pride team would coordinate into digital platform for access in a variety of formats. What are the reasons for the digital? Those at homes who may not feel safe or haven't been vaccinated, who may not want to come out. Possibly in the sober community or not wanting to be in a triggering environment, possibly not capable.
Jen, we lost your sound.
Muted.
Sorry, thank you for letting me know, Mayor. Possibly not capable of traversing or getting to Pride or businesses, allows business to have prepaid programming to utilize for their own Pride reservations, and allowed so that they don't have to go to a huge expense on a Pride, developing their own Pride event. It allows Pride to be citywide, such as Jumbotrons at the east end of the Gateway or on Sunset Strip. And it ties in programming for One City, One Pride arts program that is mostly done digitally this year. This also allows content submitted by local talent to be curated for digital presentations. This could be a panel discussion, previously filmed, a slideshow of our LGBTQ history, a performance, some comedy, a poetry slam, a moment of silence for trans lives lost. You might have a QR code at a table or on a window as you're standing in line and taking a page from Andrew Campbell's playwrights program, small bites of virtual programming while you stand in line or seated at a table. Or maybe a business wants to take this digital program and use it to partner and theme menu items with it, or stream from a website or YouTube on a large screen. The Pride community hubs are the place where we would move the community into outdoor areas, possibly through a passport. Now, there are concerns for that, and I'll talk about those in a minute. But the programming ideas, whether it's Robertson or whether it's just Robertson as the hub, since we've always had tried and true on that already, and congratulations, Councilmember D'Amico, on that success, and all of you for your support in that. And then maybe it's strategic locations or hubs where people feel pride or feeling experience in the city. Maybe it's not a hub, but maybe it's just some sort of element of pride, a rainbow designed in the design district, something on the digital Jumbotron on Sunset or at the Gateway. Maybe the Andaz is showing LGBT movies at their drive-in theater in their parking lot. We've also heard concerns about going to these places, of creating hubs that actually have a tie-in together or have to be themed or placed, or you have a passport to get to, because some feel that they might not feel that there's disabled access or transit or access or cost. So there are concerns also about doing hubs around the city. And so Jackie suggested maybe there's just hints of pride in places, but really the hub was where the hub is, which is really where it's always been in the Rainbow District. But again, this is up to you. And we also want to do it so that everybody in the city feels they can experience pride. I was talking to the Naughty Pig the other day, and they said, we'd love to do a pride event up on Sunset. So the budget reflects for you what's needed to produce a quality citywide program in a tight amount of time. We have 6 weeks to produce this. And so if we continue with this endeavor, we'll need decisions on how many weekends, what choices of programming, and what allocated budget you want. And we respectfully need your guidance tonight, because we have a very short amount of time to do that. We also need to know what name and branding. Is this something you want to decide? Is it something you want our team to decide? Is it WeHo Pride? Is it LGBTQ Pride? Is it something for 2020 recovery, 2021? We need a little direction on that, or we can just do it on our own. But we do want to address the fact that the Pride needs to be branded in some way. I want to just keep it short. I do have a PowerPoint if you'd like to see it. Jeff Consoletti is here on the team with me to answer any questions that you might have for us. And I want to thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Jen. Does anyone have questions for staff? And if not, I'd be particularly interested to hear from my colleagues who serve on the subcommittee, your thoughts about what's before us this evening, because I know you've engaged in discussions before this item came before us.
Seppi, did you want to? Okay, so we saw a similar presentation. I think at the subcommittee there was a sort of more robust initial digital production suggestion, given that even a month ago, things felt much different than they do now. And, you know, the governor had not yet announced that by June 15th, the entire state would be open. And we don't really know what that means, because, you know, we don't know what it means. But I think the event planning and being out in public and being out in public spaces seems more and more likely, although I know that the county is still restricting numbers of people who can get together and how they can get together and where they can get together, et cetera. I think there was, from my point of view, there was an immediate attraction to hubs around the city in which different things might be happening. Different businesses would participate in different ways. I think there's a slightly confusing question in this cost proposal to me, but I think it can be clarified or answered fairly easily. I mean, you put a price per hub at maybe $25,000, but I think maybe I would like to suggest that we would identify an amount of money, and then you could maybe limit the amount at any particular hub to $25,000, but you might be able to give $2,000 to a bar that wanted to have a Pride event, and they could buy a banner and flags and say, June 19th is our, or whatever that weekend day is our event, and and that's just a way to announce it versus creating an entire environment to show a movie or something like that. So those are my experiences. I know my colleague had a slightly different take on it, but I just want to say, even as we progress more and more towards June, it does seem like there's going to be more and more opportunity for people to come out. And based on what I saw this weekend, you turn the lights on and people show up. And so I think we need to be prepared for fairly robust crowds. The last thing I would say is that I maybe in an ill-informed version, but I still think we should have 4 weekends of events. I think we should try to get people to commit to coming here once and not all on the same weekend. And I'm not sure what makes one weekend more attractive than another. But I think if we have 40,000 people in our city, like we often do, or 20,000 on the second weekend in June, we will be overwhelmed. And I think we will not really know what to do with all those people. So I'm just putting that out there. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Schein.
Thank you. Well, Genevieve.
Your sound is very low.
Is it very low?
Yeah, sorry.
Is that better? Still low? Is that better?
It's better. It's still low.
Okay. Then let me take these off again. Okay, we'll try this. Can everybody hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. I want to thank Genevieve for reaching out to Jackie and Blossom and Robert and Jimmy. I know that Jimmy and Robert were really concerned about safety. So, and I think I'm thinking a little bit differently than my colleague on the subcommittee. And I think we didn't actually talk about hubs during the subcommittee meeting. We talked about doing themes at different restaurants where there will be a lesbian theme, a transgender theme, bisexual, gay, and really focusing on restaurants. Because at the time I did say that for me, in person was completely out of the question. And I understand that we're opening up, but I'm still very concerned. And other community members are concerned about this idea of having hubs, because the minute we, as you so rightly said, John, we turn the lights on and they come. Well, if we turn the Pride lights on, a lot of them will come. So I am not really supportive of the city backing an in-person event. I think we have out on Robertson, and from my understanding, the staff is already programming different booths and nonprofits. Isn't that right? Maybe I can get some information, and it will run into all those potential Pride weekend or weekends. So can't we just do Pride related booths on one weekend and just have that be there? I just feel like people are going to come. They're gonna come regardless. They're gonna go to the businesses. The restaurants are gonna be packed and getting a lot of needed income. but having a hub event just is, it's a recipe for creating a potential hotspot that I don't think the city should be doing. Even with the numbers down, we still don't even know what's going to happen in June. I walk down the street and there's still people with masks off, and I get it. The numbers are low and I'm going to be positive, but I also want to be responsible. The second issue I had was the price tag. It was $185,000 for a all digital program, and some outreach to the community to talk about the next year. And I know 20,000 was taken off in this new proposal, making it 165,000 for, what is it, 8 to 10 hours of digital programming. Are those numbers correct, Jen?
Yes, and we broke it down in a very more detailed budget for you. I also just want to say that the two things. One is the hub idea was really addressing public safety. It was as a way to keep people moving and outside instead of in the bars and the clubs and restaurants packed. So what we were trying to do was we were really trying to use the hubs as a way for public safety to disseminate people into different areas. That was the purpose. Additionally, the price tag of the hubs is the max. It's broken down. So if you don't need a stage, you don't need rentals. So the one hub might be $2,500. Another hub could be 4,000 or 10,000. It just depends on what's needed in each one. So we're giving you all the details to cherry pick within that budget to say if a hub needed all of these things, it would cost us. So just so you know, you're not looking at the full amount of those different add-ons of the hubs, just so you know. And also I just want to know that the hubs were actually to address the public safety, keeping them outdoors and moving around. And I just wanted to say that. So I didn't want us to be creating hotspots. It was more of the opposite. Yeah.
I understand, but I think it's going to create hotspots, because I think when we do activations that are, in any word, we're doing a Pride in person, here's a hub, a lot more people are going to come. And I think I talked to you about this, Jen. The young people, LGBTQ community and allies are going to be coming to the Rainbow District. They're not going to take a bus or whatever to go to Plummer Park. I think I suggested if we did something, maybe Dyke Day in the park or something with but the Gateway, no one's going to be going to the Gateway. Let's just be real. In the LGBTQ community, I think people want to have fun. They've been home. They want to party. They want to go to restaurants. They want to do all this stuff. I just don't. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of wanting to disperse people. I guess my concern is if we do any hubs, it's just going to create a situation where lots of people are going to come, and then we're hoping that they'll disperse, and then we're talking about public safety add-ons that we have to do in multiple hubs. I think we have out on Robertson, and I think we do programming with nonprofits, whatever day or weekend we pick, and we really focus on getting people to the restaurants. I think the theme that Councilmember D'Amico wanted with, the lesbian, gay, transgender, bisexual, all of that thematically can in a creative way happen with partnering up with these restaurants and retail too, because retail is accessible now, and in a creative way to get people to.
And I totally agree with you about the Gateway. That was, I was saying, and Jackie, it was a great conversation with Jackie, because really talked about that and how, but maybe the Jumbotron at the Gateway showed some digital, not as a hub, but just that it was part of Pride. So that, so another purpose is to sort of be able to experience Pride all over the city. And I really agree with you about the, some of the areas should just be more concentrated, I think.
Those are all my thoughts, but I'm really eager to hear what our other colleagues have to say about all those different points.
Great comments.
That was really helpful. Thank you for letting me sort of push you guys to go first. That helps give us some context. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree. I appreciate hearing from the subcommittee as well. I have to say that I think I'm leaning towards what Commissioner Schein is proposing. I envisioned, when I read this, I envisioned our restaurants and bars And we don't, and are we at 100% come the middle of June in terms of restaurants and bars that they can have the 100% occupancy, or do we not know that yet? Does anyone know?
Mayor Pro Tem, we actually don't know that yet. With all due respect to our governor, there's a bunch of ifs that follow his announcement that we just won't know yet.
Right, and that's my feeling is that at least if we keep it at the bars and the restaurants, it will be regulated by whatever that if ends up being. Whether it's 50% or 75% or 30%, that occupancy will be whatever it's allowed to be. So I like the idea of having some programming that goes to all of our restaurants and bars if they want to participate, whether it's through their their big screen TVs in a bar or a sports bar or wherever, or in the restaurants, that we have this consistent programming. But that we let the restaurants and the bars benefit from this, rather than just an open space somewhere where we can't control necessarily the crowd. Whereas the restaurants and the bars will have to control the crowd. That's their job. So that was my feeling as well, that I would prefer that. I also was concerned, about budget. I know John Leonard is looking at us, and I'm sure Paul Aravalo is somewhere. I don't see him on screen, but he's probably going, oh my God, the budget. So I do have concerns that, that I would like to, try to keep it, at a level that we're all comfortable with. But I do, my bigger fear is the health side of it, and the unknown. And if we do something digital, people at home can benefit, the restaurants can benefit, the bars can benefit, wherever else there's a big screen can benefit. It might be at the Gateway, we put it on the big screen. But at least we have that, the bigger concern about health, hopefully is addressed in that way. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you for my colleagues and their commentary as well. I think I fall in the mixture of where Mayor Pro Tem Meister and Councilmember Shine are, and I believe Councilmember D'Amico was along in there in some way, shape, or form. It seems like forever now that since his commentary. This sounds really like a poor description, but I can't watch another virtual Pride. And Genevieve, I see you shaking your head, and and the reason is JJLA, I was reading their COVID protection items that they have in place for if in-person stuff did occur, or what we could do come June 15th, which is why I agree more with Councilmember D'Amico on having or looking at 4 weekends of content, because and I hear we want to make sure we're paying close attention to the public health orders that Councilmember Shine and Mayor Pro Tem Meister are talking about. But if June 15th occurs and it is 100% occupancy or whatever we can do, we have out on Robertson, we have other places where we could have more of the in-person events. It is a special event permit at the end of the day. And if they are allowed, per county health guidance, I think it's something that we should look at how our businesses can utilize and I think, be encouraged to use. I don't know how we create a policy around the statement. If you want to come to West Hollywood during Pride, please do. Wear your mask, wash your hands, have fun, be safe and responsible. These are things that, I think we want to encourage for people to do it, but, the public safety and the public health issue does take precedence. So how we're going to get to that middle ground is going to be interesting. Putting things on the screens are fine. I don't think anyone's going to watch it. I mean, if I was at Rocco's or wherever, or out on Robertson or somewhere where there was a screen and Demi Lovato or whoever's playing, cool, I'm not going to watch it. I'm going to hang out with my friends. So I think that's money that we don't need to spend in that way, because I think people are just zoomed out, sitting on these meetings and doing all these things and watching them. I just don't know if they want to do it, but I know people have done them well. So if that's where my majority of my colleagues decide to go, I'm happy to probably support that as well. I do want to bring some fun back here for Pride. and how we say that West Hollywood is pride, as Genevieve, I think, really aptly put. You should coin that into a t-shirt, by the way, Genevieve, how you started describing how the pride was in West Hollywood and how that worked out. I want to encourage and support that. And I want to make sure our businesses get the revenue that comes in from pride, how we can keep our residents safe and healthy. I know Councilmember Shine mentioned, they do a Dyke Day in the park over on the east side of Los Angeles, and how we could potentially do something like that here at one of our parks, maybe. But I don't want to cut out things that we could do because we might be afraid. I would love for West Hollywood to be the city that welcomes back pride if COVID is going down in the way we are, and how we can really make that a model for what other cities could do as we start looking at everyone. So that's a roundabout non-answer to additional commentary, but happy to see where the rest of my colleagues are.
Mayor, can I clarify something on the digital for a minute? I agree, Councilmember Erickson. I want to watch another digital program like I want a hole in my head. So, but I was thinking of more like sort of, as I mentioned, Andrew Campbell, he did this thing with playwrights during the pandemic. He reached out to my hospitality group with the restaurants, and it was more about people standing in line all the time, right? So there were these little bites. They were like 1 to 2 minute sort of bites that people could watch while they were standing in line. So we don't want to really create programming that's like an hour long or 2 hours long. It's more like little bites of different things so that it's interesting, it stays moving. So just wanted to bring that up, that's really what we're kind of looking at in terms of the concept of the digital.
So I just want to chime in to say, this, first of all, I really want to thank the chamber for stepping up and doing this. In a time where we were trying to figure out what we were going to do and what was going to happen, especially with completely unknown circumstances, you got together, put your thinking caps on, and really made a go of this presentation. I just want to thank you for that, because it took a lot of time and effort, energy, creativity, to make that happen. So I just first want to acknowledge you and everyone who's part of your team to make that happen. I think the city is providing virtual programming for anyone who is not yet ready to be going out into public spaces through One City, One Pride. And that's happening beginning May 22nd all the way through the end of June. There will be many, many opportunities for people to have virtual programming of all different kinds that the city is already helping to curate. And so I'm not, I don't think that people who are looking for that virtual content are going to be at a loss for finding it somewhere. I think trying to figure out whether and how an in-person experience that someone might not yet be ready for is accommodated virtually, I think is sort of how I see what's presented to us tonight. And for my part, I don't know that that's something to the comments that my colleagues have made. I don't know that that's something that the city needs to curate through a newly created website, at least not for this year. I think each business, can, if they want to live stream events and show them on their website, you can go to the Abbey or Rocco's or all the different places you would like to visit in person, and perhaps they'll live stream what's happening there if there's some sort of performance or something going on. As I understand it, live performances are slowly going to be coming back as part of, the experience, the in-person experience. And so I think there will be some of that for people who do attend in person, who are ready for that. But I also know that we as a city had decided pretty much through the end of this calendar year that we weren't going to do in-person events, at least not sponsored by the city. And so I think we kind of made that decision as far as what the city programs. But I am very interested in helping all of the businesses who want to participate in a Pride experience that's an in-person experience. Use the Out Zone program, use the Out on Robertson program, which have been safe spaces that we've created already. And we can enhance and activate accordingly to really bring to life a Pride experience in West Hollywood that takes into mind COVID-19 precautions, that is mindful of whatever the county order might be at that time, and still allows people that in-person Pride experience that I think people are going to come here for, whether we program something or not. I think even if nobody programmed anything outside of just being open, people would still come to West Hollywood and do more things. So I'm hoping that it's not just that we can, you know, certainly be thoughtful and give this year, recognizing that people are going to be eager to be out in public now that things are lifted. I'm certainly encouraging of that, and I would like to see the city be flexible with whatever applications come to us or requests come to us from businesses to accommodate a Pride experience in the city. I don't know that needs to happen through a centralized website, but I do think that working with the chamber and with the businesses who wish to participate in a Pride experience, I would like to see the city accommodate that. And that seems to be consistent with health order guidelines and you know, the public safety costs that are already built into what might happen during Pride. And then we think about, you know, we evaluate what happened this year and move forward with the chamber and their team, you know, to evaluate that and figure out, you know, how new businesses that had never really been part of Pride before might get involved this year because of the change of how we're doing it. And think about how we work with our business community in the years ahead to plan those in-person experiences we want to get back to. Councilmember D'Amico.
So I'm going to try to make a motion and see what my colleagues think. I would make a motion that we target the weekend of June 26th and June 27th for what we would call WeHo Pride, to give a name to it. And that, as the mayor said, and Councilmember Shine, and of course, Lauren and John, that we really focus on safe spaces, both the city generated safe spaces and business safe spaces. And that we agree, we would not necessarily need a website. The chamber has a website. Visit West Hollywood has a website. We have a website. We have a communications department with tens of thousands of people who, if you ever look at for those who haven't been here through these times when we're busy, you know, June, we get 20,000 hits, people looking for parking. And in October 31st, we get 18,000 hits, people looking for information about Halloween. So people know to come to weho.org and type in Pride or whatever. But I think we should centralize around one weekend. It sounds like that's what we don't really need to spread it out, and just choose that weekend and sort of set that in stone, maybe going forward, and we would call it WeHo Pride. And there wouldn't be a website, the chamber, the city, the Visit West Hollywood. But I do think we need to have support for Pride in businesses, and we need to have new businesses engaged. And that's a good role for our Chamber of Commerce to talk with businesses across the city to get them to be interested in this June 26th, June 27th Pride weekend. And I would suggest that we put $200,000 in this year, which is 1/10 of what we spent on the last Pride that we put dollars into, in which we put $2 million in. And I think ask Genevieve to take that money in this direction and come back to us with how she's going to get new businesses, Genevieve and JJLA, new businesses to participate, what kind of entertainment they can provide. If at all, it would be potentially 2 weeks after the governor has said the state should be open. So it'd be the middle of, you know, the end of June, beginning of the summer. It should be nice and hot. And I think if we can at least, that would be a beginning of a motion, and I will accept all amendments that anyone wishes, if I can get a second.
Is there a second to this motion?
Second it.
Okay, there's a motion in a second. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Well, I'm just a little concerned about the budget, so I would suggest that amount include whatever additional public safety support is needed, that 200,000 include that. So that, so I don't know, you guys all work it out, and but that's what I would suggest.
Councilmember Shine.
You're muted.
I just want to be very clear. We're not going to do a website. we aren't going to do digital programming. We're really trying to get the chamber to activate our businesses so people come to our businesses. So I don't really, and we're not doing hubs. I think out on Robertson, like I mentioned, we can have our staff create the programming for out on Robertson, right? John D'Amico, is that in line with what you were saying?
Everything except the last sentence, which is we can have our staff create the environment on Allen Robinson. I think they are working on that, but
right.
I think that's kind of that might be a heavier lift than if it's different than what Paulo and Tara and others have been working on, because they're working on sort of a longer term strategy to get businesses engaged week after week, not sort of a 1-2 day explosion. And indeed, you know, we're not closing the street on Friday. We're closing the street on Saturday, so we would have to have a further discussion if we were going to centralize that there. But we could do that. I'm not saying no. I'm just repeating back what you said, and maybe we could ask Cleo to weigh in on what you know, what we're leaving the staff with if we're asking them to produce something.
Thank you. The reason I'm asking is I'm 100% not comfortable with $200,000 budget. I thought 165,000 was a stretch. So absolutely not, especially if we're getting rid of a lot of these things that were included in that original budget. So I'd like to understand what the role of, I understand what the role of the chamber would be, and I understood what JJLA's role would be, but now I'm not so sure. And we have to really be fiscally responsible. I understand it's a fifth of the budget of the prior years, but we're still in an economic downturn and a pandemic. So as far as the security, I think I read there was a $48,000 or $58,000 in budgeted security already, which would be for one weekend in June. So that's already budgeted, correct?
Yeah.
So with Councilmember, our Mayor Pro Tem Meister's point, then it would really bring it back down to the 165,000 or so extra aside from that, if it's 200,000.
I think Mayor Pro Tem Meister wanted the $200,000 would include the public safety budgeted number that Kristen said's already a part of it, right?
Council member, so we did put about 48,000 in our budget. We budgeted about 100 for Halloween and Pride, just knowing that we would be busy. So we do have enough staffing for a full city, just assuming that we're very busy and queue lines and restaurants and bars are full. We do not have staffing for hubs, entertainment outside of existing venues, if that makes sense.
So I think what I'm hearing is we have money for security in place already. And I think what we're hearing is what would the additional money be spent on if we're allocating that budget? What, you know, obviously we want to provide support, but I think what we're trying to understand is what that would actually go towards.
And what I was imagining was that we would set an outer limit, right? And it doesn't have to be 200, it can be 165, and you know. And as I said, we would ask Genevieve and JJLA to start that process and come back to us. You know, it can even be a consent item, or we can talk about it again at 10:45 next meeting, you know, what the $200,000 is going to be spent on. But if we don't make a decision and put some money on the table, then they're not going to start thinking about what they're going to do until we make a decision and put some money on the table. And, you know, sure, Genevieve will find a way to spend every dollar we allocate. That doesn't mean we would approve them in 2 weeks, because we're clearly have been made decisions about, like, we don't want a website, we don't want this, we don't want that, but we still know things cost money. And so since we're not getting a website, maybe that, you know, $25,000 for not having a website, maybe that's a different set of things that can further expand the number of businesses that get brought into this on that weekend. That again, I'm not doing that part. Genevieve is doing this part, but my sense is that if we don't start them, they're not going to start. And the only way to start them is to be clear what our outer limit of reasonableness is, and then ask them to come back. That's my sense about it.
So what if that number is, there's the public safety cost and then an additional 100,000?
I'm not against that, but the management fees from the chamber and from JJLA, that's that $100,000. So, maybe they would lower their management fees, but we're then asking them to, we're not asking them to spend any dollars on events or any dollars on our businesses other than to coordinate with them what they're doing. I mean, JJLA wants to spend $45,000 on producing some content, getting some production in place, and making some sort of, what we're not asking for anymore, but hubs. So if we're really telling them don't do anything, then we don't need to pay them to manage it. But my sense is that we need to do it the other way. We need to say, yes, we know you can resourcefully and successfully manage businesses to participate in a branded Pride event, and you need some money to help organize those things, to help, come up with some kind of a graphic that can be used citywide, come up with some way to engage with people, that sort of thing.
Mayor Pro Tem Maestro, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Maestro.
Well, I guess, first of all, we have to, I think we should make this decision tonight because it's already May, it's right around the corner. So, and maybe we put a cap, I don't know what that is, and then we say, let the city manager, work out the details with the special events department. I know he's shaking his head, but look, you're there. We need you. But perhaps, Genevieve, you can tell us, I mean, if we're not doing the content, do we actually need Jeff to do whatever it was that he was going to do? In other words, can you handle going to the businesses and blah, 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 and give us a different, give us a reduced price?
So look, this is a pretty reduced price. And I know it looks like sticker shock, but it's really not. In a short amount of time, this isn't handing us a management fee like it's a profit. These management fees cover all of our staff time and resources and hours of coordination, which we actually already started just in the process of reaching out to the community for this and coordinating a lot of this. So this staff time is eaten up very quickly. It's not like, a profit. And I think that's the other thing, is saying management fee kind of looks like it's all of the coordination of that. Additionally, the website, you can use the chamber website, but right now I see a scattered Pride. I don't see one hub where people can go get information. I don't see one URL. I don't see a place where people can gather all that. I don't see where they can access One City, One Pride to put it on their platforms. So a lot of this, even digital, whether, again, this coordination was for digital content already produced, like One City, One Pride. So, what we're doing is pulling that together and representing all aspects of the LGBTQ community that need to be represented through this digital platform as a way not to have it in a festival or in a gathered event. The hubs, again, you could have one Robertson hub. That's great. Spend the money in that, focus on one hub, and maybe just, businesses coordinate all the things with Pride. Right now, I feel we're a little back to a third option of conceptual and not really clear on what direction, or that there's a central place where all of this is being coordinated. We talked about Visit West Holly's website, chambers, cities. So for us, I think part of this strategic plan here for you to present was to pull all of that into one centralized location that could then promote Pride, including graphics, creative development. None of that is, where's that coming from? Where's the expense of that? Are you going to have any, is there going to be any through line or theme? Maybe you don't want that. That's okay. I understand cost and I understand budget. And I know Paul is staring at me through that little box and I know he's focused on the budget, but I think he also understands, as you do, what things cost. So to take public safety out of that, and then not, and if it's 50,000, and it's 150 left, then we'll work with that. But I still feel a little bit like this is a little scattered. We're 6 weeks away. We still don't know really the direction. And I agree. Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. We need a starting point, but at this point, we need to say we want one hub on Robertson. We want some digital programming that people can access from wherever they are, whether it's in their home or not, or maybe that digital is one city, one pride, and we don't gather any other digital, but we coordinate it. What website is it going to be coordinated to? Is it the city's website? Who's going to do that? If it's the city, then is the city going to pull in all of those aspects for Pride and all of those links and all those ways that people can get the information and download it? Where are the, the maps for the city for people who are coming to explore different businesses, a map of the businesses? Whatever it is, right? If you want a Pride, if you want a bunch of booths set out on Robertson, then really you don't need the chamber and JJLA. I think that you can coordinate that through the just community process, and you can have the access to Pride through every single person's website that they want to access it from, right? So again, this is really saying, we're here to help. We're here providing a concept that we think will work for Pride, that provides all sorts of aspects, including moving people in a way that tries to keep them outside and moving to spread them out, rather than standing in lines and having problems at Rocco's or Fiesta or the Abbey, but trying to really make it so that people find other ways to than just one spot gathering. But you may not need this. You may decide that we're just going to let it organically we're going to give some guidelines to businesses. The chamber can help send those out. You can have the businesses coordinate their own Pride, and then somehow we gather that information and we put it out to the public and we say, here's all the businesses and they're all doing this stuff for Pride, but there's not really one centralized WeHo Pride sort of experience. It's just coming to the city and partying and going to the bars and restaurants. And that's okay. What we were trying to do was create programming that address the public safety issues, that address trying to theme different weekends, that tried to address providing all of the feelings that community had of being excluded and wanting to be included, whether it was seniors, et cetera. So how do we do that? How do we give that moment for lives lost? How do we give that, maybe that's not this year, maybe it's 2022, maybe we have a proposal that's before its time. We were trying to provide some sort of structure for because people will come here, and we're trying to address that. I get it that budget is an issue, but if you want again, we're not producing a big concert either. This is just really coordination and boots on the grounds and hiring staff and really trying to pull everything together in a short amount of time. And every time we delay, it costs more money. And that's the facts. So we need decisions tonight on how much you want to spend and what exactly you want to do. And we will do the best job we can for you. But again, if you don't want it, that's okay too. We're just really saying, here's an opportunity. We're structuring it for you. If you want to take that, great. But if we want to just pick it apart and then have a whole nother concept, then I don't know if we're the right fit, because it seems like we're continuing to pick apart rather than try to build something up. And and I get all the concerns. We're taking those concerns gravely. We have been involved. I've been involved with Kristen and the team for months now, gravely talking about the concerns for safety.
I think Paul wanted to jump in. So let me.
I'm sorry.
Well, I want to say something before John D'Amico hangs up at 11 o'clock.
11:20.
I think for tonight, we do need to nail this down. And I think if we're going to allocate significant resources to the effort, then while the programming may not be perfect in the proposal, at least it's a guiding table. If the council is not interested in that, I think landing on a weekend, the way Councilmember D'Amico attempted to do, and I think it was the second to the last weekend in June, doing some coordinated outreach with the businesses, using our website as the hub, whether we're using our arts programming for the virtual events during the month, but doing a little bit more of an effort on that one particular weekend, utilizing the infrastructure and resources we have. We could easily do that. I still think that having the chamber as a partner with us, I don't think if we're going with the second tier model that it has to be significant dollars, but something comparable to the annual contract that they have with the city now. You know, if we, I don't want to say throw, but if we allocate $50,000 for business outreach and content development to assist us in terms of some of the branding activity, I think that's definitely doable. I also want to say too, you know, definitely I'm getting older these days. West Hollywood's going to be packed to the gills whether we do something or not. Our challenge right now goes back to what Councilmember D'Amico says. Every time we're turning on the lights, we're getting more and more and more people. It's creating crowd issues, code issues, noise issues. So I'm not necessarily worried that the businesses aren't going to be busy. What I am worried about though is losing another year of maintaining our unique brand and being inviting to the community and keeping our doors open. So I think from that perspective, we can still, you know, put out a very safe and welcoming welcome mat for the community, letting them know that we're open, we're still relevant, and we're going to continue to be relevant. So I think scaling it down and really utilizing and leveraging the resources we have now is definitely something we can do. Much more scaled down, relying on a lot of our internal talent and relying on Jen to help, you know, corral and help the business community stay focused to buy onto our program.
So that's $50,000 plus the public safety. So we're looking at $100,000 budget.
Correct.
Okay. Is that something you're comfortable with, Councilmember D'Amico, since you made the motion?
I am. I want to ask for one more thing.
Everybody can comment. I just want to really get clear that.
Yes, I am very good with that. Yes.
On Erickson, are you, Councilmember Erickson, are you still comfortable as the seconder of that motion? Okay, great. So one last round of comments and then we got to make a decision. Councilmember Shine.
Yes, I just want to also add an amendment, and we haven't discussed this, but I would like our staff to start the process for visioning next year and an RFP process. I think that was part of this item number 4. We haven't discussed that. So I'm interested in doing outreach to, and including in that the LGAB. I think we lost an opportunity this year and in really reaching out to LGAB and the TAB. These are board members that we have and can utilize to make sure that they make sure the spirit of pride is still community oriented, which is why I directed Genevieve to the people I did. I think that's important and something we need to get started as well.
Yeah, as part of that, we did do an in-depth RFP. We do have somebody who's queued up and who can help us with that, and maybe staff can share the information now that we have a newly formed subcommittee, so we can bring you up to speed on that. And if you're comfortable with the work we've done on that, we can bring that package back to council.
Great.
Okay, Councilmember Erickson.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, did you say anything? I didn't interrupt you.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
And I want to make one adjustment to my motion, and that is that we add $10,000 more and that the chamber put on some kind of a trans event. And I know we have a long history of allocating a special amount of dollars to the trans community to make sure that we acknowledge and celebrate. And so if the seconder of the motion would accept that, I would like to amend that motion to $110,000 with $10,000 approximately to be spent on organizing some kind of trans event.
Councilmember Erickson, are you amenable to that?
As long as it is including trans and our BIPOC community as well.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
I
Thank you.
figured that was part of it, but just wanted to.
Okay, so we're all clear on the motion?
I just wanted to say one more thing, Mayor. I know you gave me that look, but you all got to talk, so might as well. So in addition, I do think that, I appreciate the chamber and JJLA, but, this is where the city not having, and, a special events department that does special events outside of permitting really does bring out the ways in which we look at how we can save money internally. We do have individuals at the city that have programmed many events. I was one of them for many years, but we also have that internal talent that can do it. So while we continue to look at how we permit this event and bring on another outside producer, we do need to make sure that we're internally looking at how we're programming special events for the city and Pride. And to piggyback up on what Councilmember Stein was saying, making sure we're utilizing those natural resources that we have so we can continue to do it.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. In consulting with our city clerk, items 4C and our 2 excluded consent items, 2J and 2M, none have speakers tonight. So we'll continue all 3 of those items to our next agenda to allow us to focus our conversation on the combined item of 5A and 5B, where all of our speakers are. And we're going to limit public comment on these items to 1 minute. I understand we have a lot of speakers, but considering the hour, I think that will allow everybody to speak and still get us out of here in an orderly fashion. Is everyone clear on what? Okay, Councilmember D'Amico is leaving.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go. Good night. I appreciate everyone's hard work. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone have any count? Yes, Paul?
Were you doing 5A and 5B as one item?
Yes. Does anybody have questions about what's left on the agenda, and is everybody else comfortable with that?
I mean, I thought we could have done appointments, but nevertheless, here we are again. I know our community members have been waiting for quite some time, and our staff can't move on with strategic projects as a result because they're missing members and a full composition. So personally, I would rather do appointments than table it, but if that's the will of the council, that's the will of the council.
One of our council members just left.
I was elected to serve and represent the city. I know this isn't saying what you meant. I understand he has different priorities, but I'm here until whenever we got to go to get the business of the city done.
Understood. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
I had asked if we can table 5A, 5B to the next meeting because I think it's important enough to have all of our council members here. I understand there are people who want to speak and we can hear them at public comment tonight after we do 4C.
So I would like to hear from the people who have waited this entire time to speak, and they are on items 5A and 5B. If we hear them and decide we don't want to deliberate tonight, we can do that, but I still think we need to hear them out. So I think I'd like to start there and then decide what we would like to do if we want to hear any other items. But I do think that if we're doing at-large appointments, that everybody should be participating.
Yep, definitely move for 4C then, because we have at-large appointments, and I think that Councilmember D'Amico has an appointment to public safety as well.
Yes. So we'll hold on the appointments. Do people want to deliberate or just hear speakers on 5A and 5B tonight? Councilmember Shine.
I'd actually like to deliberate. I think Councilmember D'Amico chose to leave. He's not going to hear all of the input. And so quite frankly, we have a quorum to make a decision and vote on these tonight.
Okay. And I mean, this will, if, depending on what happens, there will be more stages in the process to decide
Yeah.
what we want to do. So I know that Councilmember Shine initiated item 5A and Councilmember Erickson and I initiated 5B. So these are both council initiated items. I don't know that anyone needs to do a formal presentation. I think we're, somewhat familiar with the content of both. And I'm happy to turn it to public comment immediately unless others have questions or comments they'd like to address beforehand. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. First, have there been reports of onerous workloads in the city of West Hollywood? That was number one. And then the second question was, the city of Santa Monica's ordinance, as well as other cities with an ordinance, seems to exempt unionized hotels from the ordinance. And I just wanted to know if that's your intention here.
So yes, there have been reports of onerous workloads in West Hollywood, and the intention is consistent with what has happened in other cities. If people prefer to, if businesses prefer to work with their employees to develop some sort of other agreement, that's certainly their prerogative. What we're trying to do is establish standards for safety and protection of the workers, and make sure that policies that are put in place to provide for them returning to work, and that the jobs that they return to are safe.
And then my last question is, has there been any engagement with the business community, the hotels, Visitors Bureau?
This has been an ongoing discussion, and this item, as is consistent with the city's standard process to give direction to the city attorney on an item like this. So as part of the direction of item 5A, there is direction to convene with the business community to hear any concerns about this proposal. This item, should it pass, would come back as an ordinance for first reading and additional discussion. And then assuming the council agrees on something at that point, it would then come back at second reading. So there is certainly time for community processes. Is kind of how community processes begin on ordinances like this. And I know I've been speaking, but if Councilmember Shine has anything to add, I don't want to take that opportunity away from her.
Yeah, and I just want to also reframe the unions being exempted, just to give a clear understanding. Unions that negotiate differently is because they're unionized at a hotel and they're there to negotiate and bargain for their workers. So there's trade-offs and compromises that are made. For the hotels that don't have unions, the workers don't have that opportunity. So that's why the exemptions are there. It's not that the union is, I think there's been a, in some comments that we've gotten, public comments that are on the record, this perception that the union is trying to get away with something. It's actually part of the negotiation process, and it's negotiating directly. And just to expand on what the mayor was saying, certainly 22 hotels in our city, 2 are unionized. If the hotels feel that they would get a better bargain unionizing, then I would encourage them to look into that path and provide that for their employees. But as it stands, that's what the exemption and the reasoning and the negotiations is. And just to clarify again, absolutely, it's written into the direction for outreach to the Chamber of Commerce. And I'm happy to, we're always open to chat with the Hotel and Tourism Board. I know the board members there too, and there will be discussions with them. Again, this is a direction, and then an ordinance will come back later, and there's going to be a multiple step process for this.
Okay, we'll turn it to the city clerk to administer public comment.
Mayor, so this evening for these items, we have many Spanish-speaking individuals, so we are providing interpretation services for all of them. This is the first time we're using the simultaneous interpretation service, so please forgive us as there are some glitches during this. And our first speaker this evening will be Danielle Wilson. Danielle, please press *6, and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Danielle Wilson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Unite Here Local 11, and I am a resident of West Hollywood. The first time cities passed the kind of legislation that is before you back in 2012, they were demonstrating acts of great courage. Tonight, we are merely asking you to do what has already been done, challenged, and debated in cities across the country and our region. The city of West Hollywood, as we know, is a leader on many social justice issues, and I am proud to live here because of that. However, the hardworking men and women who have dedicated their lives to the city's hospitality economy have been long forgotten, and our community has suffered for it. So tonight, I'm asking you to follow in the footsteps of virtually every city in our region that has a comparable hospitality economy. Tonight, as I saw reflected in the Chamber's correspondence, you may hear from hoteliers and their representatives who will tell you how this ordinance is unfair because of the timing amid the pandemic. And I'm here to tell you that the exact same representative said this back in 2019 when Santa Monica passed the same law. Please do the right thing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Our next speaker is Adam Darvish. Adam, you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Please press *6 and you may begin.
Yes, and good, I guess I should say good night, but so am I just reporting on 5A for now? And then 5B will come later?
No, you can, we're doing both.
Okay, I'd like to do both, and 1 minute may not be enough, but I just want to say then that I will support 5A due to low wage and just the individuals that work in our industry, in hotel industry and service industries, from young people to people of color, and just the wages are so low, they need health coverage, health insurance. During the pandemic, that was really a struggle, and I feel for them. So I totally support this, and I appreciate Council Member Shine and Mayor Horvath for you to push this forward. On 5B, I have a lot of concerns. This was pushed on the agenda. A lot of the residents that I talked to in my group, they were shocked, they were surprised. I think that a lot of them emailed, but the emails didn't get to on the agenda. Maybe they sent it this morning, so I don't see any attachment. So I would respectfully and strongly would ask you to table this to the next meeting. I don't have enough time to talk about this, but a lot of concerns about safety, traffic, and why are we doing this to the hotels in the residential streets where there are no issues. There are hotels on Sunset, Santa Monica. We're already affected by them. We're scared at nights. The streets are not safe. We don't have patrolling. The police is nowhere to be found because of, I guess, limitations with budget and all of that. So just a lot to be shared. And I would recommend for this one to be tabled, maybe get some input from, in some form that's, yeah.
Adam, the 1 minute is up, and we have
I'm
a
sorry,
significant amount of speakers.
They are very important topics. Again, I'm asking on behalf of residents on the streets with the hotels for this one to be tabled, and looking at it as a sort of a better way to get input before it goes, moves forward like the Palm project.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marlene Colendres. Marlene, I apologize if I mispronounced your name. You will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Please press *6. Marlene, I'm going to try to get you to unmute. Okay, I'm going to go to our next speaker, which is Luis Garcia. Luis, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Okay, we'll go to our next one. Norma Hernandez. Norma, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Buenas noches. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Ok. Mi nombre es Norma Hernández y he trabajado en el Hotel Mondrian durante 13 años como recamarera. Soy una madre soltera que he criado a 3 niños sola y siempre he dependido de mi trabajo de limpieza para salir adelante. Me despidieron al comienzo de la pandemia y caí en una terrible depresión y ansiedad porque no sabía qué iba a hacer con mi renta. Esta ley es el único camino a seguir para mí y para mis compañeros de trabajo. Siempre he hablado cuando creo que las cosas son injustas y estoy aquí para defender a todos los trabajadores del hotel de West Hollywood. Esta ley es para todos. Como recamarera, tener protección contra la agresión sexual, como el botón de pánico, me haría sentir más segura, ya que a menudo tengo que trabajar sola en áreas aisladas del hotel. Quiero agradecer a la alcaldesa Lindsay Harvard y a la consejera CPUC por apoyarnos y al resto de los concejales. El concilio de West Hollywood debe de hacer lo correcto esta noche y seguir apoyándonos a los trabajadores de hoteles del West Hollywood y no a las corporaciones. Gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luis Soto. Luis, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Ok, ¿me escucha?
Sí.
¿Me escucha? Mi nombre es Luis Soto y yo trabajé también para el Hotel Mondrian 22 años. Y cuando vino la pandemia, estaba en disability y nomás me enviaron una carta para decirme que ya no había más trabajo para mí porque el hotel iba a cerrar. Y también para quejarme de que no nos trataban con respeto en el trabajo. Todos los manejadores nos miraban como discriminadamente. Y quisiera que esta ley pasara para que todos para que nos sintiéramos un poco más protegidos de los jefes que teníamos. Y como todos los compañeros, yo creo que van a estar de acuerdo conmigo de que no, si se pudiera que regresaran al trabajo con la misma posición como estábamos y que hubiera menos discriminación laboral. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ubaldo Ramos. Ubaldo, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Oh, I see his hand raised.
¿Me escucha? Bueno,
Sí.
buenas noches. ¿Sí? Mi nombre es Ubaldo Ramos. Trabajé en el Hotel Standard de West Hollywood por 9 años como cocinero. Y no es justo que nos despidieron nada más con una simple carta de layoff, ni siquiera la de gracias. Por esto nosotros queremos que los concejales, que ustedes aprueban esta ley para apoyar a los trabajadores de los hoteles de West Hollywood, para regresar con sus labores, con su señoría y con respeto. Muchas gracias a ustedes por escucharnos. Gracias.
Thank you, Ubaldo. Our next speaker is Gustavo Maldonado. Gustavo, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak. Gustavo.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Gustavo Maldonado. Sí, somos 5 miembros de familia. Era cocinero hotline. Trabajé 19 años en el Standard West Hollywood Hotel y nos descansaron coronavirus. Me enteré por carta a donde me dicen que estoy despedido del trabajo. Al recibir esta carta que me envió Patricia Park, me sentí triste, desesperado con mi familia y allí tuvimos que reducir los gastos y no tuvimos ninguna ayuda para el hotel. Mi hija perdió su trabajo, cerraron el negocio y unos meses y 2 hijos son desempleados. Lo triste que me sentí de que estoy despedido y de haber trabajado tantos años con ellos y para que me despiden de esa manera no es correcto. Mis compañeros del trabajo y yo queremos que nos regresen el trabajo porque tenemos biles que pagar, renta, seguro, comida y tenemos familias que mantener. Les pedimos de favor que nos ayuden los congresistas y para que pase esta ley y ayúdenos con esta situación triste. Gracias.
Thank you, Gustavo. Our next speaker is Jesus Cruz. Jesus, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Hello, everyone. Good night. Hello, Mayor and City Councils. My name is Jesus Cruz, and I worked at the Standard as a cook for 4 years. And my family comes from the hospitality industry, so I understand and know how it is, with everything going on. And I support item 5A and 5B, because my mom has worked as a housekeeper, and all these people that actually are on the line right now, I know most of them, and I understand how hard it is, for heavy workloads and the things that they do with the housekeepers, and they don't feel safe sometimes to go into the guest rooms alone. This law would give us security that we need to go back to our jobs as the industry begins to recover. It will make sure that us workers are not left behind and that we feel respected, to go back to our jobs. As a member of the LGBT community, I know that West Hollywood prides itself in being a city of inclusion and equality, and I hope that the council leads with values today to stand with hospitality workers like everyone here to the lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesus. Our next speaker is Myrna Crespin. Myrna, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Sí, buenas noches. ¿Me escuchan? Mi nombre es Myrna Crespin. Trabajé 22 años en el Hotel Mondrian y fui despedida por motivo de la pandemia, pero injustamente. Pues ahí dediqué toda mi vida con mis compañeros. Fue como mi segunda casa. Y eso es como una discriminación que hicieron con todos los empleados. Y queremos con estas nuevas leyes que están poniendo la alcaldesa y todos nos están ayudando, esperamos que todo cambie en nuestro hotel, porque tuvimos mucha discriminación con los dueños. Gracias. No sé si me escucharon.
Thank you, Myrna. Our next speaker is Luis Garcia. Luis, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Louis, I'm going to try to get you to unmute. Okay, we'll move to our next speaker. Olga Aquino, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Okay, we'll move to our next one. Mito Aviles, are you still on the line? You have 1 minute to speak. Please press *6. Mito, go ahead. I see you're on the line still. Okay, we'll go to our next speaker, which is Angel Manrique. Angel, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Go ahead, Angel. Angel, I see that you're unmuted. Okay, we will go to our next speaker, Lilian Ramos. Please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Okay, we'll go to the next one. Salvador Pulido, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Sorry, Mayor, it appears a lot of people have fallen off. Our next speaker is Rocio Moreno. Okay. Pedro Tot, T-O-T, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Pedro Tot. Yo trabajé en el Hotel Mondrian por 35 años y como todos también fuimos despedidos por la pandemia y pido a todos los concejales de West Hollywood que nos apoyen porque también nosotros vamos a apoyar cuando ustedes necesitan su apoyo, tanto por la ciudad que por la familia y por todos. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Our next speaker is Bert Seneca. Bert, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, my name is Bert Seneca. I'm the General Manager of La Porte Suite Hotel and Regional Vice President of Operations for our West Hollywood collection, which also includes the Grafton Sunset, Chamberlain, West Hollywood, and Montrose, West Hollywood. I've worked with our collection for 10 years. Our company has managed hotels in West Hollywood for over 30 years, and we are the largest hotel operator in the city. We're equally concerned about the well-being of our staff. You can imagine how excited we become when business levels reach a point where we're able to call back a team member who fell victim to the impact of COVID-19 out on our industry. They're not just an associate, but also a family member. What does one do for a family? We take care of them. One example is Panic Buttons, which made an investment for all 4 of our properties. We stand behind the 5-star promise as our team deserves it. That said, I'm disappointed that I nor any of my colleagues have not been approached to discuss this and any of the concerns mentioned in agenda item 5A. West Hollywood is a special community, and our hospitality community is even more special. And I know we're all dedicated to our teams and are here to help. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bert. Our next speaker will be, going through our list, will be Andrew Maffey. Andrew, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
All right, Mayor and council members, my name is Andrew Maffey, and I'm the Area General Manager of Montrose, West Hollywood, and Chamberlain, West Hollywood, comprising 248 hotel rooms in West Hollywood and currently employing 48 employees of the West Hollywood hospitality industry. Pre-pandemic, I employed 120 employees between my 2 properties. And as a manager and hotelier, I share the council's concern for the well-being of our staff and I stand behind the 5-star promise that West Hollywood hotel community has adopted and which addresses many of the council's concerns. The average length of employment of the team currently working on my property is over 16 years of service, and many of these team members have over the years recruited their children, siblings, and neighbors to work in my hotels. I appreciate the council's desire to keep our team safe, and we can achieve this in a spirit of cooperation and collaboration. I look forward to working with the council members to continue to see hospitality flourish as we come out of the pandemic. You each have an email from me. Please feel free to contact me directly with any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to try to get Luis Garcia back on. Luis Garcia, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Go ahead, Luis.
¿Sí me escuchan? Ok, mi nombre es Luis García, trabajé por 11 años en el Hotel Montreal y pues solo cerraron y me dieron diciendo que iban a cerrar por la pandemia que estaba en el año pasado. Y de ahí me mandaron una carta de despido y pues a mí no se me hizo justo que me despidieran así sin tomar algo que me dijeran en el futuro que me iban a volver a llamar. Y luego pues ya con esto pues yo ando viendo que me regresen otra vez el trabajo para trabajar. Y hay gente trabajando ahí, pero a nosotros no nos llaman para volver a trabajar. Y pues con esto ha hecho muchos recortes yo para sobrevivir y yo vivo con mi hija, yo tengo que ver todo acá para salir adelante los dos y por eso necesito que me regresen el trabajo. Y primero darles a ustedes las gracias por ponernos un poquito de atención para sacar esto, lo que tenemos adentro para seguir trabajando.
Thank you, Luis.
Okay. Gracias.
Gracias. Luis Soto, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Sí, como les digo, yo trabajé 22 años, estaba en disability y me quitaron hasta la aseguranza porque y tuve muchos problemas con mi salud porque no tenía aseguranza para ese tiempo, tuve que andar buscando para yo seguir con mi tratamiento porque ellos sabían que yo tenía un tratamiento y no les importó, solo los quitaron la aseguranza y fue todo, no, hasta de las vacaciones me estaban cobrando lo de la aseguranza y luego cuando me despidieron, me mandaron el resto que tenía de mis vacaciones y me dijeron que ya no tenía aseguranza también. Yo creo que fue muy injusto de parte de ellos, porque siquiera la aseguranza lo hubieran mantenido, que pagáramos nosotros la parte que pagábamos, la mitad de nosotros. Gracias.
Yo no sé cómo puedo entrar yo.
Thank you. Estela, I see that you have unmuted yourself, so go ahead and you'll have 1 minute to speak.
¿Me escucha?
Yes.
Mi nombre es Estela Pineda, trabajé por 20 años en el Mondrian. Yo no voy a las juntas de la unión, pero siempre estoy apoyándolos, aunque sea así en Zoom por el momento. Y lo que espero es que todos los que trabajamos ahí en el Mondrian, a ver si nos regresan el trabajo nuevamente con la señoría y todo. Y es lo único que yo les puedo decir, porque también de allí depende mi familia, mis deudas y todo, pues para todos nosotros los compañeros que siempre esperamos vernos juntos nuevamente y que ustedes nos apoyen. Gracias, feliz noche.
Thank you, Estela. Our next speaker is Norma Coronado. Norma, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Norma, please press *6. Okay, I'm going to move to the next one. It would be Norbert Reliker. Please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Honorable Mayor and esteemed City Council member, my name is Norbert Reliker and I'm representing the Mondrian Los Angeles for the last 7 years. Thank you for allowing me to share my comments with you. Part of item number 5A is already moved forward due to the Governor Newsom's ratification of the recall law. I'm advocating tonight that what would take time, perhaps 60 to 90 days, to have the opportunity to utilize the Business Council Roundtable similar to the last two meetings and find answers to be part of the intended ordinance. Also, I'm sure that my colleagues who manage the hotels in West Hollywood would be more than happy to offer you a close-up view of what we do, protect, inform, and train our employees. We adhere to the 5-star promise. And finally, WeHo is a pace setter. Let's not use the models from other communities. Thank you for the time. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Karen Ayers. Karen, please press *6 and you'll have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Hi, this is Karen Ayers. I'm president of the Hollywood chapter of the National Organization for Women. And make no mistake about it, these workers who came to speak tonight are truly brave and courageous to do so. Hollywood now supports item 5A because it will go a long way in protecting hotel workers from unfair hiring and retention practices, and also from unsafe and onerous working conditions. The men and women who clean hotel rooms, serve hotel desks, and carry their luggage are the backbone of West Hollywood's tourist economy. These workers need and deserve basic protections. And this is what this item calls for. Just basic protections. A high percentage of women have lost their jobs due to COVID without any certainty that these jobs will be available when the hotels open again. In addition, a large number of people working in the hospitality industry are immigrants, people of color, and LGBTQ individuals. These people deserve our support. Thank you very much, Mayor Horvath and Councilmember Shine, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Karen. Norma, I see that you have unmuted yourself. Please go ahead and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Okay, she disappeared again. Our next speaker is Angel Manrique. Angel, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Buenas noches, ¿me escuchan?
Yes,
Hola.
we can.
Ok, buenas noches, mi nombre es Ángel Manrique, trabajé en el Hotel Mondrian por 15 años. Como todos mis compañeros, solamente fuimos despedidos por una simple llamada diciéndonos que el hotel estaba cerrado y por una carta que éramos despedidos. Literalmente, así bien escrito, despedidos. Pues creo que fuimos, como persona y como trabajadores, nuestros derechos fueron violados porque no se pusieron a pensar que nosotros teníamos familias para salir adelante. El hotel dijo hasta aquí nomás, y si quieren volver a trabajar, tienen que volver a aplicar otra vez como nuevos. Y creo que eso no era lo justo. Se hubieran puesto en nuestros zapatos, porque nosotros tenemos familia. Se hubieran puesto un rato en sus zapatos a los concejales, pedirles por favor que piensen en nosotros, que se pongan un rato en nuestros zapatos, ¿qué es sentirse ser despedido de un trabajo que dedicaste tu tiempo, tu vida? Nosotros estuvimos cuando el hotel necesitaba. Nosotros fuimos, aún así fuimos los más bajos que el hotel nos dio a nosotros. Fuimos la última opción del hotel, pero incluso así nos fuimos sacados. Buenas noches, gracias.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Willie Paras. Willie, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Ya, muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Willy Parras y por 17 años trabajé en el Standard Hotel y pido a las autoridades de West Hollywood pues que nos apoyen con esta ley porque todos necesitamos regresar a nuestros trabajos, porque tenemos familia, tenemos que pagar renta y biles y necesitamos ayudar a nuestra familia. De todo corazón les pido pues que nos ayuden y pues que las autoridades piensen en todos nosotros. Gracias y que tengan muy buenas noches.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liliana Hernandez. Liliana, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Go ahead, Liliana.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for having us tonight. We are fighting for our co-workers that went us out like a paper. And don't be fooled for these companies who are telling that they're gonna follow the Governor Newsom's law, because they already fired them, all of the employees, without any consideration. And now that we are fighting, they're asking for compassion when they didn't have it for the workers. So please, council members, I imploring you your consideration for this ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liliana. Gustavo Maldonado, please press *6 and you'll have 1 minute to speak on this item. Okay, I can't get him to unmute. So we will move to Dan Halden. Dan, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Good evening. Thank you everyone for sticking it out. I'm Dan Halden. I am the Legislative Action Chair for the Stonewall Democratic Club. Thank you all for hearing this item tonight. Special thanks to Mayor Horvath and to Councilmember Shine for bringing this forward. I'll keep it really simple. We support item 5A. We strongly support it. We stand with all of the workers who have been present on this call and the many others who are not present on this call. Thank you to Unite here as well. Stonewall Democratic Club has supported similar initiatives in the past at lots of other municipalities in the region, including the city and county of Los Angeles, Long Beach, Pasadena, Glendale, Santa Monica. Other municipalities have taken these steps. There's no reason why West Hollywood, progressive West Hollywood, should not also do the same. And with respect to one of the earlier comments made, I think that now is the time to protect our hospitality workers. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan. Our next speaker is Genevieve Morrill. Genevieve, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Genevieve Morrill, President, CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. First and foremost, safety and security is our paramount to the hotel community in West Hollywood. I take umbrage to comments like our community has suffered for it or low wages. This has nothing to do with the hotels in West Hollywood. This report contains serious, outright, and indirect allegations against the city's hotels without any substantiated evidence or any due process or supporting data. Why now? Why, when we need to focus on business recovery, homeless issues, rent moratoriums being lifted, unemployment, and a host of other issues? Not a single city council member reached out to our hotel community. The email correspondence from workers is mostly being about laid off. Yes, we are in a crisis. We still are. Please, please consider pausing on this. Issue a moratorium on any local labor or minimum wage laws. Help us recover, not cause more anxiety or stress. Please take pause. Use the time during the moratorium to conduct a complete inquiry into the city hospitality sector to validate these serious allegations and take the findings and use them to look at having a serious and thoughtful conversation on this issue. Please pause, council members.
Thank you, Genevieve. Our next speaker is Nick Remedio. Nick, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Good evening, council and city staff. Nick Remedio here from the Chamber and General Manager of Lapeer Hotel. like to speak about the sincere concerns for the workers. It really is so important that we note that most of the items in the staff report are being addressed without an ordinance. Safety devices such as panic buttons are or will be in place by summer as established by the 5-star promise. Reporting misconduct, including sexual harassment without fear of retaliation, is addressed by California state labor law. Requiring training for not just housekeepers, but all employees is also a state requirement and industry standard. Just this past Friday, as my colleague Norbert noted, Governor Newsom signed a bill into law providing immediate recall protections for workers across the state. Thus, we have 4 of the 5 items identified by the sponsoring council members already in hand. That leaves a vote to direct staff to draft an ordinance that is really about regulating how businesses schedule their workers and assign workloads. If that is the case, please consider to relabel this draft to be just that, municipal regulations on worker schedules and assignments. And let's have straightforward conversation about that issue over the next 60 days, if that's what the council decides, and not hide behind other issues that have already been addressed. We look forward to a very long and intense conversation about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Our next speaker is William Karpiak. William, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Horvath and council members. I wanted to speak on agenda item 5A, the Hospitality Safety Initiative. Bill Karpiak from Ramada Plaza Hotel and current chair of West Hollywood Travel and Tourism. At the last council meeting, the Chamber of Commerce and Hotel Council members spoke about the West Hollywood 5-star promise and outlined the steps our hospitality community had taken and implemented to ensure employee safety. In our West Hollywood hotels, health and safety training remains a top priority. This type of training is part of California law and occurs on a regular basis. The topics include harassment, sexual harassment, workplace safety, human trafficking, just to name a few. One of the concerns that's been spoken about tonight is the lack or seeming lack of input requested, provided, or received from the West Hollywood hospitality community. With safety a top priority for both the city of West Hollywood and the West Hollywood hotel community, we feel strongly would be in our mutual best interest to have our hotel community involved in some way, working together with city staff to provide the safest and healthiest work environments possible for both employees and customers. Regarding the guideline list in the ordinance, there's a concern about the city of West Hollywood regulating employee work hours, determining workloads, and making determinations regarding fair compensation instead of allowing the labor market to make this determination. In order for us to make the best informed decision on these issues and to achieve the best possible result, the Hotel Council should be involved in the process, working with city staff in the development of an ordinance that benefits hotel employees and is fair to local hotels. It will also be more important than ever to have the most current research data available in order to determine potential outcomes from which any proposed ordinance. Again, we feel it's imperative that there's complete transparency during the ordinance development process. Once this process has been performed and completed with the inclusion and input from the West Hollywood hotel community, only then can the city council make the best possible informed decision based on the relevant data and with the input from both the city staff, and the West Hollywood hotel stakeholders. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. We look forward to working with both staff and the council on this ordinance. Thank you again.
Thank you, Bill. Our next speaker is Heather Rosman. Heather, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Good evening, Heather Rosman, Executive Director with the Hotel Association of Los Angeles, representing hotels in the greater Los Angeles area. I thank you for sharing our values of protecting hotel employees. However, this proposed ordinance is a solution in search of a non-existent problem. Hotels rely on safe and welcoming environments for all. We recognize that our housekeeping colleagues, many of who have made decades-long careers in West Hollywood, serve as frontline ambassadors for our city, and we look forward to the day when we can bring back all of our employees. However, the current state laws already are in place to protect housekeepers. We have panic buttons, we have sexual harassment, human trafficking, and musculoskeletal prevention programs. We also have a recently passed statewide recall retention ordinance. And so many of these proposed ordinance items are really unnecessary. So why are we using city resources to create duplicative laws? The Long Beach City Council actually voted against this same ordinance and arbitrary work rules, understanding that the unintended consequences and inability for the city to provide administrative guidelines for compliance. Hotels rely on safe and welcoming environments, and the vast majority of hotels are independent family-owned properties now struggling to get back on their feet. Please don't destabilize West Hollywood hotel community in the middle of the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Mayor, I'm going to call a couple of people that are in the meeting that I think may want to speak on this item. And if they don't, we'll move on. The first person is Kenya Sandoval. Kenya, please press *6 and you'll have 1 minute to speak on this item. Okay, the next speaker is Soledad Garcia. Soledad, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Okay, the next person is Ubaldo Ramos. Ubaldo, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item. Go ahead, Ubaldo.
Muy buenas noches, habla Ubaldo Ramos. Como le dije hace rato, que no es justo que con una carta de layoff nos despidieron a todos los trabajadores sin decirles que las gracias. Por eso estamos hablando para que por favor nos apoyen los concejales para aprobar esta ley, para que nos resten nuestros trabajos con su señoría, con respeto, que nos tomen en cuenta, por favor. Eso es lo que estoy pidiendo a toda la gente de West Hollywood. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ubaldo. The next speaker, Janet Cruz. Janet, please press *6 and you'll have 1 minute to speak on this item. Okay, and the last one is Myrna Crespin. Myrna, please press *6 and you will have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Janet Cruz.
Go ahead, Janet.
Mi nombre es Janet Cruz. Trabajé para el Standard Hotel de Housekeeping durante 17 años y medio. Fui descansada a causa de la pandemia. Ha sido muy difícil para mí y para mi familia el no poder regresar a trabajar. Por favor, les pido a los concejales su apoyo al aprobar esta ordenanza que ayudará a los housekeeping con una carga de trabajo justa y protección como el botón de pánico y regresar a nuestros puestos de trabajo con nuestra señoría y mejores sueldos. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Janet. I believe that is our last speaker, Mayor. If there's anyone else, we will take you during the final public comment period.
Okay, are there any questions? If not, I'm happy to get right into deliberation on this item, or well, both of these items. Who would like to begin? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, well, first I have a question. 5B, what is new in this item that is different from Councilmember Heilman's item that he had brought forward a few months ago when he was here? I'm just trying to figure out what's different, because it seems to me that this item is already in the works.
So there are, since he has departed the council, there are new issues that have come up, or new opportunities for there to be expanded business operations and opportunity for us to perhaps relax some restrictions that were not explicitly called out in Councilmember Heilman's proposal. That's why one of the recommendations is to engage the stakeholders to make sure that the recommendations that do come back are responsive to the needs that that businesses have at this time, and to come back with those recommendations through staff. We've heard through some of the meetings I know city staff has, I have as well, that there are some requests from the business community, and this is an opportunity for us to provide some of that relief in a more ongoing way.
So then while we're engaging them in this, why don't we engage them in this adoption of this ordinance? I mean, I'm just going to, look, I appreciate all of the speakers, and I feel for them, and I understand they're going through a very difficult time. What I'm hearing from the business community is that, and I'm sorry, I'm looking to my left because that's where my iPad is with my agenda packet, that 1, 3, and 4 are already in the works, or they're laws based on state laws. So really the only thing is provision 2, which is to ensure basically tell hotels what the workloads should be. When I went to look up the city of Santa Monica's ordinance, I ran into a press release which said, and I'm quoting, "The adoption of the ordinance," this is Santa Monica, city of Santa Monica, "comes after months of research and engagement with various local stakeholders, including the Commission on the Status of Women's Ad Hoc Committee, Unite Here Local 11, Santa Monica Lodging Businesses, Santa Monica Travel and Tourism, Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce, the Hotel Association of LA, the California Hotel and Lodging Association." City staff also consulted with multiple cities with similar ordinances to learn about their experiences in implementation and enforcement, including Long Beach, Oakland, and Seattle. And our city has yet to engage with our local stakeholders. And I don't understand why, if it's good enough for Santa Monica to engage with their local stakeholders, why it's not something that we are putting forward before coming up with this ordinance. I'm also going to just say that regarding the workloads, I'm just wondering what's next. Do we tell David Cooley how many dishes his dishwasher can wash an hour? Do we tell Craig's how many cars their valet can valet? You know, I don't know. I don't know the hotel business. I feel that the hotel employers should work with the hotel employees. They know their business better than anyone. I don't know the hotel business. I do understand public safety issues, absolutely. And like I said, the other 3 items, I totally understand. The retention and recall, that is already something that the state is doing. But I have concerns about the other item. And I do think that this is something that needs to be discussed with our local stakeholders. And I think it's not a good practice of this city to not do engagement before saying, we're going to do this ordinance, and, you know, sure, we'll change it after the fact. It's not going to change. It's not going to change. So I just think it would be important. And the other thing is, it's 12:30. I know I'm very grumpy right now, and I really don't, I can't discuss this and be super articulate about it right now. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I guess I believe you said this at the beginning before our public commenters, and I just want to thank all, I think I counted 32 individuals. I know there are more that might not have been able to speak who spoke both on all sides. So I want to thank them for staying here and speaking, because it takes a lot, especially for individuals who do have to work tomorrow. So that's important. But I believe there is outreach planned here, a part of this item. Didn't you give direction to go and do a really extensive outreach plan, Councilmember Shine or Mayor? I'm happy. I thought you said that, but it was in another day, so I might have forgotten.
Do you have other comments? We'll address that. Do you have other comments, or?
I'm happy. Are we keeping them as separate or the same?
I think for the sake of the hour. If you could give all of your comments on both items, that would be really helpful.
I have obviously no more comments about 5B. I was one of the co-authors of it. I think this, like 5A, it's to go out there and do the work and to study and figure out where these things can come about, where things can be, where we can help our business community. With 5B, I was supportive of then Council Member John Heilman's item to do this. And when Mayor talked to me about doing this, I said yes, because I believe that these incentives and these ways in which we can help businesses exist. So I think it's to go out there and can come back to us with ideas and engage all the stakeholders, which we hear all the time about doing it. In terms of 5A, I have the same comments. You know, I think that this item itself asks staff to go out there and do the work. It's the public will be involved. The business community will be involved. People from all sides of the aisles will be involved. And then they will come back with an ordinance. This is no different at this late hour. Yes, it's 12:30, you know, but this is why we were elected, because we're here doing the work. You know, and I think that, like with other things that have been passed at 12 o'clock at night, which may or may not change or may change with public process and participation, this is giving general direction for this to move forward and to see where it comes back with our staff, who is very well qualified to do it. So I'm happy to move both items, or I'm happy to do them one by one to give that direction. However you want to take care of it, Mayor, but I don't want to stifle you or Councilmember Shine's commentary as well.
Thank you. I heard a motion for both. Is there a second for either one of them or both of them?
I'll second.
Both of them or?
For both of them.
Okay, I'm so sorry to tell you, your volume's just a little bit soft again.
Soft again? Or was I just speaking softly?
I hear you.
Can you hear me better now? Yes, I will second both of them. And I do want to address some things that have been said, and also Mayor Pro Tem Meister, some of your concerns. The law that passed at the state is not the same as the right of recall that we're trying to do here. The state law is a temporary right of recall, and what we want is a permanent right of recall that is not going to expire. And this is important to protect workers and make sure that in other times such as this and big layoffs, they get the chance to come back to the jobs that they've been working 5 years, 15 years, 25 years, 35 years. And as far as the other items, I think the items about sexual harassment, training, and all of that, musculoskeletal training, that has nothing really to do with what this item is. This item is a safe reporting requirements that would address instances of assault and threatening conduct, and a workload component about onerous workload. So those two items are not part of this at all. Those are separate. Additionally, the panic buttons have, we appreciate the 5-star promise, and I've been told that a lot of hotels do have panic buttons. A lot of them also don't. New hotels will then choose yes or no, and it's important for the safety of housekeepers, who the majority of our immigrants are women and need to be protected in situations. And I think the hotel industry recognizes that, but it's important for us to really move this forward. And the extensive outreach that was done by the city of Santa Monica, those were some newer concepts. Those have been tested and true. We know what the law is there. Ours will be different in certain aspects and take into account West Hollywood, specific hotels. And that's just part of the outreach that's going to happen. And we're going to have an ordinance that staff is going to come up with, and then we all get input and tweak. And as far as the city of Long Beach, by the way, yes, they didn't pass it at the dais, and then they ended up having it pass on a ballot measure, which is harder to amend. So passing something on the dais makes it easier for us to go back later and go, you know what, this worked, this didn't work, etc. There have been many cities now that have passed right of recall retention, the safe reporting requirements, anti-sex trafficking training, the workload component. Am I missing anything else, Mayor? I think those are all our main points. And I also want to mention that laws like this are important because the kindness of the owners, which they have shown, doesn't mean that future operators will be as kind or thoughtful. Which is why something like this is the floor, not the ceiling for what the hotels can do. And we're really asking for basic protections.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
For Commissioner Shine. Councilmember Shine, sorry, it's late. Several of the speakers talked about that they had been laid off from the Standard and then fired from the Standard. And as you know, the Standard went out of business, right? What do you do when a business goes out of business? I mean, you can't expect another business coming in to just automatically, if it's a new business, don't they have a right to interview people and decide who they want to hire? I'm just asking this question.
Sure, that goes under the worker retention. So that when a new business comes in, so if a new business comes in and they're dealing with buying a hotel, then the worker retention kicks in. And, you know, I would leave it to staff to guide us to specifically as to what other circumstances worker retention applies to and what the laws have been. And these laws, by the way, have been tested and true. Any kind of litigation has failed. They've been upheld, and that's important to point out. So I would say, with regard to specifically the Standard, I'd be curious to see what staff recommends in the ordinance with regard to that specific hotel. But there are many hotels that we have, 22 hotels that could get sold, and that's why the right of retention is important. The right of recall obviously recalls you back according to your seniority to the hotels that you were laid off from.
So my understanding is that there is a 90-day retention. Is that incorrect? When there's a new operator?
Would you like me to respond?
Yeah, would you like to respond?
Yeah, there currently isn't that protection. And I think that's the issue. That's what we're hearing from workers about tonight. And, while state law has provided some temporary mechanisms during the remainder of this of the COVID relief, that this program would be longer lasting and more comprehensive to make sure that workers who were let go. We've heard that at hotels here in our city that are currently operating, that workers are let go and replaced with agency workers, so they're able to be paid less because some of the more senior staff simply cost more. And so these are things that are actually happening in West Hollywood businesses right now. These are stories that we've heard, we've taken the time to hear. And, we've spent a lot of time doing business roundtables, business engagement. We have done no engagement, in a organized way with workers in this industry who have raised these issues and taken it upon themselves to bring these issues to our attention. It doesn't mean that every single hotel is full of bad leadership or ill-intentioned people, but the protections are not in place for people who have helped these hotels become the successes that they are in our city. And I think what we're trying to do here is give direction for an ordinance to be drafted that actually protects those workers, validates the work that they've been doing, and honors their work as part of the success that brought all of those businesses to the point before COVID, where many of our hotels were near maximum capacity and at, you know, record-setting success levels. And so I think that, you know, the question has come up, why now? Well, because we're rebuilding our economy now, and it's not enough for us to just go back to what was. We have to make sure that the economy actually works for everyone. And that's, you know, we've seen in our social services, people, an increased need to support people, certainly during a period of COVID. But when people are not, you know, are unemployed or underemployed, you know, that we then provide a social safety net in our community. I think that's who we always want to be. But I think policies like this also help us protect people in jobs that hopefully can provide them with a living that affords them and their families, you know, to be able to live.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my problem with the item is that it's the order that you have it. In other words, you say, staff, come back with an ordinance, and then we'll do engagement with our hotels. I think it should be engagement with the hotels, then come back with an ordinance.
And I think, you know, to your, if I can finish my other comments, you know, to your comment about the Santa Monica process, their process of how they get to an ordinance is different than ours. Typically, when we have had other ordinances like this is, you know, we do that outreach as part of this direction. When we gave direction on a smoking ordinance, there was community outreach. When we gave direction on the, you know, smoking on outdoor patios, that was, you know, a very long process. There are different lengths of process, but it's usually initiated with an item just like this one to see if there's even an appetite on the council for there to be a move in a certain direction. In this case, you know, this item will make clear or not whether there's appetite on the council for us to move in this direction, and you know, to draft an ordinance that codifies these protections in a way that goes beyond the temporary protections that will exist in state law. You know, we build meetings into this process, but we're having these meetings all the time. I mean, we just had a business roundtable discussion that brought up similar, not same, but similar concerns. And we said it during that call that there, you know, each of us is available, and we're happy to meet with any groups, you know, who would like to meet as a group or individually. And I make that commitment again here tonight publicly. I get that it's tough to stay awake and power through these meetings late at night, but it's also tough to do the work that people are being asked to do every day. And, you know, I think the workers who are doing that deserve to be outreached to as well. They deserve to be heard. And I think those concerns deserve to be addressed. And, you know, we've heard that these concerns just aren't present in West Hollywood, but I can tell you, we received correspondence from firefighters and local law enforcement that they support the direction of the drafting of this ordinance, in addition to the other organizations that were present tonight and others that have submitted in writing, from LA County Democratic Party, Stonewall, Hollywood Now, NWPC. So many organizations have jumped in to say this is a direction that we support. And I think that's important to listen to. It's not because it's just a good idea. It's because it will actually make a meaningful difference for people in our community. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. It just occurred to me, I wanted to ask Councilmember Erickson, who made the motion. I would like to make sure that we clarify that hospitality and hotel workers and hotels covers private clubs with overnight stays as well. And Lauren Langer, if you have any input, or Councilmember Erickson, would you accept that amendment?
I'm fine with that, but if Lauren Langer, if you wanted to say anything, I didn't know if you wanted to add any additional stuff.
No, I think it's just a clarification that the original intent was that hospitality includes private clubs that happen to sometimes have overnight accommodation uses as well. So I think it's just a clarification to staff, if this passes, what to draft.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. I'm just going to make one more point. I know that you've said that, we come forward with ordinances and then we have the outreach. That's not always the case. I know that I've initiated some items where I have literally gone to GAC first. I've done it many times because I wanted to get feedback before I brought it forward, because I wanted to know what, well, first of all, what I was up against before I brought it to council, and to see if there were ways that I could improve the item, especially because it involves, it affects our community, whether it's our residents or our businesses or our workers. So I'm not saying not to do outreach to workers. I think we should do outreach to workers, and I think we should do outreach to our businesses. I think we owe our businesses that they are the, I understand that the workers are very, very important to our businesses, but our businesses are also very, very important to our revenues and that pay for our social services of our residents. So I can't support the item. I do support aspects of the item. Like I said, the public safety aspects, absolutely. I'm interested in items 1, 2, and 4. Item 3, I have issues with and would need, just feel that I need much more engagement by our business community and others, Visitors Bureau, et cetera. But thank you for listening.
Are there any further comments? I believe there's a motion in a second.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I hear what Mayor Pro Tem Meister is saying, but I think that this item is the beginning step of having that engagement. I think that we have engaged people on a number of issues, but this is another step in a process of engaging, I think, another side of the coin too. And I think that all people are invited to the table on this one. That's how I read the item. That's how I see it, which is why this is general direction to staff to come back with an ordinance. There are going to be, if we can relive the smoking ordinance, we'll be here till 2028. But in understanding the ways in which this actually is, I think, aimed to get it right with outreach specifically written in here shows. I think that it is important to continue to figure out how we can navigate this conversation. And I think those issues are being addressed. So I probably just said something that the mayor or Councilmember Shine or Mayor Pro Tem Meister just said again, so I apologize. I don't know where I am, but we can call the question if you want. But apologies for repeating myself.
Okay, are there any further comments on the item tonight? And so we're going to take 2 votes. The first will be on item 5A, and then the second will be on item 5B, because we haven't passed that one, even though we haven't been discussing it as much. And I also wanted to provide clarification on 5B. I think I missed also clarifying that Councilmember Heilman's direction was on the residential hotels, and this would apply more expansively to all of the hotel businesses in the city. So it's not just sort of a select number of hotels in the city. Madam City Clerk, we'll start with a roll call vote on item 5A.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
No.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes, noting the no vote of Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
And item 5B.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
No.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes, noting the no vote of Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Okay. We have continued items 4C, 2J, and 2M to our next meeting. Is there any additional public comment, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2 individuals who would like to speak. The first speaker is Danielle Wilson. Danielle, please press *6 and provide your final public comment.
That's okay. I think everything's been said. Thanks.
Thank you, Danielle. And our other final speaker is Sandy. Sandy, please press *6 and provide your public comment.
Buenas noches. Gracias por su paciencia.
Mi nombre es Sandra Pellecer y trabajé en el Hotel Standard aquí en West Hollywood durante 16 años como cocinera. Cuando el hotel me dijo que cerraría por la pandemia, me puse muy nerviosa porque no dependo de nadie más para llegar al fin de mes, sino de mí misma. Emigré a este país dejando a mis hijos en Guatemala en busca de una vida mejor para mantener y he trabajado duro para construir una vida para nosotros. Los trabajadores como yo quieren dedicar sus vidas a construir la industria hotelera en West Hollywood. Espero que el concilio de West Hollywood vote a favor de esta ley porque los trabajadores que construyeron la industria turística de la ciudad como yo pueden prosperar una vez más que la industria regrese. También queremos poder trabajar con dignidad y respeto. Una cosa que es especialmente importante para mí es la ley garantizada que las horas extraordinarias son voluntarias. No siempre he sentido así y nunca hablé de eso porque tenía miedo de que me despidieran. La ley también protegería a mis hermanas del departamento de housekeeping del abuso. Nos merecemos esta protección ahora más que nunca. Les pido a los consejos que nos apoyen con esta ley y esperamos que cada uno se ponga la mano en la conciencia para que nos apoyen y que podamos pasar esta ley. Muchísimas gracias, que Dios me los bendiga y que tengan ustedes una excelente noche.
Thank you, Sandy, and we will provide translation in the minutes for her comments. Our translators have left for the evening. That is all our speakers for this evening, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And are there any additional council member comments this evening? Okay, if not, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.